What if Deku was a blood mage? How would this change everything? Before we start, I want you guys to subscribe to my channel. Hit the like button, and also share this video with your friends. It will really mean a lot to me. You can also check other what ifs in the channel. The like aim for this video is 200. Your support keeps me motivated to bring more intriguing what ifs for you guys. Now let's begin. People aren't born equal. This is the greatest truth of this world, when I learned when I was 4. People aren't born equal, and so those who are strong are granted the right to lord over those weaker than they are. This isn't right, but this is the rule of the world. I know it all too well. In a world where 80% of the population has a particular power, a quirk, I am one of the 20% born powerless. Quirkless. That's what they call me, and none do it louder than Katsuki Bakugo Koch-chan, as I call him. His quirk lets him produce explosions at will, and he is good with it. Because his quirk is strong and versatile, people shower him with praise, and keep telling him how great he is. And Bakugo revels in it. He believes himself superior to everyone else, and plans to become a hero. Foolish Koch-chan, you don't become a hero through sheer strength. You need the heart of one too, a heart full of kindness to rescue people and keep them safe, and your heart is the very opposite of kind. You won't become a hero, not like that. What about me? Well, I too want to become a hero. But how does one become a hero without a quirk? That question keeps making me laugh. Quirkless doesn't mean powerless, far from it. And besides, I discovered a way to even the playing field. Do you see this card in my hand? No, it isn't made of bone. It is made of turtle shell. Not exactly the same, but still, close enough. Anyway, this card depicts a lady taming a lion. In the major arcana, this card is called strength and represents, among others, self-control, mastery and confidence, but also misuse, violence and conservatism. Now, watch carefully. Palinapi, yep, that's an energy blade that appeared. This, you see, is called cardinal magic, and I have spent the past year mastering it. Don't ask me where I found out about it, this is a secret I save only for my friends. But yes, I can use magic. So, even though I am quirkless, I am anything but powerless. Sure, cardinal magic is a bit tricky to use, but that's why I enjoy it. You never know what you'll draw next, so you have to stay on your toes and make plans on the spot. Fun. I read once that magic is the art of telling reality how to behave. Reality told me being quirkless meant I am weak and harmless, and I have no power on my own. I am going to use magic to tell reality to shove it and become a hero as well, one who rescues others. Because there are people like me out there who have no power and no one to help them, and I know all too well what it's like. I would let them go through the same hardships I did. It was pure coincidence that he stumbled upon the book. Looking for some peace and to change his mind from the hell that was school, Izuku had gone to the library bookstore and searched a good book in the fantasy section. He had found a worn volume with a blue and gold cover that didn't have a title. Out of curiosity, he had opened it and started reading, wondering what kind of adventure he would get in. It wasn't a story he found. It was a manual on magic. Izuku was strongly tempted to put it back. Those kinds of books tended to be hoaxes, and he had no time to waste on that. But the book was well written, and the descriptions were quite detailed, and he found himself reading one chapter, then another, then another. There are 4 different magical energies and 4 spheres that allow their manipulation. Celestial energy comes from the spaces beyond this world and are best canalized by metal, especially gold. They allow the manipulation of light in space, visualization of the future, and the countering of magical energies among others. Natural energy is the energy generated by Earth's biosphere, and is channeled through vegetation in general and wood in particular. It allows, among other, animal empathy and shape-shifting and the control of the land and the weather. Elemental energy is born of our planet's foundations and is canalized through gems and jewels. Water, fire, earth, wind manipulating them, falls under the abilities granted by this sphere. Finally, ethereal energy comes from the reaches beyond this universe, and is channeled by bone, shell and the likes, resilient biological materials that firmly anchor this energy in our dimension. The abilities granted by this magic can be outright eldritch. Time and darkness, but also necromancy and blood manipulation are among them. Izuku read further and further. Once you have found the sphere you feel most at ease with, there are 7 paths one can choose between. The primal path allows manipulation of the most fundamental aspect of the sphere. The blessed path tends to be the most liked of all, as it focuses on the gentler, more benefic aspects of the sphere, while the arcane path grants much more subtle means. The unseen path focuses on hiding and revealing mysteries, while the emperor path is the path that acts on the widest scale. Finally, the divine path encompasses arts that would be considered by most as holy, for a given definition of the word, while the profane path is the path of arts generally considered darker. Nevertheless, all paths teach skills that are useful in their own way. The book didn't delve in the details of each sphere and their path, but it gave general knowledge and basic rituals that could be performed regardless of the mage's sphere of choice, and gave warnings along. To prepare a room for ritualistic use, first clean it thoroughly with non-aligned detergent and cleaning products or products aligned to the sphere corresponding to the ritual, plant-based soap for natural magic, metal-based detergent for celestial, etc. In a pinch, it is perfectly fine to clean the room to be neutral, then fill it with materials and the proper catalyst in a way that won't hamper the ritual. Examples include gem figures and jewelry. If attempting an elemental ritual, be careful that the metal doesn't channel celestial magic by accident, or games such as dominoes and board pieces carved from shell and bone. The most basic ritual is the ritual of affinity, which allows a potential mage to figure which sphere he is most attuned to. First, clean a room to be neutral. Then draw 5 concentric circles as depicted below. Izuku borrowed the book. As always, the evening was quiet. His mom was always gentle and caring toward him, and he genuinely felt bad for downplaying his bullying. But Inko's friendship with Mitsuki Bakugo was one of the few good things she had going for her, and Izuku didn't want to break it by revealing how much Katsuki hurt him. He kept reading the book late into the night. Though he wasn't done, he didn't bring it to school the next morning. He knew Katsuki. If he ever took the book at school, his bully would ruin it and he couldn't have that. He ruins everything I have, Izuku thought bitterly. School went exactly as usual. People pitied him for his quirklessness, and those who didn't pity him tormented him. However, he wasn't the only target of Bakugo and his gang, merely the most frequent. There were others the blonde tormented. Today, Bakugo and his gang were going after a girl 1 year younger. His quirk let her alter the color of her eyes. A harmless quirk for all intent and purpose. And yet, when Izuku caught the 14s cornering the girl, quirks active, something stirred within him. His feet moved, and before he knew it, he was standing between the girl and the bullies. Bakugo scoffed. Shitty Deku, why do you keep standing in my path? You truly think you can stand up to me? Izuku grit his teeth. No, but protecting others is what heroes do. Bakugo outright snarled. Again with that hero crap. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Izuku silently gestured to the girl to run. She did. The teen braced himself for the incoming beating. This was going to be a long day. He didn't know how long it went. When you're being pounded into the ground, your mind has other things to do than keeping track of time. One thought kept ringing, however. Fuck this. When he came back home, he made a beeline for the bathroom and nursed his bruises. Then he took the book and ignored homework until he was done reading. In his head, he was making a mental list of the materials required for the ritual of affinity. 1 bag of salt, 1 bag of wood shaving, 1 bag of aluminum dust or some kind of metal shaving, 1 bag of bone powder or shell splinters, 1 gem, 1 flower, 1 metal item, 1 bone item. At the end of the book, safeguarded by robust leather string was a key. His sun patterned keychain was made of all 4 materials. The keychain was made of varnished ebony lined with ivory, while the sun was made in gold and had a round diamond in the middle. The key was small, no bigger than Izuku's thumb. Yet, as the instructions below indicated, it didn't matter. Joined to this manual is a key to the library. In ages long gone, the strongest archmagi of the era gathered their powers to create a pocket dimension, meant to serve as a repository of all their knowledge. If no teacher is available, a mage in training can use the key to access the library and teach himself. However, it is strongly advised that a proper teacher be found soon enough. All paths provide useful abilities, but some are much riskier than others to walk alone. Examples include the Emperor path in general, as well as space, celestial arcane, malediction, ethereal profane, matter, elemental prime, and land waking, natural divine. Izuku nodded and took the key. It fit the keyhole of his room. One twist, and the door opened not on the corridor, but a wide room lined with books of all kinds, wide windows showing an endless starry sky. It worked. Alright, let's see what's inside. He left a quick word for his mother, took the book and stepped in the library, closing the door behind him. The place was massive. Rows after rows of books were lying on the shelves, going from mahogany floor to a ceiling of white marble that brightened the room, thanks to the light of crystal chandeliers. And that was without accounting for the countless mezzanines layered all over. Izuku quickly stopped trying to make sense of the architecture. It wasn't Escher-esque, but it was close. He had barely made 3 steps that a translucent figure appeared before him. Izuku outright jumped. The figure winced. My apologies. It has been too long since someone last stepped into the library. I was starting to think we had been forgotten. Izuku blinked. What are you? I am a spirit, a ghost whose memory was wiped clean and granted a single purpose, along with the ability to interact with the physical world through necromantic magic. My purpose is to act as the head librarian of this place. And no, I don't work alone. Hundreds of spirits work with me to maintain the library. You can refer to me as the librarian. Izuku breathed and nodded. Nice to meet you. So do you know when the last visit was? About 2 centuries. The library may be in a pocket dimension, but it is still time-bound to Earth. The teen grimaced, and the book advised against self-teaching. If no one showed in 2 centuries, it means no one's used magic in all this time, so the art is most likely gone. As we feared. The librarian winced. Well, as your presence shows, no one may practice magic anymore, but the knowledge isn't lost to Earth. What can I help you with, young apprentice? Izuku shook his head. I haven't even started yet. I stumbled upon this book yesterday and was wondering how much of it was a hoax. Apparently, none. Now, I need to gather the materials for the ritual of affinity, and I got the feeling it won't be a pleasure cruise. The librarian shrugged. We already have a pre-prepared ritual. It wasn't uncommon, back in the days, that a mage would take a prospective pupil to the library and use the one there. It saved materials. As for its efficiency, don't worry. The entire library was imbued with the time magic, so nothing would rot and decay. It isn't time frozen. It simply rewinds after a while, and the energy fueling all this comes straight from the spheres themselves, canalized and refined through 1,000 processes. Izuku held the urge to ask questions. It all felt incredibly interesting, and, the more he heard, the more he wanted to try. The librarian guided him through the mezzanines to the ritual. It was about 2 meters wide, with a middle circle large enough he could stand inside. The first ring was made of salt and had a barrel on the left. The second ring was made of wood chips, and had a rose on the nadir. The third ring was made of silver and had a single golden band on the right. Finally, the last ring was made of bone powder and had a rodent skull on the zenith. Careful not to disturb the circles, Izuku went to the middle disc and, instead of taking the needle the librarian handed him, he removed the band-aid on his knee, scraped the scab, and let the blood drop on the salt ring. The next moment, the ritual came alive. The outermost ring shone with a bright, almost blinding purple light. The librarian beamed. Powerful magical potential attuned to the ethereal sphere. Impressive. I know it has been 2 centuries, but still. Other spirits gathered, all with the same amazed expression. A mage. A new mage is there, but he's not even an apprentice. Who cares? Someone is using the library again. Yay. The light faded. Izuku cracked his knuckles. So, the ethereal sphere. Alright. Which path will I walk? I am not a teacher. The librarian wins. This isn't my purpose. But I can guide you to the knowledge you seek, which is still better than nothing. Indeed. All I have is that book, and it only teaches the basics. I know which paths the ethereal sphere encompasses, but I'd rather have the details before trying anything. A wise decision, especially since you'll walk the path alone. So, Izuku followed the librarian to a mezzanine dimly lit by crystalline nightlights. The librarian picked a purple-covered book. The 7 Paths of the Ethereal Sphere. This is what you'll need. Izuku nodded and checked his phone for the time. I know the library is time-cinched with Earth, but I'm a bit afraid I won't see it pass by if I start reading there. Do you mind if I borrow it and read it at home? Not at all. Every book has a borrowing time of 2 weeks. Afterwards, if they are returned, they will instantly teleport back to their shelf. And if they are destroyed, the librarian frowned. The book will be summoned back to the library and restored after a few days, while the guardian spirit will be dispatched to literally kick the culprit in the ass. Izuku was tempted to bring the book to school just so Bakugo would destroy it and get his ass kicked. He shut the thought quickly and left the library. Reluctantly, he got started on homework. Priority, Izuku. You can figure which way you want to magically kick ass after you do your homework. Low grades will get you nowhere. So, he went to work. As soon as he was done, he went for the book and started reading. The 7 paths one can walk through the ethereal sphere are as follow. Primal path. Darkness magic, the ability to harness and control obscurity in the absence of light. Divine path. Cardinal magic, the ability to channel ethereal energy through enchanted bone cards to cast a wide variety of spells. Profane path. Malediction magic, the ability to focus ethereal energy to weaken an opponent and make them suffer. Unseen path. Furtivity magic, the ability to avoid the enemy's perception and go around unnoticed. Temporal path. Necromancy magic, the ability to call upon the souls of the deceased and imbue corpses with ethereal energy to animate them. Less path. Blood magic, the ability to command blood for a variety of uses. Blood magic is one of the few paths with 2 branches, offensive and defensive. Offensive blood magic allows the mage to control the blood in others to weaken and harm them. Defensive blood magic relies exclusively on the user's own blood for enhancement and healing of the self and others. Arcane path. Time magic, the ability to alter the flow of time for a variety of uses. Izuku hummed. All paths sounded good, but he wanted to be a hero, so malediction, necromancy and offensive blood magic were out. This left darkness, cardinal, furtivity, defensive blood and time. The self-enhancing abilities of defensive blood magic sounded good. Before this, however, there was a warning below the list. Much as wanting to walk all 7 paths could be tempting, walking a path requires focus and dedication. An apprentice wanting to walk all paths shouldn't attempt to learn them at once, but instead walk one path after the other for efficiency's sake. If, however, they truly want to walk several paths to balance their skills, the most paths advised are 2. Some paths have greater synergy than others, like darkness and furtivity, that allow to cover for their weaknesses. Izuku nodded. 2 paths at most, and try to learn the others once he is done walking them. He went to the chapter on defensive blood magic and started reading. After 5 minutes, his mind was set. People stereotype wizards as squishy because they spend more time reading books than working on their cardio. The enhancements provided by defensive blood magic will make up for that. And they have a point. I need to work out. I'm not gonna be a hero if I got the muscles of a twig. Now, what path to choose next? Defensive blood magic provided healing and self-enhancement, which were a boon in any fight, and allowed the user to get in and out of a brawl with minimum damage. Izuku discarded furtivity. He wasn't out there to hide. He was there to stand between villains and their victims and protect them. Darkness, cardinal or time. Decisions. Darkness sounded good. It provided equal amounts of jamming and firepower by blocking the enemy's view while binding and hurting them. Time was versatile, but Izuku grimaced at the description of the more basic spells. The warning in the blue book jumped to his mind. Some paths were dangerous to walk alone, and time was definitely in that category. Finally, the requirements for cardinal magic were a bit of an issue, but the sheer versatility it provided, from pure firepower to shield, teleportation and many other effects, was what did it for the team. Offensive blood magic for the enhancements and the healing, cardinal magic for the versatility and the firepower. Blast them from afar with my cards, heal the victims, then jump in the fray and kick their ass. Sounds good. His paths were chosen. Now, he needed the tools to walk them. The teen winced. I need a bone scalpel to perform blood magic, and I have to carve it myself. A beef rib should do the job, but I'm going to need special tools to carve it and go find turtle shells to make the cards. Damn it, how am I going to proceed? All of this could wait the next day. After one more ugly day at school, he dropped at the grocery to buy a prime rib, and, for once, made dinner for him and his mother. Inko didn't question when he didn't throw the rib and washed it with the dishes. As soon as they were done, Izuku went to his room and headed to the library with the rib. How's it going, apprentice? I decided to learn cardinal and defensive blood magic. I got a beef rib for the scalpel, but I don't have the tools to carve it or the materials to make the cards. I was wondering what I could find in the library to help me. The librarian shrugged. We have the tools for the crafting, if you are interested, along with an entire storage room of materials. As the centuries went by, some materials became harder to obtain than the others, so the visiting mages made sure the supply room was well stocked. Unfortunately, its contents aren't unlimited. Izuku winced. Better be cautious and not make any waste, though. That would be wise. Come on, the crafting room is this way. The librarian took him past a door on the floor level. The crafting room contained a dozen tables with various tools, from jewelers to woodcarver to painter, and even a small forge to melt and shape metals. Izuku went to a table that contained several files, gravers, burins and an ivory lathe. A spirit handed him a book on blood magic that contained the indications to make the scalpel. It was almost midnight by the time Izuku was done using the tools. The final step was enchanting the scalpel to bind it to him and make it a better catalyst of his magic. The teen used the scalpel to slice his wrist horizontally this way. The book instructed, blood clots would block the veins and staunch the bleeding, and filled a small container meant for this purpose. Then he put the scalpel in it so the tool was completely red, retrieved it after 10 seconds and spoke. Alalo ilat odds tears or to cnila. I bind this blade and sharpen it through my blood. The language felt positively eldritch in his tongue, but he could feel and see purple energy turn red over his hands and flow over the scalpel. The bone absorbed the blood, and Izuku could feel clearly the tool had become sharper and more resilient. Not only that, according to the book, it was now bound to him. Anyone trying to use it would find its edge as dull as a wooden sword. The librarian smiled. The enchantment was successful. Well done. Now, how about you try it? Izuku looked at his hands, magically clean from blood. The cut on his wrist had stopped bleeding, but it wasn't closed. He looked into the book until he found what he sought. Offensive blood magic works by drawing the user's own blood with a magic-imbued bone scalpel and carving on the skin sigils of power, along with lines to channel the spell. The most basic and useful spell is regeneration, which is achieved by carving you and your wound. Other sigils can be used at the mage's discretion to achieve greater effect, but in this particular case, one shouldn't forget to link the sigils to ensure the activation is in the proper order, rather than at random, in order to ensure the sigils work according to the mage's design. Izuku nodded. The cut on his wrist was shallow. He looked at the sigil, a twisted Y whose leg was crossed, and delicately carved it near the wound. He shuddered as he felt magic focus on the sigil, then floated the wound and closed it before his eyes. Elation rose in his chest. The librarian nodded. Congratulations on casting your first spell, magician. Izuku beamed. Now, to make the cards for cardinal magic. 6 months. Izuku looked at his work and breathed. 6 months carving 78 cards, the 22 cards of the major arcana, and the 56 of the minor arcana. Not wanting to rely exclusively on the stored turtle shells, he had worked on his side to obtain at least a dozen through various more or less legal means. Having to dig dumps was never pleasant, and he had to purify the shells afterwards, equally out of superstition, and to get rid of the stench. But the results were there. 78 cards carved from turtle shell, divided into 2 decks, each picture drawn by his hand with colored inks, imbued with drops of his blood for binding and enchanting, each side carefully varnished. The teen felt rightfully proud. After half a year of hard work, it is finally done. Congratulations, magician. Izuku turned to the librarian and beamed. He had taken a black leather belt with 2 pouches for the decks. The cards fit neatly inside. So, when are you going to try them? I have a few places in mind to go beaching them. Unlike blood magic, cardinal magic isn't something I can practice at school. The memory made him wince. The Kugo was still bullying him, but rather than simply taking the pounding, Izuku used it as training. After each beating, he took the bone scalpel he concealed in his shoe and carved Yuan on his wrist, watching as his bruises magically vanished. Bakugo never noticed, and the teen was silently glad for it. The last thing he wanted was for his tormentor to learn about magic. Not only did he not need it, the last thing Izuku wanted was to give the bully a new tool to hurt people. I'll try the cards when I have the time. It's getting pretty late and I have to wake up early tomorrow. Can't afford to skip on my training. Indeed. If you want to become a battle mage, you need to train your body as much as your magic. Fortunately, the shelves of the library contain training regimens. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to find that kind of knowledge here. The librarian shrugged. Some mages enjoyed physical prowess as much as they enjoyed spellwork. They wrote books for those who felt the same. Since strength summons an energy blade, I suggest you look into volumes on swordsmanship to make the best of it. Izuku eagerly agreed. He had crafted himself an enchanted bone knife to serve as a multi-purpose tool, but the small blade also made a perfect emergency weapon. He carried it in a sheath in the small of his back. Looking into sword techniques that involve dual wielding, such as Knight Nichi, the Spanish verdadera destreza, the Tai Dab Song Mu and variations of Wing Chun, the teen decided to try them and stick to the one he felt most at ease with. Just in case. School went on as usual. Izuku endured the bullying, carving sigils on his wrist after each beating, while carefully calculating when and how to return the favor with extreme prejudice. Gon, the sigil of energy, increased considerably one's physical capacities, and Izuku considered it the sigil he would use most after Yuan. Dawn, the sigil of movement, would also be much required when lines weren't enough. The book has strongly emphasized the importance of directing the magic to optimize its efficiency. There are 21 sigils in the Anachian language, and each has its meaning and power. First is Yuan, the sigil of time. Its meaning is to begin, beginning, new, anew, again, then, when. It is primarily used to start or to renew a process, such as healing or perpetuating an enchantment. Ninth is Gon, the sigil of energy. Its meaning is to energize, enable, ability. It is primarily used to activate and power up inactive enchantments or even machines. It is also possible to invert the sigil to give it a different meaning, namely to grow, increase, more, faster. It is then used mostly to amplify or accelerate whatever it is carved on. 16th is Dawn, the sigil of movement. Its meaning is to move, motion, emotion, motivate, change. It is primarily used to direct a flow of magic, or liquid, of a gauze. As soon as school was over, he headed to Dagoba Beach. If he used Aldera to train blood magic, the shorebound dump was his training ground for cardinal magic and swordsmanship. There, hidden behind the piles of rusting wreckage, he swung sword and knife, combined cards to varying effect, and wrote down strategies and combinations. It felt relaxing, especially after the hell that was school. He had 2 notebooks. One for sigil sequences and the other for card combos. They were decently filled. The 2 pouches were on his waist like the holster of a gun. He looked at the ocean, inhaled and drew. 3 of diamonds and the hanged man. The diamond suite made the major arcana act multiple times, as many as the number he drew. The hanged man created magical restraints. Of course, there was a formula to say to activate the card. Izuku spoke. Alavanfo, Aindaprath, in Anachian. 3 tendrils of glowing white energy shot and wrapped themselves around thin air. The boy nodded satisfyingly and put back the cards in their deck to recharge. According to his observations, it took them 5 to 10 seconds to refill their magic. All in all, cardinal magic was relatively simple. He just had to remember which card did what and was activated by which formula, then adapt to the situation. Draws were random. He knew he wouldn't always get what he needed. Izuku didn't care. It just meant he had to adapt. The challenge stirred his mind in a pleasant way. Since when has life ever been easy for me? He drew again. 5 of spades and temperance. The spades suite inverted the effect of the major arcana for the duration of the number. 1 unit meant 1 minute. Temperance generated a water burst. Inverted, it stilled water completely. The teen spoke. Nix Lita, sacred water. For 5 minutes, the tide stopped and the beach was as quiet as a lakeside. Izuku snickered. Magic is the art of telling reality how to behave. Yo, it felt almost intoxicating, to have this kind of power at his fingertip. Izuku shook his head and chased the thought away. He wasn't going to be a hero for the power rush, but to save people. Sensei, look. The water is calm. Izuku jumped and summoned a card. Though he could forcefully retrieve a specific arcana from his deck, it was a technique best saved for last resort and desperate situation, as the act broke the magic powering his cards, and forced them to reboot in a way, as soon as the card was used. Izuku had yet to figure out why, but he knew the effect lasted from 10 minutes to a full hour, depending the power unleashed by the arcana. The hermit jumped in his hand. The teen whispered, Urine, IPE, see not. More than invisibility, the card made him unnoticeable to people. They would walk right by him without a glance, ignore brushes or any attempt at interacting. The teen didn't know if it worked on cameras. Now shrouded by the spell, he hurried away from the beach. He didn't know how long he had until the effect faded, but he wasn't about to take chances. As he walked away, he noticed a blonde scarecrow of a man and a blonde teenager with a quick look at the water, puzzled. This isn't natural. The Scarecrow man said. Someone is using his quirk. Should we find them, sensei? The teen asked. It is illegal to use quirks without proper authorization. We should find them and politely ask them to stop. Then we'll train. Izuku held a grin. Technically, he wasn't using a quirk. Much as he waited to watch the pair, he decided against it. Best not linger around the crime scene. The next day was a bit more unusual. For starters, as he headed to school, Izuku stopped to watch the fight between a giant villain and a relatively recent pro, Kamui Woods. The boy took his notebook and wrote, pausing to admire the hero. Despite being made of wood, the pro was graceful and agile, turning his arms into vines to swing around and outmaneuver the villain. Then he landed atop the station and branches grew over his arm. Yeah, get him. The teen cheered. That's his special move, Lacquered Chain Prison. Canyon. The branches were halfway there when a giant woman jumped out of nowhere and dropkicked the villain. There was a beat as she introduced herself. Hello everyone. My name is Mount Lady and this is my grand debut. Naturally, Kamui Woods pestered about kill steal. Izuku, meanwhile, took notes about her quirk. In this day and age, a lot of heroes went by mostly through the power of their quirk. Izuku had no quirk. He had, however, his magic. And, when it came to the art, knowledge was very much power, maybe about spells or the opponent's abilities. That afternoon, their homeroom teacher was going to hand them the printouts for their future life course, before rightfully pointing all of them wanted to become heroes. Izuku closes his eyes and went back to writing in his hero analysis notebook. Sure, his classmates all had nice quirks, and some actually stood a chance, but they weren't just his classmates. They were Bakugo's too. And Izuku knew all too well his bully was as arrogant as he was powerful, which meant a lot. The explosive blonde quickly reminded the class why he was top dog of Aldair. Izuku listened with one ear. This wasn't the first time his bully gave such a speech. Could he use his magic to become top dog? Probably. But he wasn't interested. His magic was meant to protect others, not lord over them. To use it for such purpose went against his beliefs. Power, be it quirk or magic, exists to serve man and never to rule over him. Then the teacher looked at him. Now you mention it, Midoriya is also aiming for you, right? The whole class turned to him, and Izuku groaned. Great, he was in trouble. He mentally focused on what sigil he would need when they were done. UN, most likely. This was his go-to sigil when he was hurt. The class laughed and the teen shrugged it off, carefully putting his notebook in his bag. When Bakugo threw an explosion at his desk, he simply rolled on his feet, stared at him in silence and sat back. No need to talk, it would just add fuel to the fire. Except his absence of response angered the blonde. Hey, Deku, answer when I'm asking a question. Do you truly think you can put yourself on the same level as me? You don't even have a quirk. True, but I got magic. Izuku held a wince as Bakugo held his shoulder and made a small explosion. And it was. I could end you, Koch-chan. With blood magic, I could enhance myself to shrug off whatever you throw my way. With cardinal magic, I could blast you from afar. But I won't. You have potential. If you become nicer, between your skills and your quirk, you would make an amazing hero. I don't want to ruin you. Almost every night, I pray you won't push me this far. No matter how Bakugo tried, Izuku refused to answer. He endured. Eventually, the teacher called them back to their seat. The afternoon rolled. As they packed their things, Bakugo suddenly snatched Izuku's notebook and blew it before throwing it by the window. To teach him a lesson. Izuku glared but didn't speak. Don and Yuen, written in blood and bound by a spiral. Move back to the beginning, to restore something back to its original shape. I don't get to use that formula often. Then the explosive blonde spoke. If you believe you'll get a quirk in your next life, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof? Izuku froze. His earlier thoughts came back. Don't. Izuku, don't. Your magic is meant to help and defend others, not hurt them. Do not answer. Do not fight back. Ignore him. Oh, fuck this. You know what, Koch-chan? You're not worthy of being a hero. You are way too much of an asshole. Bakugo and his cronies froze. Did Deku just swear? Izuku looked at his tormentor, and there was nothing but cold fury in his eyes. The green-haired teen walked to him. A hero's first duty is to protect people. But you don't protect people. You hurt them. That's why you will never be a hero. Have a bad day and roll on the entrance exam. Bakugo raised a hand, sparks announcing an explosion. Izuku was faster. His bow knife flew in his hand as he held the bully's face. The knife found itself on his jugular. One move and I'll cut your jugular. You will die quickly. Koch-chan, please, don't make me do it. Just because I can kill you doesn't mean I want to. Bakugo gulped and moved his hands in his back. Izuku retreated and left the room. The blonde shuddered as he rubbed his neck. When did Deku grow that backbone? The notebook had landed in the koi pond. Izuku cut his index and drew the two sigils before connecting them with a spiral. The magic set to work, rewinding the book back to its undamaged shape. The teen nodded. As I thought, damn it, Koch-chan, what got to you? I could have killed you, you moron. Why did you push me this far? He walked home, his head low. There was bitterness on his tongue and regret in his heart. His only silver lining was the prospect of training cardinal magic at Dagoba Beach. The thought made him smile. The art was fun because he never knew what he'd draw next. Then a sludge man jumped from a manhole behind him. Well, what do we got here? A medium-sized disguise. The sludge engulfed him. Izuku reacted swiftly, jamming his bone knife in the villain's eye. The villain shrieked and jumped away as the teen coughed. The pair glared at each other. His body is almost entirely made of sludge. A knife won't work, but my cards will. The villain snarled. What was that? You're armed. No matter. A puny knife won't stop me. No, but this will. The teen drew 2 cards. The devil and 2 of hearts. The devil made a flame burst. The heart suite amplified the effect of the card. Izuku spoke. Odd Purgil, awaken fire. The fire tongue was nothing compared to Endeavor's attacks, but it didn't have to be. They were in a tunnel, and Izuku wasn't out to seriously injure the villain, merely force him to run or surrender. The flames did their job just fine. The sludge man screamed as his body dried. No? It hurt, then run. Or else, I am here. The blonde colossus jumped from the manhole and stepped beside Izuku. The villain looked at him. You again? Oh no. Oh, no, I'm done for. Run away. Texas smash. The wind pressure splattered him all over the tunnel. Izuku would have questioned the pros and cons of the move if he wasn't busy gushing over the fact the man next to him was All Might. As it was, he simply sputtered in awe. By the time his brain was done rebooting, the symbol of peace was done putting the sludge man in a bottle. And done. Are you alright, my boy? You look out there. So sorry, sir. Just wrapping my mind around the fact my greatest idol just helped me. You were amazing. All Might laughed, deep and booming. You're welcome. Glad to see you were unhurt. I jabbed my knife in his eye when he tried to kill me. Izuku picked his bone knife and sheathed it. I may be quirkless, but I'm not harmless. There was a smidge of pride in his voice. All Might raised a brow. Quirkless? People like you are rare these days. Bursting his eye was a bit extreme, but given he was trying to kill you, you get a pass. Good job. Izuku blushed deeply before looking at his cards. Sure, the pro hero was the symbol of peace, but could he actually tell him about magic? In the wrong hands, the knowledge could be dangerous. All Might took his hero analysis notebook and signed it. The teen gave him a huge smile. Well, it was a pleasure, sir. Smoke rose from All Might's body as he put back the pen. Before either could react, the pro shrank until he was barely more than a scarecrow. Izuku gasped. What is? Damn, All Might swore without thinking. My time is decreasing faster than I thought. Izuku acted without thinking. He grabbed his scalpel, took the symbol's arm and drew sigils on it. Don, the sigil of energy, but inverted. Na, the sigil of life. Un, the sigil of time. Connect with the line and increase life anew. Regular regeneration won't cut it there. You need something stronger. All Might was too surprised to react. He watched the symbols, the upside-down reversed L with a small I at the bottom, the very curved W and the twisted Y whose leg was crossed. The teen connected the 3 sigils with a straight line. Immediately, energy seeped into them, and the pro shuddered as he felt his body mend itself. It wasn't much. His wounds were too great, but his body still gained some muscle, his face lost some of its edge, and he could sense his internal organs knitting themselves together, albeit not entirely. He didn't know what the boy had done, but it was better than any healing quirk he had seen before, including recovery girls. Are you feeling better? I do, my boy. What was that? Izuku looked away, considering how to broach the topic. I said I was quirkless, I never said I was powerless. There is a power in this world, but it has been forgotten long ago. I think I'm the only one using it at the moment. The only mage. I don't have a quirk, but I can use magic, and I spent almost a year learning it. There are 4 spheres of magic, and each has 7 paths. I am currently learning cardinal and defensive blood magic, but since I'm the only mage around, I'm self-taught. You're the only one besides Mom I've told about magic. I'm afraid what would happen if the wrong people heard about it. All Might took a moment to digest the teen's revelation. There was magic in this world, honest and genuine. If he hadn't seen the sigils and felt their power, he would have laughed off the revelation. Except the green-haired boy had used magic on him and it had worked. Go refute that. The sigils had already vanished, but he still noticed the 2 cards in his hands. What's your name, my boy? Izuku Midoriya, sir. All Might nodded. Thank you, my boy. Since you shared your secret with me, I believe it's fair that I share my secret with you. He showed his body. 5 years ago, I received a nasty injury that left me convalescent. The multiple surgeries and healing quirks left me like that. Now, my breathing system is damaged, and my stomach is all but gone, and I can only maintain my heroic form for 3 hours, and my time is decreasing day after day. I'll let you see me like this because I underestimated how much time I had left. Izuku winced in sympathy. Offensive blood magic focuses on healing and self-enhancement. To use it, I must carve sigils in my skin, but I read about more complicated rituals. Maybe there is one powerful enough to heal you in full. I'm not sure, though. I'll have to check. All Might smiled earnestly. The sigils you used did more than many healing quirks and surgeries. I am curious to see if there's a ritual that can heal me in full. Come on, I'll walk you home. I'm out of time for today. The villain is safely contained, and you're not as defenseless as you look. As they went to the Midoriya household, the pair talked about the other kind of magic Izuku used, the teen showing his idol the cards he had crafted. All Might, or, as he introduced himself, Toshinori Yagi was surprised. Do you have a place to train? Yes, to Goba Beach. The scrap piles make for good dummies, and I casted the tides for the more dangerous spells. I have a student and we also train there. Don't worry, he knows my secret as well. He is in second year in UA right now. What do you think about joining us for training after school? Izuku beamed. I was going to head there after I finished homework. It wasn't really a good day for me. I need to blow steam. Toshinori grinned. Meet you there, then. Without fail. 8 is Na, the sigil of life. Its meaning is creation, breath, wind. It is primarily used to generate gusts and activate the energies of life to imbue it in a person or living being. As soon as he was done with homework, Izuku ran to Dagoba Beach. Toshinori was here, along the blonde teen with the quiff Izuku had seen once. The scrawny man grinned. My boy, you indeed came. Homework was easy. Besides, after Koch-chan's suicide baited me, I really need to blow steam. The two blondes froze. The elder teen blinked. Someone suicide baited you, yes? Izuku hesitated before taking his bone knife. I put it on his throat and begged him to not make me kill him. He got the message. I hope. Toshinori held a shudder. Not defenseless indeed. Why would someone do that to you? What's your quirk? Izuku rolled his eyes and turned to Toshinori, who nodded. Young Mirio is in on my secret. You can tell him yours. And so, hidden behind the piles of scrap, Izuku told the hero in training about magic, demonstrating the bleeding sigils and drawing 2 cards. He got the chariot and 9 of clubs. The chariot teleported the target. The suite of clubs increased the spell's reach. He used it on Mirio and focused to the other side of a scrap pile. Go Hesperian, Yuseron. Mirio was teleported 9 meters away, on the other side of the pile. The blonde shuddered. That felt weird. Magic has a particular feeling to it. It is, after all, a kind of energy. They spent the next half hour talking about what the cards did. The conversation shifted to Mirio's quirk, permeation, and Toshinori decided to reveal another tidbit of knowledge. The nature of his quirk, one for all. Izuku was genuinely surprised to learn there was a quirk out there that could be passed. Nevertheless, he swore himself to secrecy so long as the pair did the same with his magic. Then Mirio started training his new quirk. It didn't go well. Izuku turned to the blonde, who was hunched over while holding his arms. Toshinori sent the boy a pleading look. Izuku didn't hesitate, engraving the sigils in Mirio's arm. It took a few minutes for the wounds to disappear. I don't get it. The blonde teen winced. I know permeation isn't easy to control, but one for all is even worse. Anytime I focus its power in a limb, it ruins it. How am I supposed to use it if it keeps hurting me like that? Izuku frowned and took his hero analysis notebook. Figuring out quirks was something he was good at. How does permeation work, exactly? Mirio explained, Izuku nodding along as he took notes. Then, on another page, he started writing about One for All, and compared the way Mirio and Toshinori used it. Something quickly became evident. Using permeation through the whole body is dangerous. Using One for All through a single body part is dangerous. Do the opposite. Spread One for All through the whole body and use permeation on one limb. Mirio wanted to smack himself. Stupid me. As the boy kept muttering, he tried the technique, shuddering as golden lightning surrounded his whole body. It was a bit delicate to maintain, but he still managed to move with it. He wisely decided to stick to motions for the time being, going through katas while Izuku kept analyzing. Finally, the boy stopped his mutter. Permeation and One for All work in opposite ways. Permeation requires focus on a single body part, while One for All needs to be spread across the whole body. Their synergy is low because of it. You need to adapt your mindset, something you can only achieve through training. Another issue is that, for all that you have All Might strength, you lack long-range options. Not only that, until you master One for All, you will keep ruining your limbs, which will seriously hamper you in a fight. I suggest ambushes. Hide with permeation, then jump on your opponent and finish them in one blow. Avoid battles of attrition at all cost, and come see me after a fight so I can heal you. Mirio nodded. This is excellent advice. Thank you, Midoriya. You're welcome. Toshinori was smiling brightly. I didn't think you were so smart, my boy. Sure, you have to be to teach yourself magic, but this isn't something I was expecting. Well, I am quirkless. I thought I could compensate somehow by figuring out how quirks work. Mirio rubbed the back of his head. I'm not particularly bright myself. I'm training to predict my opponent's moves to strike where they'll be, because I am blind, mute and deaf when permeation is fully active. But if we're speaking about sheer intelligence, my grades aren't all that. Mine would be if my teachers weren't quirkers. Izuku grumbled. Mirio gave him a sympathetic look. Well, I think you're smarter than I am. All you need is experience and technique and you'll make a formidable hero. Who knows? The blonde teen winked. Maybe you'll make it to the top 10. Izuku smiled brightly. Mirio nodded. Come on. You showed me how to use my quirk. I'll show you how to fight in return. They trained together until the sky turned pink, the hero in training teaching the quirkless boy how to use his fists. It became a routine. Every day, after school, Izuku hurried through his homework and ran to Dagoba Beach. There, he would help Mirio clear the garbage and work his cardinal magic. Then he would help the blonde get a better hang on his two quirks, while Mirio taught him proper fighting. Indeed, though his control over his quirks was often iffy, his technique was nearly flawless. Izuku learned a lot from him. Those sessions also reminded Mirio of an old saying. Never bring a knife to a gunfight or, in this case, fists to a sword fight. The blonde huffed as Izuku drew strength and 4 of diamonds. Palinapi, Twilight Sword. 4 swords of energy emerged from the card. The green-haired teen grabbed 2, while the others went hovering in his back. Mirio wins. I know how to disarm knives, but swords are a different story. They have greater reach, for one, which meant getting close enough for a disarm was troublesome, and his opponent had 2 more in stores. He decided to opt for the tried and true sneak attack, and dived in the ground. Izuku tense, alert. Mirio appeared in his back. His shadow was the only warning the teen had. Izuku reacted on instinct and threw a kick backward. Mirio narrowly managed to avoid it with permeation. Izuku kept spinning, and Mirio activated permeation again. Unfortunately, his quirk didn't work on energy. The blade of magical energy hit his head with the flat side. He went rolling. Ouch, got me there. Are you alright? A bit stunned, but nothing that requires a sigil. Toshinori nodded appreciatively. In 5 months, Izuku had made amazing progress with his fighting. Mirio, meanwhile, was mastering permeation and one for all at lightning speed. Both developments were the results of the 2 teens teaching each other. Hey. Mirio grinned. How about you become my sidekick after you graduate? Izuku smiled back. Maybe for a few years. Deal. Toshinori chuckled. The pair turned to him. The Scarecrow Man explained. You two remind me of Mirai, and I am muscular blonde with one for all, and a lean green head with amazing intelligence. It feels like history repeating itself, and that's a good thing? Izuku asked. A very good thing. You both have bright futures ahead of you. Izuku went home in high spirits. It didn't last. Less than a week later, Mirio and Toshinori saw the teen arrive with a deep scowl on his face. The rail-thin man prepared to scrap the session. What happened, my boy? It's Koch-chan again. Izuku grumbled. There was that pig-like villain that attacked him the other day, after school. Koch-chan fought him off, long enough for Hawks to swoop in and stop him. Now, that would have been the end of it, except Hawks was impressed by Koch-chan, and offered to recommend him, and Yue. Koch-chan agreed. Ever since, he has been insufferable. I had to keep a very low profile and even use the hermit to go unnoticed. Knowing the magical teen was the explosive blonde's primary target, it was no surprise he was sullen. Mirio put a hand on his shoulder. You're not giving up on your dream, right? Not a chance. I will become a hero, with no quirk, but with magic instead. Reality says I can't become a pro without a quirk. I will retort that yes, I very much can. Shall we start? Toshinori briefly considered recommending the green-haired boy. He chose against it. I will join Yue as a teacher next year. With your authorization, I would tell Principal Nezu about your magic and convince him to let you use your tools during the entrance exam. The knowledge of magic is bound to interest him. Even if you fail the entrance exam, which I doubt, he will still want you in. But I want your approval first. Izuku considered. If there is one person who I would trust with the knowledge of magic, it's Principal Nezu. Besides, keeping the secret of my powers in UA is going to be a bit complicated. If not my classmates, then at least a few teachers are bound to hear about it sooner or later. Best to tell them up front, rather than letting them figure it out by themselves. Understood, my boy. I will do what I can. Izuku handed him the blue-covered book the next day. It was also the day he showed Mirio and Toshinori the library. The librarian welcomed them fondly. I didn't think you would bring more people so soon, magician. I get it, you trust them. I do. We have been teaching each other for the past 5 months. The spirit nodded. Very well. Welcome in the library, visitors. Mirio and Toshinori looked around in awe. With the mezzanines, crystal chandeliers and rows upon rows of books, the place was a sight to behold. I am not that much of a bookworm, but I feel like I could spend days reading in this place. Mirio admitted. Izuku showed them around. Out of curiosity, both blondes tried the ritual of affinity. Toshinori wasn't completely surprised to see the third ring shine a faint gold. Mirio, meanwhile, watched the first ring shine a soft white. Celestial and elemental, both with a low potential. Mirio shrugged it off. I already got permeation in one for all. No need to add magic on top of that. Toshinori was more disappointed. Being naturally quirkless, he wouldn't have minded learning magic once the embers of one for all were gone. 3 days later, an incident happened. As always, Deku and his cronies were bullying other kids. Izuku gritted his teeth and, after consideration, walked between the two groups. Deku growled. Move out of the way, Deku. No? Izuku said quietly. You move. Deku snarled. You've grown a backbone, Deku. Someone needs to remind you where you stand. Come on, you extras. Let's start with the shitty nerd. Izuku turned to the kids and mouthed them to run. They obeyed. Then he took the stance Mirio had taught him. Deku swung a fist. Izuku's eyes narrowed. A strong right hook. Predictable. He dodged, grabbed his wrist and delivered a solid punch in the solar plexus. Deku choked and stumbled away. Yubito and Kabago gasped. It did the nerd just floor Bakugo. Their hesitation lasted only a moment. They ran at Izuku, long fingers and sharp teeth out. Izuku grabbed Yubito's fingers, elbowed him in the stomach and flung him straight in Kabago, who accidentally bit his partner. Both yelped and collapsed on the ground. Izuku turned to Bakugo, who had risen and was glaring mercilessly. Shitty nerd, you will pay for this. Make me. Someone needs a lesson in humility. Yeah, you. What makes a useless quirkless nerd think he can stand to me? I was recommended by fucking Hawks, the number 3 hero. You are nothing, Deku. Izuku grit his teeth. Bakugo lunged. He grabbed both of his wrists and headbutted the blonde before aiming for an uppercut. Bakugo grabbed his wrist and sent an explosion in his stomach. Izuku fell back, glared and removed his uniform jacket. Bakugo did the same, though he didn't miss how the nerd had oddly muscular arms. They lunged again, Izuku weaving around his opponent as he threw punch after punch. Mirio's lessons hadn't fallen into deaf ears. He hit Bakugo in the air, only for the blonde to send an explosion in his own. Izuku grit his teeth and kicked his knee. Bakugo retaliated with an explosion he barely managed to deviate to his side. Both grabbed each other's wrists. Izuku headbutted his rival in the head and was proud to hear a crunch. Bakugo roared, broke free, grabbed his throat and sent a couple of point-blank explosions. Izuku gasped and fell, struggling to breath. This was all the opening the explosive blonde needed to pummel him. He hit and hit again until Izuku was no longer moving. Only then did he walk away. Learn your place, scum. Izuku didn't hear him. He had fallen unconscious. He woke up to a bell ringing. Gritting his teeth, the teen dragged himself away and hid behind a bench. There, he took his bone knife and opened his wrist, leaving the blood flow on the ground. It was for a purpose, though. Bakugo's explosions caused burns that didn't bleed. He couldn't rely on them to obtain the red liquid. Izuku put 2 fingers on the wound, staining them red, and drew 3 sigils in a column, with himself standing below the second. UN at the start. Gone inverted. Increase. And AA life. Then he connected them with a spiral and planted his knife in UN, pouring his magic in the setup. Purple and red light started to shine as the ethereal energy seeped through the bone, powered the blood and healed him in full. The ritual of life spiral. Searching for a way to restore all might had driven Izuku to a book about ethereal rituals. This was where he had found it. The full ritual called for the cleansing of a room and its alignment with an ethereal sphere, before drawing a spiral connecting an assortment of sigils, meant to rejuvenate a person at death's doors, all the while chanting sentences in Anachin. A scaled-down variant simply called for a sigil spiral in the user's blood. It was for emergency use only, and All Might would require much more than that, but it was exactly what Izuku needed at the moment. As soon as he was good, he kicked us over the dried, blackened blood that had lost all magic, and headed to Tagoba Beach. A glance on his phone told him he had missed a bell. Damn Bakugo, he sent a message to his mother, lying he had been too caught in his notebooks to notice the bell, and was heading directly to the beach. To Mirio, he told him he would be late and explain why when he got there. He snatched a snack on the way to shut his grumbling stomach and ran. Mirio and Toshinori were both waiting for him when he got there. The scrawny man breathed in relief. My boy, we were worried. This isn't like you to be late. Sorry. Bakugo was acting worse than usual, and I decided to step between him and his target. He got the drop on me with 2 explosions at the throat and beat me to an inch of my life. Had to use a scale-down ritual to heal myself. He turned to Mirio. On the other hand, before that, I floored his 2 cronies and gave as much as I took. Your lessons really helped, senpai. Bakugo is strong, but he has no technique, and I think I broke his nose when I headbutted him. And I'm pretty sure he didn't like it either when I punched his solar plexus. I use your signature move. Mirio was silently glad his lessons had helped the younger teen to the point he could replicate his style. On the other hand, both blondes were saddened by the beating. Makes me wonder why Hawks even recommended him. Toshinori grumbled. The boy may be strong, but his heart is anything but heroic. Izuku shrugged. People these days only care about strength. If you aren't strong, you are nothing. Bakugo has a powerful quirk, so everyone looks up to him while glossing over his hellish temper. Me. Without a quirk, people barely even look at me, even though you have a keen mind and one of the most selfless hearts I've seen. Mirio sighed. This isn't right. Life isn't fair, senpai. People aren't born equal. I am learning magic to correct that. Toshinori smiled gently. On the other hand, my boy, I talked about you to Nezu. He has written a notice allowing you to use your tools. The book caught his interest. If you cannot enter the hero course, he saved you a spot in support. I'd have to get in UA first. Oh, with your intelligence, the written portion of the exam will be cakewalk. Izuku wanted to believe him. He ended lightly sparing with Mirio to blow steam. A few notes. Since the sludge villain didn't escape All Might, it didn't go after Bakugo and cause the sludge incident. Instead, a different villain attacked Bakugo, who fought him off, was rescued by Hawks and recommended. In canon, Mirio's fighting style is a result of training with Sir Night-Eye. Here, it was Izuku who gave him the idea to make up for One for All's drawbacks. Izuku's lessons are also the reason Mirio progressed so quickly. In turn, Mirio's lessons are the reason Izuku knows how to fight. Why did Bakugo and his goons never find out about magic? Izuku is stealthy. very much so. And he even got a card, the Hermit, that casts a perception filter on him. Izuku admired his latest creation. The materials were modest to say the least. Hull bone cuboids no bigger than his thumbnail, covered with a tiny brass disc that had a gem shard put on, red and blue colors alternating between each cuboid, all set on a linen string, and closed by a simple metal clasp. All in all, the bracelet was cheap. The only reason Izuku didn't use materials like ivory and gold, and didn't try to carve the rubies and sapphires, was because they were too rare and precious, and he wasn't skilled enough yet. And yet, as Mirio held the bracelet and set it on his wrist, he couldn't help but smile. It's alright. The hard work you put in it makes up for the material's modesty. And besides, there's nothing wrong with humble materials. It's often the intent that makes a gift truly precious. Izuku blushed deeply. Anyway, there's something I wanted to try with it. It wasn't just to give you something. I have an experiment in mind with permeation and blood binding. Binding? I thought what you did was general enchantments. Not exactly. Blood binding is an enchantment, but there are others, and each sphere has their method. The celestial sphere uses writing with molten metal as the enchantment is chanted. The ethereal sphere has dunking items in blood, and the formula said. The elemental sphere has covering with mineral dust or sand, and the words spoken, and the natural sphere has the formula engraved. The item wrapped in leaves and the formula recited. Since I use ethereal magic, I use blood for the enchantments. Not only that, the librarian added. Blood binding is considered one of the most reliable bindings of all 4 spheres. Indeed, blood has the advantage of carrying a part of the user's life essence, which means the item is more closely bound than with other spheres. Mirio and Toshinori had to admit it was interesting. As Izuku instructed, the elder teen poured his blood in the container. Izuku immersed the bracelet in it and spoke. Alalo Iobla California talks, I bind this garment to him. The words always felt more eldritch when used as a full sentence. Simple words were merely strange, but entire formulas actually made him feel like he was casting a spell. The bracelet absorbed the blood, and Izuku could tell right away it was more resilient. When he tried to put it on, the item slipped from his wrist and, in fact, he felt like he had trouble merely holding it. Toshinori was the same. With Mirio, however, the bracelet neatly set on his wrist, neither too tight nor too loose, and not looking like it was about to leave. And now, try using permeation with your arm. Your clothes slip unless they are made from fibers grown from your hair, like your costume is. The bracelet is imbued with your blood. Permeation should affect it too. He was right. When Mirio phased his arm through the table, the bracelet didn't leave him, phasing along like it was a part of him. In a way, it was. Toshinori nodded. So, blood binding can be used to make sure young Tagata's equipment is affected by permeation. Good to know. Mirio grinned sheepishly. Guess I'll have to put my whole wardrobe through the process. This is gonna hurt. Not the slightest. The librarian reassured. A bucket of water in which you put a trickle of your blood will do just fine. Ah, good to know. We'll still need Izuku to enchant it, though. Yes. Only a magician can reliably perform an enchantment. If you tried on your own, even using the right words, since you aren't a mage and have in fact a low magical potential that isn't even attuned to the ethereal sphere, it would do nothing. Too bad. Ah, not a problem. As I said, I don't need magic. Izuku, Toshinori and the librarian all agreed. In 10 months, the blonde teen had made massive progress in the use of One for All, being able to use it at half power at all time. He still had a year in UA to complete his mastery, but that he had managed to go this far already remained impressive. Mirio looked at Izuku and grinned. He wasn't the only one who had made progress. Under the green-haired teen's clothes laid a slender yet deceptively strong musculature, born from his training at Dagoba Beach. Those who believed Izuku frail because he used spells would be in for a surprise, and, unlike Mirio, the boy used weapons as much as his fists. The Kugo and his cronies had tried to follow him to pierce his secret. Izuku had made sure they wouldn't succeed. Just to start with, he didn't go directly to Dagoba Beach. He went home first, and his bullies stopped there most of times. When they didn't, he used the Hermit Hand. If the cards weren't done rebooting by the time he reached the beach, he simply sparred with Mirio until they did. To this day, the explosive teen had no idea Izuku had a power of his own, or where his confidence came from, and Izuku wanted to keep it this way as long as he could. Toshinori nodded. So, ready for the entrance exam, my boy? As ready as I can be. Are you sure I can use my tools? Nizu gave his go-ahead. The teachers know as well. You wouldn't be penalized for using them. Izuku breathed. Unfortunately, without his tools, he was quirkless. He knew it, and it was why his scalpel was concealed in his shoe at all time. The day of the entrance exam, Mirio and Toshinori wished him luck as they left him before UA's entrance. Izuku looked at it. No Koch-chan in sight. Good. He took a step and fell on his knees. A glance told him it was the uneven brickwork. The teen rose and sighed. Let's hope it wasn't an ill omen. A little away, a brown-haired girl with a round face and blush stickers gave him a pained look. If only she'd been faster. The written exam passed in a blur. Izuku was confident he had answered everything correctly. The real challenge would be the fighting part of the exam. He wondered what they would be up against. Teachers, pros, robots. He moved along when President Mick made his introduction, excited to see the pro from so close. Unfortunately, he was the only one. One could hear a pin drop in the silence that followed. The team groaned and hid his face. That was an ill omen. I am in trouble. As the pro explained the exercise, he was interrupted by a buff teenager with glasses and a square jaw. May I ask a question? There are 4 villains on the handout, yet you only mentioned 3. This level of incompetence is unbecoming of a place like UA. And you, with the curly hair, stop muttering. You're disturbing everyone. Izuku buried his face in his arms. Not my lucky day. At all. Sorry for the muttering. He hadn't noticed he was doing it. Toshinori and Mirio teased him to no end over it, but generally, they didn't mind. In fact, Mirio had taken to trying to decipher his mumble. On average, Izuku estimated he got about 30% right most times, 40 in his best days. The girl huffed, silver hair covering part of her face as her arms bent in awkward positions. Actually, his muttering isn't a problem at all. In fact, it is rather informative, so long as you can understand it. You must be angry because you cannot make head or tails of it. If you did, you would have kept quiet and focused on listening. The buff teen abruptly turned to her. You can? The girl shrugged. I can. He, too, noticed the last opponent. The shape and the size, and the fact it wasn't mentioned among the valued villains, probably means it isn't meant to be fraught, and can be considered more of a hazard to amp the difficulty. After all, this is UA. Izuku blinked. That's the first time someone can understand me. President Mick confirmed. Indeed, this villain is called the zero-pointer and is completely worthless. It is also deadly enough you're safer running from it. Area hazard is perfectly accurate. Now, Izuku had to bite his lip when the pro shouted the school motto. He was already in hot waters for the introduction. As they left, he could see the buff teen looking embarrassed. He mentally prayed they wouldn't be in the same class. As they were taken to the various grounds, he was relieved to see him climb a different bus. The silver-haired girl, however, was with him. He gave her a smile. She returned it. As the gates opened, the teen checked his belt. The 2 decks were safely stored in their pouches. The signal was given. Izuku ran and drew 2 cards. 10 of hearts and strength. The teen combined them. Palinapi, the energy blade that emerged was bigger than he was. It was also completely made of energy except for the guard, so its weight was the only thing he had to worry about. The other contestants gave him a weird look as he started swinging the massive sword around, cutting through the machines like they were made of paper. For a full minute, he hacked any robot and reached like a berserker of Eld. Then the sword faded and the teen took his breath. Alright, that was a good start. Let's see next. He took his bone scalpel and engraved sigils on his arm. Bond, the sigil of energy, to power the others. Yuan, the sigil of time, to regenerate. Dawn, the sigil of movement, to go faster. Graph, the sigil of will, to endure. Tal, the sigil of knowledge, to be more aware. This is the entrance exam. Let's not get stingy on the buffs. Izuku felt the sigils power him, increasing his body's might above that of a regular human. As he prepared to draw, however, he noticed a girl who had been trapped under a pointer. Pushing the machine aside, he took his scalpel. Don't worry, he reassured her. It will only sting a little. She let him engrave Yuan on her arm. Slowly, her wounds vanished. Izuku didn't linger. In his head, a session with Mirio came back to mind. Pros are taught to privilege rescue above all else. Given the choice between catching a villain and saving a civilian, a good pro will always save the civilian. Really? Yes. Villains can be caught later. Civilians in trouble can risk their life, and this is something that cannot be recovered, hence why we aim to rescue first. He had a point, and Toshinori confirmed the fact. Izuku gripped the scalpel. He had chosen defensive blood magic because of his healing potential. So long as I keep a decent villain score, I doubt there's anything wrong with helping the others. After all, this is also part of being a hero. So, he went on, healing the contestants he met that needed it, while taking down any pointer that got close. He drew Gon and Yuan on the arm of a girl with a heavy ponytail and oddly revealing gym clothes. The girl then generated a cannon and blasted a 3-pointer with it. Then he drew 4 of diamonds and a moon and combined them. The Alpregors, burning darkness. 4 bursts of solid darkness sprung from the card and destroyed more pointers. Then a shadow loomed over him. Izuku turned to see a 3-pointer aiming at him. A wall of solid air manifested between him and the pointer, blocking the blow. Izuku lost no time drawing the devil and 7 of hearts and melting the machine. A friendly gesture, the wall-eyed brunette, and they were on their way. A 2-pointer was rushing toward a bird-headed boar. The teen drew 6 of clubs and the fool. Zongonyo, wind roar. The gust threw the robot off balance. The bird-headed teen summoned a living, bird-shaped shadow that hacked at the robot. The pair shared a thumb up before going their way. Then the ground shook. A shadow loomed. Smoke and dust rose as a titan of steel rolled in the street. Everyone froze. Then they ran, and Izuku had no shame admitting he was among them. After all, President Mick had clearly said it was an area hazard, and it was deadly enough they were better off running. So, he ran with everyone else. Right until he turned and saw a black-haired boy stuck under rubble. Then he bolted the other way. Too bad if it's an area hazard. Someone is in trouble and heroes rescue people. The teen had sharp teeth, and his skin was partially hardened, hence why he was merely stuck instead of being stuck and injured. Izuku reached for his decks. Please, be the world, please, be the world, please be the world. He drew the world, along with King of Hearts. Standing over the stuck teen, he brought both cards together and shouted, Azure Branst, glorious protection. And glorious, it was. A translucent force field shimmering with 1,000 colors appeared over the pair. The zero-pointer's mechanical fist outright bounced against the barrier. The machine reared and made a sound that felt like a roar before bringing both fists together. The barrier still didn't bulge. As it hammered the protection, Izuku gritted his teeth. I will not let you hurt him. He held the cards tighter. He would not yield. He had to protect the other teen. He couldn't yield. The exam would be over before the machine hurt them. As it was, they didn't have to wait that long. When they saw him resist the zero-pointer's assault, other contestants turned and glared at the machine. I don't know if I can take it on a boy with a speech bubble for head hummed, but I can distract it. He started making sounds of crashing and exploding that physically manifested and collided against the pointer. Though it didn't send it reeling, it did give it pause. The girl with thorn for hair let them flow in the ground. One who so selflessly stand between a villain and their target shouldn't have to do it alone. Hang on. We will stop that fiend. Thorns sprung from the ground in thick tendrils that wrapped themselves around the machine, holding it off. The shapely girl with a huge ponytail brought her cannon and started firing shot after shot, her quirk generating the ammo. A brawny boy with thick lips called the others. Open fire. Open fire. Take it out before the shield collapses. More contestants joined the group. The bird-headed teen sent his shadowy partner to assault the pointer. The woolly brunette added his own wind barrier to the force field. Others blasted the robot with fire, lightning, energy, rocks, whatever they would get their hands on. The brawny boy himself took a sip of liquid and buffed himself before throwing debris at the machine. It worked. After what felt like an eternity and mere seconds before the exam's end was announced, the zero-pointer stopped moving, all lights fading from its mechanical eyes. Everyone relaxed as President Mick's voice echoed. The test is over. The force field vanished. Izuku pushed the rubble, freeing the other boy. His hardened skin didn't have a scratch. Are you alright? Yeah, thanks. That was very manly of you. Izuku shrugged, a smile on his face. A friend told me heroes prioritize rescuing people. You needed help. I helped you. The boy returned the smile and held his arm. The other contestants gathered around them, worried. The pair reassured them. Yes, they were fine. Neither had a scratch, courtesy of a really tough hide and magical regeneration. When a recovery girl passed among them to provide healing, Izuku offered his help. The elder heroine kindly turned him down. The boy thus went home, wondering if his score had been high enough to pass. Meanwhile, the teachers were fiercely arguing. What are we going to do? Cementus painfully asked. Nearly half the contestants attacked the zero-pointer. We cannot give them all rescue points. This would screw the scores. This is unfortunately what we should do. Power Loader sighed. Their rallying and team up against the Executor definitely qualifies as rescue, and they successfully managed to take it down. They should be rewarded. Nezu raised his paws. 3 points for all of them. Not enough to significantly shift the scores, but noticeable enough to be a reward. Fair enough, I guess. President Mick chuckled. In the meantime, little listener's protection of that kid was amazing. I wanted to shout hell yeah when that force field appeared. And the thing didn't even bulge. The pointer hammered at it like no tomorrow, and the barrier didn't even shake. We are totally giving him rescue points for that stunt, right? Ectoplasm hummed. Contestant number 2702, Izuku Midoriya. The magical kid. From what we've seen during the exam, he spent a lot of time helping other contestants, both by healing them and protecting them. His rescue score is one of the highest, right behind Itsuka Kendo and Ichako Uraraka. His villain score, however, is nothing to write about. It's enough to make him pass, but that's it. Nezu closed his eyes. I seem to recall All Might saying he chose to study blood magic specifically for its defensive properties, and cardinal magic for the versatility it provided. Sure, he can go on the offensive as he demonstrated at the start. That was a big energy sword for a kid so small. Vlad King uttered, uneasy. But Midoriya seems to prefer focusing on rescue and support. A kind of heroic combat medic. Focused on helping, but perfectly able to take out a villain if needed. I like him already. Not every hero chooses this path. Eraserhead huffed. That, and his magic interests you. Why, of course. A lost art that no one has used in the past 2 centuries, with the potential of altering reality. Of course, this is interesting. And the one wielding it is just as much. No quirk. Alright, time to resurrect a long-forgotten practice. I should commend this boy for his tenacity alone. And his craftiness. The other teachers collectively sighed and looked at the ranking. 36 students had passed the test. In alphabetical order, they were Yuta Aoyama, Mina Ashido, Tsuyu Asui, Yusetsu Uwais, Kajiro Bando, Manga Fukudashi, Toru Higakure, Tenya Ide, Kyoka Jiro, Senator Kabar, Tageru Kamakiri, Denki Kaminari, Itsuka Kendo, Ijiro Kirishima, Koji Koda, Yu Kadai, Kinoko Komori, Shihai Kawaro, Minoru Mineta, Nido Manama, Mashirao Jiro, Hiryu Rin, Rikio Sato, Hanta Sero, Ibarra Shiozaki, Jiroda Shishida, Niranjeki Shoda, Meizo Shoji, Tetsu Fumikage Tokoyami, Pony Tsunatori, Kusei Tsubiraba, Achako Uraraka, Ryako Yanagi and Momoyo Irozu. Add to this the 4 students that passed the recommendation exam. Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Juzo Hananuki and Sasuna Tokage, and they had 40 students qualified to join the hero course. Midnight stretched her fingers. Now, for the funny part. Who goes where? All Might grimace. Seeing the perpetually smiling hero shift to a frown made more than a few teachers worry. For starter, young Bakugo and young Midoriya cannot be in the same class. We would have to expel one of them before the first day is over. Oh, why? Because they go to the same school. And young Midoriya is technically quirkless. And young Bakugo is his primary tormentor. The boy uses his bully's beatings as training for his blood magic. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. Why is the brat still in the roster, then? Nezu sighed. Because he was recommended by Hawks himself and passed the exam with flying colors. If we want to expel him, we need to wait until he joined us and demonstrated his ugly character. The underground pro grumbled. Send him to me. I'll keep him in check. Bakugo to class 1A, then. Very well. It's even better that Midoriya goes to class 1B, since Vlad King controls blood, and the boy's magic involves it. I have no issue with it. Vlad King approved. Next, send Todoroki with Bakugo. Endeavor and Hawks are friend. Here's to hoping the two will for a similar friendship, and send Juzo to class 1B. Ectoplasm suggested. My nephew is very kind and mellow. I'm sure he and Midoriya will become friends. Good idea. Next, Tokage in class 1B. Class 1 already has 2 recommended students. Present Mick hummed. Who was the boy Midoriya shielded? Ijiro Kirishima. He and Mina Ashido are classmates. Send them in class 1B. Little listener save Kirishima. Such events tend to create lasting bonds. Speaking of rescue, Tenya Ida saved Achako Uraraka from the 0-pointer. But I remember the little one. He yelled at Midoriya for being disturbing during the exam's introduction. Put them both in 1A. Approved. Anything else? All Might hummed and played the video of Izuku's face-off with the 0-pointer. Are there some who passed the exam? Yes, Ibarra Shiozaki, Manga Fukudashi, Momoyo Irozu, Rikito Sato, Kusei Tsubiraba and Fumikage Tokoyami. Send them along. President Mick frowned when he recognized a face among the videos. Wait, hold on. That girl with the silver hair and the telekinetic quirk. During the introduction, she called out the Ida boy for his interruption, and said she could understand Midoriya's mumbling. Nezu raised a brow. Her name is Ryako Yanagi. Fine, to class 1B she goes. Slowly, one student after the other, the 40 teens were divided. Kaworu and Komori are classmates. Tokoyami is already in class 1B. Send them to class 1A, and add Tetsu along. Kirishima already has a similar quirk. We got 2 foreigners. Hiryu Rin and Pony Tsunatori. Who goes where? 1A for Tsunatori. 1B for Rin. Manama has a copy quirk. I will take him. Your erasure wouldn't do much with him. Don't underestimate me, Vlad. Fine, I'll take Aoyama. In the end, class 1 had Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Achako Uraraka, Shihai Kawaro, Kinoko Komori, Tetsu, Yuga Aoyama, Pony Tsunatori, Koji Koda, Denki Kaminari, Tsuyu Asui, Niranjeki Shoda, Senator Kabar, Toru Higakure, Minoru Mineta, Kajiro Bando, Kyoka Jiro, Hanta Sero and Jiroda Shishida. Meanwhile, Class 1B had Izuku Midoriya, Juzo Hananuki, Sasuna Tokage, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ashido, Fumikage Tokoyami, Manga Fukudashi, Ibarra Shiozaki, Nido Manama, Kusei Tsubiraba, Rikio Sato, Hiryu Rin, Ryako Yanago, Mashirao Jiro, Yu Kadai, Itsuka Kendo, Momoyo Irozu, Meizo Shoji, Yusetsu Uwais and Tageru Kamakiri. All Might was so excited to send Izuku his acceptance letter he had to redo it 3 times. Izuku could barely hold his excitement as he put on his new uniform. He had been admitted. He had passed the entrance exam. Mirio's advice had helped in a way that, frankly speaking, he should have expected. President Mick hadn't mentioned rescue points, but, knowing the hero's job, it shouldn't have been surprising they graded contestants helping others. It had still surprised him, as had the score he raked. Villain points, 20. Rescue points, 60. Total score, 80. The highest. He had laughed almost manically when he had realized he, the quirkless kid, had gotten top score at the entrance exam. Meanwhile, his mother had nearly flooded their apartment with her tears. At Dagoba Beach, Toshinori and Mirio had warmly congratulated him, and they had even gone to get ice cream to celebrate. Now, the big day was there, and Izuku stood before the gate of UA. The place still felt as huge as before. One breath and, Izuku, here you are. Oh, senpai. Mirio waved at him. Izuku joined his side. So, what class did you get in? 1B. I know where it is. Follow me. Izuku followed the blonde through the corridors until they reached a massive door with 1.B written in large. This is where I leave you. Mirio smiled. Nejire and Tamaki are waiting for me. Good luck. Thanks. The teen closed his eyes and inhaled. Hopefully, Koch-chan and the guy with the glasses are in a different class. He pushed the door and was welcomed by an odd spectacle. Put your head back to your neck. It's creeping me out. Oh, Killjoy. The green-haired girl wired her head back to place, to the relief of the woolly brunette who gave a long breath. I know it's a quirk, but it's really creepy. And you say you can do it with any body part. Yup, BRR. Izuku found it cool. The quirk had a lot of applications, and he was eager to discuss it with the girl, who turned to another girl with huge assets. Glad to see you with us. I was worried you'd given up after you failed the recommendation exam. I considered it. The other girl admitted. I only went to the entrance exam because I had already signed, but I was really feeling down for my failure. And it's good you went because you ended passing. No hard feeling, none. I failed the recommendation exam through my own weakness. I am the only one responsible. The green-haired girl tapped her shoulder. Well, you're here now. Welcome in. Then she noticed him. She was in his face a moment later. A green bean. Hello. You're cute. Izuku was so flustered he couldn't put two words together. His new classmate snickered before a lipless teen held the girl back. Sasuna, easy. You're scaring him. You're not fun, Juzo. But still. He's cute. Right. Izuku looked away nervously, his face red. It was the first time anyone called him that. He found a spot in the back of the classroom and sat there, trying to make himself small. Yes, his class didn't have Koch-chan. Yes, he had magic so he actually had powers. Yes, he had scored highest at the entrance exam. But old habits were hard to break. The class slowly filled in, and he recognized several familiar faces among the newcomer. The busty girl with the ponytail was one of them, as was the bird-headed boy and the girl with vine for hair. However, when a boy with spiky red hair and saw-shaped teeth came to him, he was surprised. Do we know each other? The boy looked pained. You don't recognize me? His skin hardened to a familiar look. You saved me from the zero-pointer. Your barrier took everything the robot was throwing at us, while the others took it down. The look of the skin in the event mentioned finally jolted Izuku's memory. The teen blinked a few times. You got a new haircut. Your hair didn't look like that during the exam, yeah? The other teen confirmed. I wanted to celebrate being accepted with a change of style. New year, new me. Well, it fits you. Soon, everyone was present. Vlad King entered the room at last. Good morning. I am your homeroom teacher, Vlad King. Welcome to Class 1B. I will take you to the opening ceremony. Then we will have a quick apprehension test with the other hero class. Izuku held the urge to gush. As a blood-using hero, the teen naturally respected him. He doubted, however, that his classmates would take kindly to his muttering. So, he put a hand on his mouth and bit. The urge to ramble became even stronger after they entered the courtyard, and the rest of the UA staff came into view. All of them were pros. Izuku had to fight against himself to not squeal and ramble about them. The speech went on, every student listening with more or less intensity for about an hour and a half before being dismissed. This year, we are implementing a new feature. Dormitories. It isn't mandatory, but we know a lot of you come from far, and it will be easier for them to stay on campus. To those who chose that option, your affairs have been brought to your room. You will be given the afternoon to unpack. Izuku had decided to pick the dorms. He would miss his mom, but he still had 40 minutes of travel, and a full hour and 20 minutes to come and go back from school every day was a bit strenuous. Choosing what to bring had been a greater challenge than the entrance exam. He still had, and his suitcase was now waiting for him. He would add to it over the weeks, depending what was missing. Next step was getting their gym clothes and heading to the PE grounds. As Vlad King had said, they were with Class 1A. Izuku shuddered and hid behind his classmate with the hidden mouth and oddly shaped arms. He had spotted not only Bakugo but the tall teen with the glasses in the other class. Taking his scalpel from his shoe, he started engraving symbols in his skin. No one noticed him. 1A's homeroom teacher, which he barely managed to recognize as the underground pro racerhead, grumbled. Why did Nezu have both classes attend quirk and heroic training together? I had to spend an hour and a half listening to that rodent instead of getting straight to business. Vlad King shrugged. Don't ask me. You have your own way of teaching. Besides, the opening ceremony is not that uninteresting. They're here to be heroes. Our classes, yes. The others, no. Well, not all of them. You know there happens a Gen Ed student does well enough during the sport festival to graduate. The erasure hero shrugged and listed the different exercises. Izuku added a few buffs just in case, hiding himself from his classmates' views. Sasuna winked at Tenya. You got into? Yeah, Momo, look. Engine Boy also joined through the entrance exam. Tenya huffed and turned away. Momo walked to him. Good to see you got in as well. How are you? Still sour I couldn't pass the recommendation exam. I really wanted to make Big Brother proud. I know I managed to pass the regular entrance exam, but still, Tensei had hopes in me and I left him down. I'm bitter. Momo didn't answer. Her sponsor had been Best Jeanist, the fiber hero famous for his influence in fashion, and a good friend of the Yoyorozu family, and, as she dared to admit, somewhat of a surrogate uncle. She hadn't been happy either when she'd failed the exam, though his words had been supportive. She was there, now. And so was Tenya. They still had a chance to prove the faith of their sponsors hadn't been misplaced, even if they had only gotten in through the regular entrance exam. They started with the softball pitch. With his quirk, Deku sent the ball flying 705 meters away. One by one, the students of Class 1 and B threw the ball with their quirks, some getting genuinely creative, while others stretched the definition of launching to borderline cheating. Sasuna floating her hand as far as she could and then throwing the ball, definitely felt like that. Momo simply blew it away with a cannon. Izuku couldn't help but think maybe a grenade launcher would have been more practical. Tenya, meanwhile, kicked it with his engine-boosted leg. The girl with hooves and horns, Pony Tsunatori, stuck the ball to one of her horns and launched it. Yes, it counts. Vlad retorted to the short kid with balls for hair. The goal of the game is to launch the ball using your quirk. That's it. Launching, he says. Then one of his students, the silver-haired boy with eyebrows circling his eyes, noted the exercise was fun. Wrong answer. Eraserhead retorted with a devious grin. Fun? You think this is a game? Alright, new rule. Whoever ranks last will be expelled. The pro glared. This is a hero course, not a daycare. If you're here to have fun, might as well leave now. Hero business is dangerous, even deadly at times. It is not fun. Now, back at it. And trust me, I will make good on this threat. The students of Class 1 were like deer in the headlights. The students of Class 1B fearfully turned to their homeroom teacher. Vlad glared at Eraserhead and stood between him and his class. Not mine. It doesn't matter where you rank. Unless you do something serious, you are all staying. Izuku and his classmates breathed in relief. The team took the ball and went to the field. One quick glance told him Bakugo had noticed him. The blonde was staring at him in shock. This meant he had little time before the storm fell. Gripping the softball, Izuku threw it. He could feel the strength coursing through his veins, ethereal magic shaped by the sigils to enhance him. The ball fell 300 meters away. Bakugo was on him a moment later. You shitty nerd. Izuku mentally thanked himself for having added Graph and Yuen, both enhanced by Gon. The sigils of will and time, powered by energy, had a much stronger effect. His bully fell on him like a bat out of hell, his explosions scorching his skin and tearing his gym clothes. Izuku crossed his arms before him, grit his teeth and glared at teachers and students alike. Stay out of this. I got it. Bakugo raged. His victim endured. You shitty bastard. What the fuck was that? Where did you get this strength? Is it a quirk? It can't be. You're quirkless, Deku. Useless, powerless, defenseless, nobody who's not worth shit. You remember this, nerd. You're Deku. Defenseless Izuku. Know your fucking place. I don't know how you cheated to get here, but you have nothing to do in the hero course. Nothing. You aren't a hero and you'll never be. You're powerless and useless. Remember? Deku. Put it in your fucking head, nerd. The pummeling stopped. Izuku breathed, dusted himself and checked his injuries. Hey, we're already healing. Done ranting Koch-chan. He carved Yuen on his skin, reinforcing the effect. This time, everyone saw him act. Bakugo blinked. Affik is that, my power. You're right, Koch-chan. I am quirkless. But I am no longer powerless. There are powers out there besides quirks. They have simply been forgotten over the years. That's why I'm teaching myself how to use them. Because, as far as I know, there are no other mages out there to teach me. Everyone but the teachers froze. Did you just say mages? Yes. I am a mage. A blood and cardinal mage, to be exact. I carve sigils on my skin to heal and enhance myself and use handmade cards to cast spells with various effects. Since I have no quirk, I need to compensate somehow. I do it with magic. Bakugo's fist struck his jaw. Then fucking stop. You were born powerless. Deal with it and stay where you belong, nerd. You have nothing to do there. Izuku shrugged. The bruise was almost gone. In the book I found, the author wrote that magic is the art of telling reality how to behave. Reality said I had no power, and thus was useless. I will use magic to tell reality it's wrong. I have powers, and I will use them to save others. His voice was steady and even. Despite the wounds, the bruises and the burns, the teen remained steadfast. Unyielding. One of Bakugo's classmates scoffed. In other words, you're cheating. It's not like I have a choice. I am quirkless. Got even the odds somehow. Bakugo was beyond livid. You fucking shitty. How dared he? How dared the bloody nerd try to rise above his station? How dare he think he was something when the world told him he wasn't? Izuku was quirkless. This meant he had no power. He had no worth. He was nothing. A pebble, to be stomped on and crushed to dust. But the nerd hadn't accepted it. He had found a power that wasn't a quirk. He had taken said power and made it his. This was simply unforgivable. The nerd was trying to rise above his station, trying to become something he wasn't meant to be. This isn't right. The world isn't right, Koch-chan. It's the job of heroes to right those wrongs. This is not what I meant, nerd. You're trying to become something you're not. Just fucking stop. Make me. Bakugo roared and raised a fist. The spiky RD to Jiro Kirishima. He had introduced himself as they changed clothes step before Izuku, skin hard as a rock. The blow made him stagger, but he didn't yield. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Izuku. During the entrance exam, you summoned a barrier to protect me. My turn to be your shield. The girl with thorns for hair, Ibara Shiozaki, stepped to Ijiro's side. The blood of the lamb shall not be shed in vain. If every drop he spills means our salvation, it is our duty to make them count. Their thorns sprung from the ground, and Bakugo had to take several steps back to avoid them. Nido Monoma, the blonde copycat, copied Ijiro's quirk and joined them. You know what? I like you. No quirk. No problem, I'll just resurrect a long-forgotten kind of power, no big deal. Any chance I could learn it too? Unless I copied a proper quirk, I'm pretty much quirkless myself. Tokoyami, the bird-headed teen, summoned his partner. We remember you from the entrance exam. You fought with us. A bond forged in blood is not easily broken. Ours remains strong. Dark Shadow, Revel. The entity of living darkness shrieked as it appeared. One by one, the 1B students joined the group. Soon, all were standing between Izuku and Bakugo. The message was clear. If the explosive blonde wanted to hurt the young mage, he would have to go through them. A lot of them had highly personal reasons to support the green-haired teen. Bakugo was forced to relent. You're still a cheating nobody, Deku. Don't let it get to your head. If it wasn't for that stupid magic, you'd still be a useless nerd, a pebble in my path. His glare was venomous. You'll need more than parlor tricks to match me. I'm the best, got it. Always was. I was always better than you, and it's not gonna change. You should have stayed where you belong. Izuku's glare was like steel. I alone decide where I belong. I learned magic specifically so I could make that choice, and that you made it this far speaks volumes about your skills and tenacity. Momo finished. The exercises started again. Vlad sighed. And All Might warned us about not putting them in the same room. He was dead right. Can't be helped. Eraserhead grumbled. At least, we have proof of Bakugo's ugly character. I will have a firm talk with him when the lesson is over. Izuku did decently during the standing long jump. However, his classmate Yusetsu Wei spiffed the landing and stumbled. When he tried to stand, a jolt of pain crossed his leg and made him yelp. Izuku was at his side the next moment. Which ankle? The left. I think it's sprained. Ow. Hang on, it will sting a little. He took his bone scalpel. Awei shuddered when it neared his skin and looked away as Izuku carved Yuen. He was right, it did hurt. About as much as getting a jab. But then, the pain faded and he could feel almost physically as his ankle mended itself. It took only a handful of minutes for the sprain to vanish. What was that? Offensive blood magic. It works by carving Inachian sigils in the skin with a bone tool. The sigil I carved is Yuen, the sigil of time. One of its meanings is to renew, hence why it's used for healing. Other sigils give different enhancements. Think you could use them to boost me, no? Vlad King glared. This is a quirk assessment test. It is meant to show how far you can go using your quirks. Doping, be it with chemicals of enhancing magic, is strictly forbidden. Midoriya can boost himself because the magic is his and yes, he can use it to heal you. But that's it. Healing only. Yes, sensei. Izuku meekly said. So, magical enhancement was out. But healing was fair. The 1B students had no issue pushing themselves further. It didn't matter that they got hurt for their trouble. They had a healer on hand. They could afford it. Vlad King soon noticed the loophole abused and sighed. It's going to be one of those classes. Eraserhead fully agreed. Problem children. All of them. The whole bloody lot. Those 3 years were going to be long. In the end, no one was expelled. Though he had meant to do it, the reason the underground pro expelled students was because they had no potential. His current class had it. Yes, even Minoru Mineta, who had ranked dead last. Between wanting to impress the ladies and not wanting to be outdone by Class 1B, the short teen had given his all. Eraserhead could respect that, if anything, even though he would have to keep an eye on him. The brat seemed to have a pervert streak. Even though they were dying to ask more about his magic, Izuku's classmates had the decency to wait after they were done dressing. That didn't mean they asked no question. That explosive Pomeranian gave you one hell of a beating. Awei snorted. Are you alright? Don't worry, it's not the worst he gave me. Really? Yes. I was conscious at the end. The whole class was silent. Wait. Kamakiri said slowly. You were actually telling us that blonde bomber guy once beat you to unconsciousness. Not once. It happened several times. Izuku shrugged. Actually, those beatings make good exercise for blood magic. I know the sigils by heart now, and they also taught me to calibrate the effect, what beating required only Yuen, what required graph, and which needed Gon on top of it. And your teachers did nothing. I was just a useless quirkless kid. They didn't care, right? The green-haired teen used magic, not a quirk. Different origins, but both were powers all the same. Kamakiri laughed. I'm starting to like you. You use beatings as training sessions, learn a new power all on your own, just because you don't have one, spit in the face of reality, and you're not afraid of a little pain. You're hardcore. The bar growled. I am more worried about the fact his teachers did nothing to help him. Sure, he was quirkless, but he was one of their students. They had a duty to help him and failed it thoroughly. Izuku looked away. I don't have a quirk. As far as society is concerned, I'm worthless. And he was at a loss. I don't know. That's the way it is. Your power is your worth. No power, no worth. I have magic now, but in the past, I had no power of any kind. Ergo, I was worthless. The bar's hair danced angrily. How uncaring. Have these people never heard of compassion? The teen didn't answer. It's in the past, anyway. We are in UA. The teachers seem better than the ones in my previous schools. That does in no way excuse your former teacher's misbehavior. God teaches us forgiveness, but some people really don't make it easy. Turn the other cheek, easier said than done when they so blatantly ignore the pleas of their charges. Wish they got what they deserve. Shinto is heavy on karma, right? Bite them in the bottoms, I'd like to see that, she was muttering. Izuku decided to abandon the subject and finish changing. The rest of his classmates were also speaking quietly and, from the tones they use, they weren't happy either. It surprised him. As far as he was concerned, such attitude was a fact of life. Things were like that and that was it. He had learned magic to give himself powers and thus become equal to everyone, but that society's attitude toward his powerless self outraged his classmates was really unexpected. Lunch, courtesy of Lunch Rush, was amazing. When the afternoon rolled, it was time to head to the dorms and set their room. Izuku glanced at his classmates. Yuzo Hananuki, Sasuna Tokichi, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ashido, Fumikage Tokoyami, Ibara Shiozaki, Nido Manama, Kasei Tsubiraba, Rikido Sato, Ryako Yanagi, Itsuka Kendo, Momo Yoirozu and Yusetsu Uesu had chosen to be full boarders, leaving only Manga Fukudashi, Hiryurin, Mashirao Jiro, Yukadai, Meizo Shoji and Tageru Kamakiri as day boarders. The dormitories were at Heights Alliance and divided into 4 floors of 5 people, the boys left and the girls right. Sure, not all rooms were occupied, but the UA staff had decided to be cautious and plan in case of an entire class going full boarder. The students looked at the plan. Well, the first floor had the kitchen and common room, second floor had Izuku, Nido and Fumikage for the boys and Momo and Sasuna for the girls, third floor had Juzo, Yusetsu and Ichiro for the boys, and Mina and Ibara for the girls, and fourth floor had Kasei and Rikido for the boys and Ryako and Itsuka for the girls. The students lost no time setting their room. Izuku looked at his room. He had taken a handful of hero posters and figurines, the rest being made of books. Almost nothing told about his study of magic except for the books directly dedicated to it. He glanced at his calendar. April 8th. He had 2 months to complete All Might's birthday gift. He already knew what he wanted to make. A necklace, not in gold since he wasn't skilled enough yet, but in brass, polished to look like gold. It would be made of links holding a single medallion on which 8 gems were set. The gems would be rock crystal, sapphire, ruby, peridot, amber, rose quartz, amethyst and citrine, set in a circle and connected by a silver line, probably in nickel silver. It would take time, especially the links of the chain. Brass was easy to work, but links the size he wanted were delicate to craft. He decided to start with the easiest part, the medallion. Taking his key, he went to the library. Does anyone have Midoriya's number? The answer was no. The green-haired teen was nowhere to be found, and his classmates didn't know how to reach him. This was more than a little problematic when they wanted to have a dorm room contest. They decided to call Vlad King. Midoriya has gone missing. We can't find him anywhere. Nido explained, anxiety in his voice. Vlad had the boy's number. However, when he called him, his phone didn't find the boy. He decided to turn to All Might. Fortunately, the symbol of peace seemed to know. If not even his phone can be reached, there is only one place he can be. I will send young Tagada. And so, Mirio showed up to Class 1B's dorms. All Might said you can't find Mido. Yes. Vlad King confirmed. We can't even reach his phone. Mirio nodded and took the key All Might had given him. One twist in the common room's door and it opened to reveal the library. The students couldn't help but marvel at the size of the place. Well, what is this place? The library. The place where Mido gets most of his knowledge of magic. It's in a pocket dimension, which explained why phones didn't reach. They flinched slightly when the librarian appeared. Mirio didn't. Hey there. Where's Mido? At the craft station. He has finished the medallion for All Might's gift. Mirio held a chuckle. Ah. He's crafting. No wonder he didn't see time fly. You say it as if it's a regular occurrence. Momo noted. It is. They found Izuku in the crafting room, busy polishing a disc of brass until it shone like gold. Mirio cleared his throat. He took it as a good point that the teen didn't jump. Senpai. Yup. Your classmates were looking for you but couldn't reach you. They called me an All Might. This time, Izuku did jump. Wow, sorry. I totally forgot phones don't answer in the library. Leave the door open next time. Vlad King grumbled. Even if we can't reach you, we can still find you. Izuku had the decency to look sheepish. Momo looked around. So, this place is entirely dedicated to magic. Impressive. I can't begin to fathom the work that was put in it. Well, for starter, space. Then time so the documents would rewind themselves to shape. Then necromancy to bind the spirits. Restoration, of course. And many others, but these are the most important. Sasuna looked at her homeroom teacher. Magic lessons when, sensei. Lad outright growled. Not before several months. We need to assess what Midoriya can do and figure how magic works in the first place. Once we know more about the matter, then we will consider whether or not other students should learn. If it happens, you can already sign me up. She wasn't the only one thinking so. More than a few of Izuku's classmates were, if not interested in learning magic, at least curious to know more. Izuku dutifully handed his homeroom teacher a key to the library. This way, you won't have to call All Mighter Senpai if I go missing. I'll probably be there. Thank you. They ended having their dorm room contest. Sato won by way of cake. Go compete with that. The following days were, for all intent and purpose, average school day. English, Japanese, math and history were taught among other, except it was pro-heroes doing the teaching. Izuku bit his lips almost enough to draw blood so he wouldn't mumble. Each pro was well known, and talking about their quirk would have been really interesting, but he wasn't sure his classmates would appreciate the noise. So, he held himself like an urge to go to the bathroom. As soon as recess was there and he was alone, however, he let it out, took his notebook and wrote page after page. Just because he had a different source of power didn't mean he had lost interest in quirks. When lunch rolled, he took his platter and found a quiet and lonely spot to eat, or he joined Mario and his friends, Tamaki and Nejire. The blonde was the only person he completely trusted in this school. His classmates, he was still uncertain. Sure, they had caring and interest, but Izuku knew all too well how people wore masks. Everyone had their secrets. And, besides, old habits die hard, and his habits were to be cautious around his classmates. They noticed. And, given they had all seen Bakugo's beatdown of their comrade, they all had a fairly solid idea why. Ibarra was silently enraged. Ijiro felt protective. Momo wanted to help him. Nito understood. All wanted to do something, to earn his trust somehow. That day, during recess, Izuku took his cards and started playing with them. Tokoyami looked at them. The major arcana. People often use them to divine the future. I wonder. Can you do it as well? Izuku hummed. Divination is actually a path of the celestial sphere. I think the other spheres have their own means of predicting the future, but they are much less accurate than divination, and more prone to interpretation. He looked at his cards. I don't know. I never tried before. The book on cardinal magic describes a way to do it, but it outright says the predictions can have various meanings, and it's easy to be mistaken. Then entertain me. The magic you use is dark, yet you use it for good. I am curious. Izuku shrugged and shuffled the 22 cards. Divination with the major arcana is a bit complicated. First, you need to ask a question and an open one, not one whose answer is yes or no. Alright. Let me think. We have heroic course with class 1 tomorrow. How will it unfold? Izuku nodded. The question was valid. Next, I will draw 6 cards in a cross pattern. Each card has a meaning, but remember said meaning is open to interpretation. Depending the context, it can have different senses. Duly noted. The first card he drew was the world. The first card is the basic situation, generally the person asking the question. Tokoyami nodded. Izuku drew again. It was temperance. He put it above the world. The second card is the context of the question. He drew 2 cards, the Hanged Man and the Emperor, and put them on both sides of the world. The third and fourth cards represent a decision to make, a choice offered to the person asking. Tokoyami nodded. He could feel his curiosity growing. What did the cards mean? Izuku drew, and what he got made him frown. He put the reverse tower beneath the world. The fifth card represents a warning, something the one questioning should be mindful of when acting. Reverse cards almost always have negative meanings. He drew one last card, the Fool, and put it under the reverse tower. The sixth and final card represents a certainty, something that will happen regardless of the choices you make. Whatever you do, you can be sure whatever it omens will come true. Tokoyami nodded. And so, your draw is complete. Now, what do the cards mean? Izuku caressed the world. Globally speaking, the world means generality. It's an event which affects everyone, but its positive meanings are gathering and fulfillment, while its negative meanings are incompletion and banality. In the context of your question, I think it means both of our classes. The prediction will affect all of us, a not unexpected signification. The others. Temperance means a message or understanding, but it can also mean miscommunication or dwelling on something. In the context, I think it means a lesson. The lesson we'll have. This sounds fairly logical. Next, Izuku frowned. The Hanged Man and the Emperor are either or. The Hanged Man can mean sacrifice and letting go, or laziness and loss of control. The Emperor, meanwhile, means either authority and common sense, or it can mean harshness and opposition. If you ask me, at the top of my hat, I have no clue. Fair enough. Next, Izuku actually glared at the reverse tower. The tower can mean upheaval and a breaking point, but it can also mean release and cleansing, or it can mean a crisis or fall. Since it's inverted, I don't think the omen is positive. I'll go for a crisis. Dark omen indeed. But, as you said, the meaning is open to interpretation, especially since we lack the meanings of the Hanged Man and the Emperor. Now, the last card. The Fool. It can mean a journey or a visitor, but it can also mean futility and distraction. It's straight, so the meaning should be positive. What it is, though sorry. Predicting the future isn't my magic specialty, and the arcana is especially prone to interpretation. We got half the keys in hand. Tokoyami reassured. Our classes will have a lesson in common, and a critical situation will happen. Let us remember the 3 cards and figure them out when it happens. Sounds wise. Vlad King and a handful of their classmates had caught the event. The Blood Hero silently wondered what it omened for the next day. That Thursday, All Might came in dressed in his Silver Age costume, as bombastic as ever. As expected, with Vlad King in the Racerhead, they would have battle training. They gathered in the changing room and put on their costumes. Izuku nodded. Unfortunately, there had been no way to craft armor plating out of bone, so he had done without it. His outfit was a black shirt and dark green pants with knee-high white boots and a white-hooded long coat, complete with green fingerless gloves. The long coat, however, was lined with green triangles at the bottom, on the sleeves and around the hood, and a green utility belt with a silver buckle that spotted a green cross closed it. The boots were similarly lined with triangles at the top, and a green tissue strap was tied by silver clasps around the ankle. His decks were tied at the belt, and the sheath of his knife safely hung in the small of his back, right atop the belt bag, which contained, among others, snacks and a first aid kit. All in all, he was quite proud of the design. The message was clear. He was a healer. The Wace gave him a look. You remind me of White Mages. White Mages, a healer class in Final Fantasy. The biggest difference is that the triangles are red. I didn't know. The teen's outfit was mostly brown with armor on the chest and shoulders. Izuku looked at the others. Monoma looked rather stylish in his tuxedo, but did Yuirozu really have to show so much skin? If she needed space to make her creations appear, she could have gone with self-healing fabric. Kirishima's outfit was nearly as much revealing, especially on top, but he had the excuse of hardening making him tougher. They got out of the dressing room and looked at Class 1A, who had finished changing. The 2 classes assessed each other, the sparks of rivalry silently growing. If anybody asked, Izuku would gladly admit the girl in the pink astronaut suit was quite pretty, and the beastman with the glasses looked rather fluffy. Bakugo, on the other hand, looked fierce. He couldn't help but shrink on reflex at his vicious grin. Kirishima noticed and stood before him. Izuku felt silently grateful. The exercise, as All Might explained, would be an indoor struggle for a fate bomb between one team of heroes and one team of villains. Teams would be drawn by lots within classes, then 1-1 a team would be pitted against 1-1B team. This time, who would be the hero and who would be the villain would be settled by a coin toss. It took a bit of time, but, in the end, the teams were set. In Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki was with Kajiro Bando, Katsuki Bakugo paired with Tenya Iida, Achako Uraraka was teamed with Tetsu, Tsuyu Asui was to work with Jiroda Shishida, Pony Tsunatori teamed up with Denki Kaminari, Minoru Mineta was with Kyoka Jiro, Shihiko Waro had to work with Yuga Aoyama, Kanoko Komori was with Koji Koda, Niranjeki Shota teamed with Senator Kabara and Toru Higakure was paired with Hantasero. In Class 1B, Izuku Midoriya teamed with Nido Monoma, Ibara Shiozaki worked with Isetsuwa Wace, Itsuka Kendo was with Momo Yoirozu, Meizo Shoji was to work with Yui Kadai, Rakido Sato teamed up with Sasuna Tokage, Fumikage Tokoyami was paired with Ryako Yanagi, Hiryu Rin was with Manga Fukudashi, Mina Ashido teamed up with Kasei Tsubiraba, Masao Ojiro had to work with Ejiro Kirishima, and Tageru Kamakiri was with Yuzo Hananuki. Each pair gave each other a look. Some pairings actually got along, notably Tokoyami and Yanagi, who shared a knowing look. Izuku wasn't surprised. The pair had a mutual fondness for spooky and gloomy matters, and it had become a regular occurrence at the dorms to see them read scary stories together. Other pairings were more difficult. Mineta was pouting, his back turned to Jiro. Why did I have to end with the dashboard? The girl nearly poked him for that. The only reason she didn't was because of the teacher's presence. Then the opposing teams were set and their roles determined. Villainous Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida against heroic Izuku Midoriya and Nido Monoma. Heroic Shoto Todoroki and Kajiro Bando against villainous Ibara Shiozaki and Yusetsu Wace. Heroic Achako Uraraka and Tetsu against villainous Hiryu Rin and Manga Fukudashi. Villainous Tsuyu Asui and Jiroda Shishida against heroic Fumikage Tokoyami and Ryako Yanagi. Villainous Pony Tsunatori and Denki Kaminari against heroic Rakido Sato and Sasuna Tokage. Heroic Minoru Mineta and Kyoka Jiro against villainous Itsuka Kendo and Momo Yoirozu. Heroic Shihiko Waro and Yuga Aoyama against villainous Meizo Shoji and Yui Kadai. Villainous Kanoko Komori and Koji Koda against heroic Mina Ashido and Kasei Tsubiraba. Heroic Niranjeki Shota and Senator Kabara against villainous Masahiro Ojiro and Ejiro Kirishima. Villainous Toru Higakure and Hantasero against heroic Tageru Kamakiri and Juzo Hananuki. When he saw Izuku was against Bakugo, All Might almost made him switch teams. Aizawa held him and glared at the blonde teen. Bakugo, if Midoriya has to see a recovery girl because of you, I will put you in detention. Understood. What do you care? The nerd can take it. You've seen it and he said so himself. He learned that shitty parlor trick just so he can take a beating. The pro's cloth wrapped him tight. Aizawa glared down, erasure active. This isn't the issue. The issue is that you are a brute and a bully, and he is one of your main victims. It stops. right now. Heroes are not bullies, they protect people. You never protected anyone in your life. Please. Deku scoffed. Heroes win. That's what they do. And me, I'm a winner. That's what I do. Whatever people put in my path, I beat it and win. The bindings tightened and the team gasped. As always, glare intensified. We win, yes. Because we have to. The bindings finally released the blonde. Because failure on our side will result in a villain escaping, in people getting hurt. We cannot afford to lose. We don't win because we are heroes. We are heroes, so we have to win. There's a difference, problem child. The sooner you learn it, the better. Deku grumbled but said nothing. None of the students spoke either. Nito and Izuku instantly started talking about quirks. In order to copy a quirk, I have to touch someone. Nito explained. I can copy 3 quirks at the same time, but I can't use them at once. Now, since you're quirkless and I only hold a quirk for 5 minutes, it's going to be complicated, but offensive blood magic specializes in enhancement. Izuku reassured. Depending which sigil I use, I can make them last from 10 minutes to an hour, so you won't be defenseless. Also, you said you have to touch someone. Does it work if it's just a hair, blood drops or bit of nail? Nito hesitated. I don't know. I always touch people to copy them. Also, I can't copy mutation quirks and quirks that require stockpiling, well they're kind of a dud. I can't stockpile enough in 5 minutes to make them efficient. Izuku nodded and went to Kirishima. Nito didn't hear them, but he saw the spiky Redeed hand the mage a lock of hair with a grin. Izuku handed Nito the lock. The blonde teen held it. His eyes widened. It works. Izuku nodded. Wait here. I'll get more. Nito pocketed the red lock preciously, as the green-haired teen walked first to Kendo and then to Hananuki. Both handed him strands of their hair. Hardening is easy to replicate with the right sigils, though I doubt their effect will be as powerful. Big Fist and Softening, on the other hand, I can't replicate them. Why them? Because we are against Iida and Bakugo. Iida has engines for legs. I noticed them during the quirk assessment trials. He is more mobile than nearly everyone in both classes, and his kicks back a punch. Bakugo, on the other hand, generates explosions at will. You've seen them. Nito nodded. Izuku leaned closer. Hardening in my buffs to let you resist Bakugo's explosions and Iida's kicks. Big Fist to return the hits. Softening to hamper Iida's mobility. Works for me. Vlad managed to hear them and shuddered. The quirkless magician was surprisingly smart when it came to quirks. All Might then told them the order of the teams. Bakugo Iida Monomamidoriya was the first to go. Eraserhead held his binding cloth tight. Well, this is going to be interesting. All Might and Vlad King both agreed. Some people are going to learn really quickly why putting the copycat and the quirk analyst in the same team is a bad idea. Eraserhead is right. This is going to be interesting. The villains had 5 minutes to set their defenses. This, however, gave the heroes 5 minutes to come with a plan. Nito tested the 3 quirks he had copied. Big Fist and Hardening were fairly straightforward. Softening, on the other hand, required a bit more practice. He softened the ground with his hands and feet to get used to it. So, do you know how we'll proceed? Nito turned to Izuku. You don't, no? I'm not exactly one to make plans. The team looked at his cards. Cardinal magic is random. I cannot consciously decide to draw a card. If I force pick one, the magic snaps right after I use it, and takes between 10 minutes to an hour to reboot. As a result, when I fight with cardinal magic, I need to adapt to the situation on the fly, and make the best of my draws. That's not a fighting style which encourages planning. Yeah, when you put it like that your blood magic sounds much more reliable in comparison. Izuku frowned and picked the major arcana, which he spread on the ground. Then he explained each of the cards' effect. 0, the Fool. Zongonyo, Wind Roar, Wind Gale. 1, the Magician. Mulvilanchi, surges power, increases magic reserves. 2, the High Priestess. Odo Authority, weave peace, calm everyone. 3, the Empress. Abrasamyan, provide continuance, next spell lasts longer. 4, the Emperor. Darbs tu Bilo, obey my voice, mind control. 5, the Hierophant. Muraful Nef, courage within, morale boost. 6, the Lovers. Mekath Perio, restore the body, healing. 7, the Chariot. Aa Go Hesperium, Run, teleportation. 8, Justice. Afayujir, empty strength, weakens the target. 9, the Hermit. Uran IP, see not, furtivity. 10, the Wheel of Fortune. Blugatol, give all, draw again, as many as the minor number. 11, strength. Palanapi, Twilight Sword, Energy Blade. 12, the Hangman. Alarvanfo, bind up wrath, binding restraints. 13, death. Onanul Estelle, remove help, erases enhancements. 14, temperance. Nix Lida, sacred water, water burst. 15, the devil. Adberpurgil, awaken fire, flame burst. 16, the tower. Izarkavavavo, bring the thunder, chain lightning. 17, the star. Adapaneorvi, cast down a star, meteor drop. 18, the moon. The Alpergores, burning darkness, shadow burst. 19, the sun. Amma Opert, curse light, solar beam. 20, judgment. Mikma Babylon, behold wickedness, reveals hidden things. 21, the world. Blizzard Bransg, glorious protection, full force field. As for the minor arcana, Hearts amplify, diamonds multiply, clubs increase the reach, and spades invert the effect. Nito blinked several times. Less reliable but much stronger, and much more versatile. A shame about the randomness, yep. I set my fighting style around weakening opponents with cardinal magic, before enhancing myself with blood magic, and finishing them from up close. I learned swordsmanship on my own, and Mirio-senpai taught me hand-to-hand. Nito had to concede his partner's reasoning was sound. Izuku looked at him. So, do you have a plan? Because mine is simply sneaking in and fighting them if we meet. The blonde copycat glared at the building. We are going to be sneaky, yes. But we are going to sneak out. He walked to the building and touched its wall. A spot the size of his hand softened enough he could cling to it. Izuku instantly understood. You're going to scale it? Yes, while carrying you. They will look for us inside the building. We will make our way from the outside. Softening will allow me to make handholds, and, if I fall, hardening should protect me and hopefully cushion you. I'll enhance you. Hold your arm. Also, Chariot doesn't preserve momentum. The moment something is teleported by it, it stops moving. If we fall, I'll force draw it and we'll make our way in the old-fashioned way. Given the drawback of forcing a draw, Nito would rather they didn't resort to it. Izuku took his arm and carved bleeding sigils with his scalpel. Bond, Yuan, Dawn, Graph, and A Tal no. Not Tal. GISG, the sigil of balance, to adjust and steady his movements. Nito watched his partner connect each sigil with a line that ran from the inside of his arm to his wrist and a little on the top. How do you know how long the effect will last? I don't really. On average, it lasts 10 minutes, but the fight may last longer than that. If we're unlucky, yeah. He carved a K with a small leg in the middle at the start of a chain. Ah, the sigil of causation. Then I mentally set a specific effect. He held the blonde's arm and focused his magic to activate the sigils. 20 minutes. It must last 20 minutes. A chain glowed red as the ethereal energy ran through the line and activated each sigil, which faded soon after. Nito shuddered. Wow. It feels great. Whoa, I can feel the magic in my veins, and I can feel how it makes me stronger. This is incredible. I never felt so good before. He turned to the wall and smirked. Hang on tight. This will be cakewalk. Izuku dutifully set himself on his back. It took Nito 1 minute to find his stride. It took him 2 to reach the floor where the bomb was kept. In the watch room, Hananuki blinked. I'll be honest. I never thought about using my quirk for climbing. Thanks to GISG improving his sense of balance, Nito didn't fall. The pair peered through the window. Iida was guarding the bomb alone. Izuku frowned. Bakugo must be looking for us in the levels below. Let's act swiftly, then. This room has a lot of blind spots. We can easily hide. Breaking the window is going to make noise, though. You won't have to break it, not like that. Izuku grinned. Use softening on the frame and throw it away. We're on the 5th floor. By the time it crashes on the ground, we will be long hidden. If he hears it, Iida will check it out, leaving the bomb unguarded. We'll sneak in his back and claim victory with neither hero the wiser. Clever. He quickly softened the wall around the window and removed it, then slipped inside and hid. As expected, the crashing drew Iida's attention a few seconds later. The engine-legged T noticed the missing window and, as expected, went to check. He didn't notice either Nito or Izuku. Izuku drew 2 cards. It was a hermit and 2 of diamonds. Perfect. Holding his arm, he let his partner grab it and activated the arcana. In the watch room, everyone gasped. Manama. Midoriya. Where are you? You just vanished. Guys. Izuku blinked in surprise. Apparently, the hermit's perception filter did work through cameras. He and Nito tiptoed to the bomb. Nito looked around, surprised. Bakugo. Manama and Midoriya used a stealth ability to go unnoticed. Be on your guard. What? The bloody nerd can do that. When I get my hands on him. Not 10 seconds had gone when the arcana's effect dissipated. The armored teenager caught the 2, who had felt the spell vanish and had turned to him. Several things happened at once. Iida ran toward the pair, fully intent to catch them. Nito and Izuku bolted for the bomb. Iida was faster. Izuku reflexively pushed Nito out of his way. Nito reflexively activated hardening. This cushioned his fall. At the same time, Izuku had narrowly dodged Iida. Iida's targets being out of his way, there was nothing stopping him, nothing except the fake bomb. He tried to stop. He really did. But momentum is a harsh mistress. He careened in the bomb, sending it flying while completely losing balance and tripping on his feet. Get him? Izuku screamed. Nito reacted in a split second, switched hardening for Big Fist, and, enhanced by Izuku's sigils, tackled the now downed Iida. At the same time, Izuku leaped and hugged the bomb. I got it. Bakugo entered the room to find a dazed Iida pinned by Nito's 2 massive hands and Izuku, clinging to the fake bomb for dear life. Traffic happened here. Heroes win. Right on cue, a silly music started playing on the loudspeakers. It took Nito a moment to recognize the theme of Curb Your Enthusiasm. In the watch room, Sasuna was standing a little too close to the microphones. As such, when her phone started ringing, the students in the building heard it. The girl grinned sheepishly. Sorry, it's my parents. She dug through the pouch on her belt and opened the line. Hey mom. Can you call me later? I'm in the middle of class. Okay, I'll call when I got a break. See you. Awais raised a brow. You got the fail song as your ringtone. My parents' ringtone. We like to joke it was their reaction when I was born. How exactly were you born that made your parents react like that? Don't ask. In the end, best player was hard to decide. Izuku's preparations and quick thinking had helped as much as Nito's plan and clever use of his partner's buffs. Kakugo was fuming about shitty cheating parlor tricks, but nobody minded. Next group to go was Shiozaki Awais Todoroki Bano. Ibarra quickly filled the room with a maze of thorns. Her partner was going to sneak in the maze to try and ambush their opponents. The building froze. Yusetsu stared in shock as frost crept on the walls and the ground. Get us in the air, now. Ibarra obliged, using her vines to keep the two of them in the air, as the rest of the building was frozen. The teen blinked. He froze the whole place single-handedly. Son of endeavor indeed. Ibarra looked grimly. He truly is the horseman of famine. His ice withers all life and leaves naught but cold death in his path. Then they noticed the thorn maze had frozen. Yusetsu grinned. Oh, they are going to hate it. Let's move to the bomb room and barricade the door. We'll see if they reach us in time. They moved to the bomb, and the girl wrapped her thorns tightly against the entrance. Then she built a cocoon for her partner and herself. Seeing her shiver, Yusetsu removed his breastplate and gave her his sweater. Ibarra gladly put it on. Then they laid in each other's arms. The coal was hanging in the air, and their breath made puffs of smoke, so they rested together to conserve body warmth. Todoroki scoffed as he and Bando crossed the building. If they want to make it a defensive game, this is going to be cakewalk. His partner whistled. You really are strong. As expected of the son of the number 2 hero, Todoroki didn't grumble, but there was definitely annoyance in his chest. Then they entered the maze room. Todoroki stared at the frozen labyrinth for a full minute, the annoyance increasing tenfold. In the watch room, Nito snickered. Way to make that tactic backfire. Anyone else would have found themselves with no way to defend from a cold wave. Momo frowned. However, now that the maze is frozen, it has become even more problematic to cross. Maybe not. Izuku shook his head. There are ways to get around the problem. Now the thorns are frozen, you can safely climb the walls, for one. Or you can simply break the ice and tear your way through. That would defeat the purpose of the maze. Momo retorted. Eraserhead opened his mouth. Nito beat him to it. But this is exactly the point. In real hero-villain fights, you can't always afford to fight fair. Yes, breaking a maze's walls is cheating. But remember what Eraserhead said at the start. Heroes cannot afford to lose. If the only way to rescue people or arrest a villain is to cheat, we have to cheat. Eraserhead closed his mouth. Izuku frowned. They decided to play fair. Indeed, rather than climbing the walls or breaking them, Todoroki and Bando decided to navigate the maze. Bad idea. When Ibarra had woven it, she had been thorough. The icy labyrinth occupied the entire room and was full of dead ends and false leads. The two teens walked the winding paths and got lost more than once before they finally reached the middle of it. At last, Todoroki glared. Now, let's. There was no bomb in the middle of the maze. Just a sentence written in thorns and frozen by his own power. Congratulations for going this far, but the bomb is on another floor. A flicker of heat ran on Todoroki's left side. This was all he allowed himself to express his annoyance. On the floor above, where Ibarra and Yusetsu had barricaded themselves in the bomb, the girl tugged the sweater. There is a saint that is quite popular in Christianity. His name is Martin. He is the patron of beggars, quartermasters and vintners. What did he do? He was seneschal in the army. One day, he met a beggar who was freezing in the snow. So, he took his sword and cut a piece of his coat so the beggar could warm himself. This is his most famous deed. The girl reclined in her teammate's arms. You acted as he did. I was cold, so you gave me your coat. Yusetsu didn't answer. It was a weird way of complimenting someone, but at the same time, it was kind of cute. The timer rang soon after. Villains win. Nito elbowed Sasuna. Play that song again. Come on, hurry. Sasuna obliged. Once more, Frolic played in the loudspeakers. Todoroki really tried to hide his annoyance. It didn't change the fact the frozen maze had caught him completely off guard, and the knowledge that he could have easily solved it if he had used his fire further worsened his mood. Ibarra, meanwhile, returned Yusetsu's sweater. Izuku drew a small cut on both of their arms, and let his magic seep. Instantly, the pair felt better. What did it mean? Yusetsu asked. It is the Inachian for purify. You spent a while in a frozen room. You could have caught a cold. Once again, best player was hard to decide. Ibarra's thorn maze was inspired, but Yusetsu had definitely earned points for minding his teammate. Next team to go was Uraraka Tetsutetsu Rin Fukudashi. Unfortunately, the 1B students were long-range fighters against a pair of close-quarter combatants. Tetsutetsu reconsidered the toughness of his skin after being nearly crushed by Manga's heavy letters. He and Uraraka came up with a counter-strategy. Step 1. Make Tetsutetsu weightless. Step 2. Teammate toss. Iryu and Manga were caught completely off guard, allowing the 1S students to secure a narrow win. After them came Asui Shishida Tokoyami Yanagi. This one was downright vicious. Asui narrowly managed to outmaneuver Ryuko and capture her, but Fumikage allured Shishida in a darkened room, and even the 1S student's beast form couldn't prevail over an empowered Dark Shadow. The frog girl didn't last long either. Class 1B claimed a new victory, but a narrow and bitter one. Tsunatori Kaminari Sato Tokichi came right after. Setsuna licked her lips. If we win, I want a piece of that cake you baked. The sun's been making my stomach growl since this morning. Don't worry, I was going to share it after class. Oh, sweet. Unfortunately, they didn't win. Setsuna hadn't expected electrification to be that intense, and scattering herself didn't save her from the area of effect attack. Even though Kaminari was dumbed by the attack, Rikito's quirk similarly diminished his intelligence to increase his strength. Tsunatori danced around him, harassing him with her horns before going for the capture. Once they had recovered, Rikito reassured his classmate. Don't worry, I'll still save you a bite. In victory, you deserve cake. Setsuna paraphrased. In defeat, you need it. Mineta Jiro Kendo Yurozu was hilariously one-sided. The short boy was so distracted by his opponent's assets that they effortlessly sucker punched him. Then Momo deafened the one girl by clanking loudly on her shield, and Itsuka used the distraction to catch her. 1v1. Kawaro Aoyama Shoji Kadai went more or less the same way. Not only were the black-skinned teen and the French blonde the worst possible matchup with absolutely no synergy whatsoever, but then Yui shrunk the bomb, put it in her pocket, and used Meizo's hearing to dodge the pair, winning by timeout. The winner boys were naturally sour about the mess. Komori Kota Ashido Tsubiraba was considerably more nail-biting. Komori's mushrooms were a major hindrance, and she had no qualm growing them on her opponents, or using Kota's animals to stealthily carry the spores, but Mina's acid could easily dissolve them, and Kasei's wind barriers were very effective at blocking their spread. Ultimately, though, the 1B teens tired before the shroom girl did. 1-1. Shotokabaro Jiro Kirishima was a genuine display of skills which received praise from everyone. All 4 teens were brawlers and martial artists. They met each other head-on and fought fairly and respectfully. In the end, however, Masao couldn't keep up with Shota's timed hits, and Kabara's drilling hands proved stronger than Ichiro's skin. 1-1. The Gakure Sero Kamakiri Hananuki was interesting in that both sides were clever about their method. Sero booby trapped the bomb room from floor to ceiling, and Higakure fully undressed to ambush the hero team. However, sensing the issue, Juzo made a point of softening the floor and the walls, just enough to hamper the girl's movements. It worked. The moment Higakure was caught by the melty floor, Tageru captured her. Then they reached the bomb room. The Mantis Man's blade sliced cleanly through Sero's tape, and, when he tried to trap Hananuki, the lipless teen simply softened the adhesive and tagged the bomb. 1v1. The result of the battle trial was 6-4 in 1B's favor, but all 3 teachers rightfully pointed all students bearing some exceptions, had displayed skills both with their quirks and with their tactics, and all were off to a good start. Yumikage took Izuku apart. I think I figured the significations of the Hanged Man, the Emperor and the Fool. Same here. What do you think? The bird-headed teen glanced at the teachers. The Hanged Man is a racerhead. He carries a ribbon around his neck not unlike a hanged man's robe. As for the Emperor, an Emperor is a ruler, and so is a king. Our homeroom teacher is called Vlad King. Besides, I overheard some of his students complain about their homeroom teacher being rather lazy, or at least constantly tired. Vlad Sensei, meanwhile, is a reasonable figure of authority. Both fit their arcane's meaning. Izuku nodded. I had come to the same conclusion. What about the Fool? Yumikage looked away, embarrassed. The trial was rather silly at times. At the very least, hilarity ensued often enough. The Fool is also a jokester. It warned us that the exercise would be fun and entertaining. It's not a common omen. Izuku grinned. But, it's accurate. In any case, the trial unfolded exactly as predicted. Well, that prediction was magic. Kasei crossed his arms. Alright. I know I will really regret asking, but how were you bored that warranted the use of frolic? Because it's been gnawing at me since you mentioned it. Setsuna turned to him, then gave a cheeky grin as they left the dressing room in their school uniform. Well, you would be fairly spooked too if you saw your wife give birth not to a baby, but to a head, then ears, then 2 hands, 2 arms, a chest. Kasei grimaced. He wasn't the only one. Finally, after Mom was done popping all the pieces, the doctors were quietly freaking out because there was no way I could be alive in this state, and it was going to be a stillbirth. Then I put myself together and wailed. We have a picture of the face the whole room made when they saw it. Flabbergasted is an understatement. Okay, fair. I shouldn't have asked. I hope I won't have nightmares. A lot of his classmates agreed. The next day, Izuku was making a castle with his cards when Setsuna saw him. Hey, do you know how to play card games? No. The girl crossed her arms. Wait, you mean to tell me you use cards to fight, and you don't even know how to play with them? Sit there, I'll teach you how to play war. It's the simplest card game. Izuku had to agree, the game was simple. All he had to do was get a higher card than his opponents. After lunch, she showed him a variant of Russian Bank for single deck, since his cards were unique. Then, after school ended and they had taken care of homework, she taught him poker. The moment he heard Setsuna explain the rules, Nito sat with them. I know how to play. Save me a spot. Then Mina joined them because she also wanted to learn, and Masao agreed to deal, Momo using her quirk to create chips. Analytical as he was, Izuku learned quickly. Mina noticed he was biting his lip hard. Hey, are you alright? Yeah. It's just that I have the habit of muttering when I'm analyzing Quicksilver's situation, so I bite my lip to keep my mouth shut. Pretty much everyone finds my muttering annoying, so I don't want to bother you. Momo, who was watching the game, shrugged. It wouldn't bother me. Go ahead. Better you let it out than you hurt yourself like that. Izuku cast the room a look. Everyone agreed. Relieved, the teen slipped in his usual mumble storm. Half the room shared a look as the droning of the teen's voice filled the air. The other half tried to decipher it. Only Ryako, Nito and Momo seemed to have any success given the way their eyes lit up. When Izuku stopped, every eye was on him. So it bothered you? Sorry. That's why I try to keep it inside. The mumbling is a bit annoying. Nito conceded. But that's what earphones are for. For those who can understand you, though, the information you give is priceless. Just one thing, a smirk crossed his lips. Next time, make sure those who can understand you are your teammates. You just outlined your entire strategy for the game. Speaking of, I fold. No way I can beat a straight flush even with a full house. What? Mina gasped. But I got a flush too. Yes, but your cards don't follow each other. Izuku pointed. If I got the name right, I have a king high straight flush of hearts. You have a jack 8 flush of spades. Mina groaned. Fine, I fold too. Masher out dealt again and Satsuna sighed. Fold as well. Broadway straight. Izuku ended winning the game. He had to admit it was fun. It took time. Slowly, step after step, the green-haired boy opened himself to his classmates. All Might noticed and was silently proud that his plan had worked. His second protege was surrounded by friendly and caring classmates who were slowly teaching him to trust others. The key incident was the choosing of the class president. The class had asked for the day to consider, Itsuka and Momo rightfully pointing such decision wasn't to be made lightly. Then the alarm had rung during lunch, causing a mass panic which would have caused serious injuries if not for one Aida and Uraraka's quick thinking. Izuku, meanwhile, had reacted on the spot and broken his card's magic by force drawing the High Priestess and using its power to calm everyone. There was no question after that. Me? Are you sure you want me? I'm just a weird quirkless. Izuku, it isn't middle school. Itsuka reassured. None of us are going to judge you on your lack of quirk. This is UA, and we're here to become heroes. Heroes protect others, and it includes our own. You're safe with us. And besides, you may not have a quirk, but you still have powers. It just comes from a different place. You're as good as any of us. I'll need to get used to it. Izuku said grimly. I've been an outcast all my life. Being accepted by others is unusual. Almost scary, in a way. I keep thinking something is wrong and your kindness is self-interested, and you'll stab me in the back at some point. Nito wanted to find the people who had made him feel like that, and beat them with their own quirks. Shoji shook his head. Once you're hurt often enough, you build walls. It always takes a lot of time and trust to lower them. Trust me, I know. Itsuka put a cautious hand on Izuku's shoulder. The teen tended to flinch at contact. Then let me be your vice president. If anyone in our class willingly hurts you, I will resign at once. Deal. Izuku hesitated. Deal. So, the teen ended president of class 1B with Itsuka to support him. That particular afternoon, he and Mirio squared in Gym Gamut to vent the stress, dressed not in their gym clothes but in their costumes. Mirio's fists collided with the world's barrier. Ow, I felt this one. Then he phased in the ground. Izuku felt the barrier shake and Mirio emerged while rubbing his head a little away. Nope, not from below either. Your barrier isn't a dome but a sphere, and since it's made of magic, permeation doesn't work. You need healing, senpai. Not yet. Which card is powering your barrier? 8 of hearts. Alright. Let me charge one for all. Gonna see how much power I need to break these. 10%. Go. Old lightning cloaked the blonde as the inherited quick manifested. Mirio aimed his fist and punched as hard as he could. The barrier didn't bulge. Okay. Let's turn on the heat. He hit the barrier with 20, then 30 at 45%. The barrier actually cracked, but it didn't shatter. 50% did the trick. So, the world with 8 of heart requires one for all at half power to break. Good to know. I can control it at 70% nearly all the time. You made progress, senpai. Izuku smiled. During the entrance exam, you were stuck at half power. Mirio chuckled good-heartedly. Between Sir Night Eye's missions and our spars, I had plenty of practice. And your barriers make good dummies. Any advice before we call it a day? Yes. Izuku frowned. Your biggest weakness is that you are a close combatant. Even with permeation and one for all, if someone engages you at a range, you are going to be in a tight spot. Use permeation to sneak on them or develop a means of hitting at a distance. That's what I suggest. Will do. Thanks for the tip. I'm sure All-Mighter Sir Night Eye will have a few ideas. Izuku left the gym, changed and went to the library. Crafting the links for All Might's pendant was delicate work. Sasuna peeked through the door. Nito was with her. You're really itching for it. No kidding. The girl grumbled. What Green Bean does is awesome and I really want to learn. Why do we have to wait? He's using it just fine. The UA staff doesn't know enough about magic yet. Nito reminded her. Vlad-sensei said it. They will allow us to learn it once they have seen enough and deemed it safe. Self-mutilation aside, it seems safe. Besides, the wounds heal as soon as the magic activates, and that's just for blood magic. Cardinal magic just has you combine cards and use them right. How bad can the other magics be? I want to know. Me too, Satsuna. Me too. Knowing magic would really compensate for when I don't have a quirk copied. I'm essentially quirkless at these times. With magic, I wouldn't be so vulnerable. Then let's go look. Let's get a book on the magics that exist and find one we can use. Fine, I'll go with you. If you're getting in trouble, it won't be alone. Besides, unlike me, you don't need magic. Satsuna didn't answer. She crept in the library, Nito on her heels. They hadn't made 3 steps when the librarian appeared. "You're looking for something." It was a statement. The pair shared a look. "If we tell you, will you blab to Vlad-sensei?" The librarian considered. "The teacher gave me no explicit order, or even any order at all. I can be discreet." The teens breathed. "Thanks. We're looking for a book about the various kinds of magic, to find one we could use. Where can we get it?" The librarian smirked. "Prospective apprentices. More practitioners of the art is always great news. First, you need to find what sphere you are attuned to before you can choose a path. The ritual of affinity exists for this purpose." As he led them to the ritual, he explained the pair the spheres and their paths, as well as their origin and applications. Finally, as Sasuna stepped in the middle of the circles, one of the spheres handed her a needle. She picked her finger and let a single red drop fall. The second circle, made of wood chips and a rose on the nadir, shone a vibrant green light. The natural sphere. The librarian smiled. "And your affinity for magic is powerful. You turn, boy." Satsuna left, cleaned the needle and handed it to Nito, who picked his finger and let the drop fall. This time, the third ring made of silver and a golden band shone bright gold, and a powerful affinity for the celestial sphere. Now, all you need is to choose a path. One is advised, with no more than 2 at a time. Unfortunately, though self-teaching is a poor idea, Izuku is unfortunately the only mage that we know, and his sphere is different from yours, so the help he could give you is limited to say the least. You will have to learn on your own. Not a problem. Nito reassured. We were going to keep it secret, anyway. The sphere came to them with 2 books. The 7 Paths of the Natural Sphere and the 7 Paths of the Celestial Sphere. The 2 teens left the library and went to Nito's room to read together. The 7 paths one can walk through the natural sphere are as follow. Primal Path. Wood magic, the ability to harness and control wood and plant life in general. Divine Path. Land waking magic, the ability to imbue life into one's surroundings and command it. Profane Path. Shape-shifting magic, the ability to alter one's looks to various degree, even to the point of animalism. Unseen Path. Adaptation magic, the ability to alter one's body to strengthen oneself and endure one's environment. Temporal Path. Weather magic, the ability to command the weather to bring succor to the land or unleash its wrath. Blessed Path. Restoration magic, the ability to use the energies of the biosphere to bring people and items back to shape. Arcane Path. Animal charming magic, the ability to understand the animals of the world, tame them and eventually command them. Sasuna frowned deeply. All 7 paths sounded awesome, and she wanted to try them all, but the librarian's advice was still in her head. If she wanted to properly learn, picking only one path at once was safest, and it didn't help that she would be self-taught. Sighing, she tried to figure which would be best. Animal charming, there's already someone in class 1 who can talk to beasts. Restoration sounds pretty good, but Green Bean is already our healer, and Momo can easily replace anything we break. Redundant. Weather nope. A bit too big for me. Maybe once I got more skill. Adaptation actually sounds nice. My quirk already alters my body, so I got some experience in the field. Shapeshifting sounds pretty good too. Maybe. Land waking feels a bit too delicate. Also, just like weather, too big to control. Wood, there's already Saintly Missy for that. So, adaptation and shapeshifting. Start with adaptation. Nito suggested. As you said, you'll be more at ease with it, thanks to your quirk. Then, once you got the hang on altering your body, you can try to kick it up a notch with shapeshifting. Sasuna nodded. Good idea. So, adaptation and then shapeshifting. What are your options? Nito frowned and read. The 7 paths one can walk through the celestial sphere are as follow. Primal Path. Light magic, the ability to harness and control light, whether natural or artificial. Divine Path. Divination magic, the ability to peer into the future to get glimpses of events to come. Profane Path. Negation magic, the ability to stop the flow of magic, undo spells and rituals, and actively counter them. Unseen Path. Inquisition magic, the ability to undo concealment, see through illusions and refine the senses to see the unseen. Temporal Path. Summoning magic, the ability to call forth entities beyond the universe, bind them and make them obey one's command. Blessed Path. Benediction magic, the ability to focus celestial energy to strengthen oneself or an ally and increase their power. Arcane Path. Space magic, the ability to bend space and alter its shape for a variety of uses. Nito outright gulped at the description of some of the paths. Okay, space and summoning are right out. No way I am messing with that kind of power. Negation is sort of useless since only Izuku, you and I use magic. Benediction and divination, that's something Izuku can achieve with his blood magic and his cards, respectively. So, no. It leaves Inquisition and light. Inquisition looks nice, but what I actually need is firepower. I need a power that will let me punch a guy with a mutant quirk without breaking my arm. And that is something light will give me. Light magic, it is. I'll probably learn Inquisition later. Investigation is often a part of hero business, at least, that's what I heard. Next step was getting a catalyst. Though all mages could harness the energy that made magic, the energy was generally too diluted to use, and needed a focus. Bone anchored the ethereal energy from other dimensions in the world, while wood, especially dead, drew to itself the life-full natural energy generated by Earth's biosphere. Metal was the beating heart of stars, and thus more attuned to celestial energy than regular stone. Finally, gems were the most refined form of ore, and naturally drew to themselves the elemental energies of the G-sphere. Both teams knew Izuku had handcrafted his cards and his tools, and the book outright said handmade catalysts were better than bought ones. But neither Nido nor Setsuna were craftsmen. Carving a pendant shouldn't be too hard. Setsuna frowned. I'll just take a piece of wood, a knife, give it some form and tie it to a gim thread. Purple or green? Green suits you better than green. You, however, metal is much harder to craft than wood. I'll have to buy mine. Now, bracelet or ring. Bracelets and necklaces are easier to hide. My suggestion would be a bracelet. If someone pulls it, you won't run the risk of getting strangled. I don't have that problem since, if anyone tries it, I'll just separate my neck from my body. True. The next day, the blonde teen did a short trip outside, and came back with a bracelet made of woven golden, silver and copper threads. Meanwhile, Setsuna found a branch on the ground, took a knife and peeled the bark before cutting it down to her middle finger. One hole near an end, then she slipped the thread in and got her necklace. Next was binding the catalyst. Though blood binding was the most reliable way and Izuku was skilled at the process, each sphere had its means of enchantment. The teens decided to use them. It took Nido the entire Sunday in the library's workshop to melt the tin with a solder and write the formula on the necklace. He was inwardly thankful for having bought something cheap. As the words were written, the teen spoke. Alalo Iobla California I bind this garment to me. The molten metal seemed to vanish inside the bracelet. When Nido put it on, he could instantly feel the difference. There was a strange feeling in the air, which grew stronger as he neared the windows. The catalyst allows you to sense magic. The librarian explained. Unlike ethereal energy, which is drained from another dimension and stored in the mage's tools and body, celestial, elemental and natural energy are naturally present on Earth, and can be perceived by initiates in the use of magic. And well done, magician. Binding one's catalyst to themselves was once considered a rite of passage among mages. As he went outside, Nido could feel the mystical energy. It came from the sun and was equally majestic and ageless. It was the energy of the stars and the celestial bodies, a power as old as the universe. Setsuna, meanwhile, trained herself to carve wood to form words, and only when she was satisfied with her skills did she write the formula on her pendant. Then she wrapped it in leaves and spoke. Alalo Iobla California There was a visible green glow as natural energy filled the pendant. The leaves dried and crumbled under her fingers when she removed them. When she put it on, she instantly sensed the energy surrounding her. It came from the grass, the flowers, the trees and even the animals. She focused and noticed she could sense other people, indicating they also generated natural energy. Born of the biosphere, indeed. The pair met that evening and gave each other a knowing look. It was after lunch. The next day was a Thursday, so the afternoon would be dedicated to hero training. Izuku was playing poker with Rakido, Itsuka and Fumikage when the Raven Boy mentioned it. How about you make a new draw? The one you made for battle trials ended being true despite needing some interpretation. I wonder if your draw for our incoming lesson will be the same. Izuku hesitated. You know it isn't nearly as accurate as genuine divination, right? I can get it wrong. Indeed. Still, I am curious. The teen sighed as they ended the game. Fine. I'll do it. Worst comes to pass, it's nonsense. And, at best, it is yet again true. Izuku huffed, shuffled the cards and drew. The whirl came first, straight. The rest of the class slowly gathered, moved by a common curiosity. Izuku drew the second card, and his double take was impressive. The tower reversed, as the context saw. The next two cards were the reverse strength and the reverse devil. Bad omen. Izuku shuddered. Really bad omen. What's next? His draw was the reverse hanged man. The whole class winced, and Izuku seriously considered stopping the draw here and there. He didn't. Instead, he drew the final card. The nameless arcana, reverse as well. The entire class shared a look. Nomu spoke. I am not the superstitious kind, but you told me reversed arcana have a negative meaning, and they make all but one of the cards. I am tempted to convince Lad Sensei to just go and cancel the class. God is sending us a message. Ibarra said as she joined her hands to pray. We would be fools to ignore it. I agree, the lesson needs to be cancelled. What does the prediction mean in detail? Nido asked. Izuku frowned. The world means a group. Here, it's our class. The reverse tower means upsetting, a fuller crisis. By the looks of it, I think it's a crisis. Reverse strength is violence, conservatism, or power misused. Reverse devil is hedonism, self-destruction or slavery. We will have a fight, and I think they represent who we'll be against. People actively looking for trouble or people forced to attack us. The reverse hanged man means sloth, loss of control, punishment or a dead end. I think it's warning us that the fight will be utterly chaotic and out of even the teacher's hands. Finally, reverse death, a breaking point, termination, erasure and, of course, a loss of life. Someone will die. There will be casualties. Okay, this sucks. Fumikage frowned deeply. I take back what I said. Best case scenario is the prediction being a mere joke. Worst case is it being true from start to finish. So Itsuka wins. Who wants to tell Vlad-sensei we are all skipping hero training tomorrow? Why would you kids want to do that? Everyone turned to the blood hero, who had entered the room. They didn't say a word. Instead, they let him see the prediction. Vlad crossed his arms as he listened to the explanation. Alright, you have a point. It sounds bad. On the other hand, fortune-telling is hardly reliable, but this one was done with genuine magic, and the first prediction did come true. There is a set precedent. Not only that, the alarm the other day was due to someone disintegrating the main gate, and several files were downloaded from the school's computers. They couldn't hack the system from the outside, so they snuck in and got the info from this source. I wouldn't say what was copied, but there was a leak. Security is compromised. The pros side. Better safe than sorry. I won't cancel the lesson, but I will warn Nezu about your prediction and see how security can be reinforced. I have a few ideas. The class side. I guess this is the best we'll get. Momo frowned. The security better be airtight, sensei. I will do what I can, Yoirozu. I'm not a miracle maker, but the principal is a clever mouse. I don't think he will discard Midoriya's prediction. Good. Ojiro shuddered. Because we will all be on our toes tomorrow. The boarders of Class 1B, knowing they would have trouble sleeping, had hosted a slumber party at the dorms. Sleeping huddled together helped a lot, if not in assuaging their fears, at least in reassuring them they weren't alone. Their classmates were at their side. They had each other's back. They were all more or less rested the next day, and all were tense during the morning. Somehow, Nezu got a call that Manga Fukudashi was down with a fever and couldn't come for a few days. Izuku and Itsuka, meanwhile, got a message. Commit guy, sorry, too scared to come. Good luck out there. Itsuka considered dragging him. Izuku talked her out of it. They were just beginner heroes against people out to kill them very dead. It was alright to be scared. Bravery would come with experience. The red-haired girl relented. In the dressing room, the young mage drew sigils on his classmates' arms. The N for regeneration, Graph for resilience, Dawn for speed and NA to adjust them to last a complete hour. Best case scenario. Nothing happens and we'll apologize to one for cheating. He explained Vlad King. Worst case scenario. It's a fight for our lives, and the sigils will give them an edge. I understand. Vlad reassured and took his phone. I took my own precautions. Besides All Might, I promised Nezu I would call him the moment trouble starts. Otherwise, my phone should send him a ping every 10 minutes. If for some reason, the ping doesn't go, Nezu will know we are in trouble and send backup. Finally, we will be with not just All Might but Eraserhead and 13 as well. 13 may focus on rescue, but Eraserhead is a capture specialist. He is tough. And don't underestimate me either. The class slightly relaxed. Emphasis on slightly. Izuku still drew bleeding sigils on his teacher's arm, just to be safe. In the bus, everyone checked and rechecked their equipment. Finally, they reached Yusuke. Nito's eyes lit. The unforeseen simulation joint. It was created to simulate all kinds of disasters for us to train. The place isn't just huge, it is really diverse as well. In these walls, anything can happen. 13 introduced herself, and Izuku didn't miss how the pretty girl in pink spacesuit Chako Uraraka, if he remembered, started gushing over the pro. Everyone had their idols, and he easily understood why 13 was Uraraka's. Vlad King looked around. All Might isn't there, no? 13 sighed. He went out heroing until his time was up. The blood hero visibly tensed. Today of all days. I thought Nezu had told him what we were expecting. I agree. All Might acted irresponsibly and illogically. Eraserhead frowned. I am anything but superstitious, but black mist swirled at the bottom of the stairs. Vlad instantly sent his call. The phone didn't react. As an entire horde of villains emerged from the mist-like portal, the pro knew the card's prediction was about to come true. I just hope we'll hold long enough for Nezu to get the warning and send help. There was too many of them. On the main plaza alone, there had to be 200, and the blood hero was willing to bet more had hidden in the disaster areas. All Might. It was the villain covered with hands who spoke. His voice was grating to the ears, in no small part because of how mad it sounded. The symbol of peace isn't there, I wonder will he show if we kill a handful of kids. And, just like that, they knew their worst case scenario had come true from start to finish. The cards had been dead right again. Vlad King silently swore that, if he ever got out of this alive, he would never ignore Midoriya's predictions. His Arcana cards were magic. A magical warning was a serious warning. 13. Protect the students. We will deal with them. Kamakiri's blade sprung. Are we allowed to fight? Eraserhead was about to retort something when his coworker cut him. If they manage to get past 13 and engage you, don't hold back. Avoid killing if possible, but battles are always chaotic. Do what you can and try to stay alive. This is all I can ask you. The students nodded. The cards had predicted casualties. Loss of life was expected, at least by the 1B teens. The two pros dived into the fray, and their wards momentarily forgot their fear, as their combined skills defeated dozens in seconds. Lad King was strong. Almost 2 meters of pure muscle and years of experience on the field. He was a veteran whose blood shaped into strings to bind and fists to punch. The mutant villains didn't last long, and the others went down even faster. Eraserhead, meanwhile, was a blur. Sure, one hit would take him down, but no quirk managed to tag him, no mutant managed to stop him. His eyes deprived the villains of their greatest asset, while his cloth bound them even tighter than Vlad King's strings. The villain aimed his arm cannon at the blood hero. The missile never fired. The next moment, the Erasure Pro had knocked him out. A mutant surged, ready to hammer him. A fist of solid blood struck first and in the head, rendering him unconscious. The two teachers spun and found themselves back to back. One brief moment of calm, then their enemies rushed. Duck, dodge, let the attacks collide and take down 3, swing the cloth and launch the blood ropes, spin and send the villains crashing, dodge, punch the face, knee the groin, erase the quirk, and let the blood fist strike, morph the fist in a barrier, block 4 attacks and ensnare. The students watched them and dared to hope they had a chance. To the exit. Hurry. 13 urged them. The students ran. I'll soften the gate, Juzo quickly said. It should be easier to break apart. Bakugo laughed. Leave that to me, no lips. I'm the king at wrecking stuff. Juzo swallowed his distaste of the blonde and agreed. Their lives were on the line. They couldn't afford to be picky with their allies. However, before they could reach the gate, the misty man swelled before them. I am afraid I cannot let you do that. You see, we have taken the trouble of sneaking in UA to kill the symbol of peace. It wouldn't do if some of you were to escape and warn the rest of the staff. So, before he could finish, Bakugo and Tetsu launched themselves at the villain. The retaliation was simple. They were swallowed by the mist and sent somewhere else. Yellow eyes narrowed. My apologies. In the end, I have a role to fulfill. This is it. The mist swirled around the group. Under her helmet, 13 gritted her teeth. Lad King gave you the authorization to use lethal force. To think today's lesson was going to be about learning to use your quirks wisely ironic. Fine, let this be your lesson instead. Know when to hold back the caps on her fingers unlocked. And when to go wild. Black Hole immediately started sucking the villain. Unfortunately, the Mist Man had expected the move and retaliated with his own. The misty portal opened, and all 13 sucked was her own suit and her own body. The pro heroine collapsed. Izuku acted instinctively. Grabbing his bone knife, he ran at the pro. Already, the sigil chain was in his head. All he had to do was carving them. But the Mist villain was faster. His body spread, swallowing students indiscriminately and leaving but a handful atop the stairs. Unfortunately, Izuku was among the taking. He ended face first in a place of torrential downpour. Grumbling, he put on his hood and tightened it. Then someone bumped in his leg. The white hair on a fully black body told him it was Kurwaro, from 1A. The teen frowned. The mage from 1B. Strange coincidence that we fell together. We weren't the only ones to fall. Izuku frowned as he held his knife. Others were taken, and I'm willing to bet they were sent to the other zones, and that we're not alone in there. Several thugs emerged. Izuku sheathed his knife and took his cards without giving them time to speak. He didn't care. They were out to hurt him. He was going to hurt them first. His draw was the moon and 9 of diamonds. The alpregores. 9 bursts of darkness struck the thugs. Kurwaro dived in the shadows. They sure picked the wrong area to send me. I can merge with anything black, be it a shirt or a shadow. A dark place like this gives me more than enough room to maneuver. Izuku grinned. Well, you heard 13 and Vlad-sensei. The two teens jumped in the fight, Izuku casting through his cards when he didn't stab a knee, an elbow or a side with his knife. Kurwaro, meanwhile, had found a decently sized pipe he was using as a club. Sneaking around was easy. None of his targets saw him, and he went on his merry way back knocking any thug he found. Then the air filled with spores and a voice he knew well echoed. Fly Agaric and Lumpy Bracket. Giant Polypore and Lurid Bullied. Fly, my pretties. Fly and prosper, of course. Give a mushroom water and darkness, and it will have all it needs to develop. The Mist Man had really made a mistake when he sent Kanoko Komori in the area. The girl sauntered, spreading her spores left and right. It was almost frightening, how fast they grew. Behind her was the blonde copycat from 1B. He, too, was spreading spores. That's one potent quirk. Nido hummed. Mind if I borrow luck for later use? Sure. Help yourself. Komori handed him a few strands of hair he put in a pocket. Then the blonde saw Kurwaro. You two in this area. The only explanation I see is that they didn't know our quirks. They would have sent you in the conflagration zone otherwise. You ended with your mage friend. Kurwaro retorted. They kept you together. Being quirkless, you would have no quirk to copy if not for us. You forget his magic focuses on enhancements. And I can copy the villains, but yours are much better for this place. Ah, right. Then a burst of lightning nearly fried them. Izuku's barrier shielded them just in time. The young mage ran at the trio. Found you. Hey, Nito, you ended with us. Nito smiled warmly, relieved to be at his friend's side. Izuku frowned. That, if I'm not mistaken, is the quirk of Denki Kaminari from 1A. They shouldn't have sent him there. The ambient humidity makes his lightning even easier to spread, and that's why it nearly fried us. Kuwara wins. They found the electric blonde in a daze, eyes empty and a stupid grin on his face. He fried his brain. Komori explained. He told us about that drawback. He has a certain voltage he must respect, or else he becomes completely gaga. Nito looked around. On the other hand, it looks like he dealt with the rest of the thugs. Let's get out and head to the entrance. I don't know how long went on, but I hope it's over 10 minutes because it means Vlad-sensei's signal didn't go, and Nezu knows something is wrong. The four hurried, carrying the dazed Kaminari along. Meanwhile, in the flood zone, Shoto watched the aquatic thugs with mild annoyance. What were they thinking, dropping me there? This is about the worst place you people could have sent me. Oh, really? And why that, punk? A shark man asked. The bi-colored team glanced at Aoyama, Tsunatori, Kendo, Kadai and Kirishima. The horn girl had managed to catch all 6 of them with her horns, right before they hit the water. If anything, he could appreciate her reflexes. Now, the group was on the ship. And the thugs were getting impatient. Shoto looked at the 1B students. Was your teacher serious about us using lethal force? Itsuka looked down. Yesterday, Izuku made a tarot drawing, and it predicted the USJ would be a massive fight for our lives. The final arcana predicted casualties, so we all prepared for the eventuality of taking lives. Even Vlad-sensei. He took precautions with Nezu, but they haven't prevented us from ending like this. So, he was indeed serious. I haven't prepared myself for it, but I guess he has a point. Accidents happen in fights. He snapped his fingers. It took all of 2 seconds for the entire zone to be frozen solid. Shoto watched the now frozen thugs. I wonder how many will get out alive. By the looks of it, not many. Ejiro gaped. This power, it's almost inhuman. Tsunatori whistled. So cool. The ice was easy to cross. They left just in time to see Izuku, Nito, Kuwara and Komori emerge from the downpour zone with Kaminari. In the conflagration zone, Bakugo was having the time of his life. Come and get it, fuckers. You really picked the wrong place to put me. I'm a murder machine right now. The heat was making him sweaty, which allowed for even bigger explosions than usual. Mina grumbled. Why did we have to end with the bullying maniac? I swear, if those guys weren't after us, I would have eroded his pants already. On the other hand, the flames mixed perfectly with her acid, allowing her to turn her quirk into a flamethrower. Kasei, however, wasn't doing so great. At least, there isn't too much smoke. It would have been much harder to breathe. He blew a barrier that shielded the girl from an attack. Bakito quickly punched the thug unconscious. A little further, Bondo was protecting Tetsu. Of all of them, he was doing the worst. Damn that heat, they really picked the right place to send me. I'm not as tough as usual. Don't worry, I'll make sure none of them reach you. The heat is making my glue harden faster. In the mountain zone, the fight was an absolute free-for-all. Shoto was punching anyone in reach, Ito was dashing around kicking anyone in his path, Shishida had gone bestial and was ripping and tearing, and Tageru had blades on his arms and legs, hacking and slashing any thug who dared to approach. Nezo tried to avoid fighting, but any thug who targeted him was pummeled into submission by 6 different fists. In the landslide zone, the thugs had played it smart and hidden underground. Unfortunately, they were up against Kyokichiro, Momoyo Irozu, Juzo Hananuki and Ibara Shiozaki. The earphone girl plugged her lobes in the ground. 30 centimeters on your right. Yuzo softened the earth. Then the girl plugged her lobe in the megaphone Momo had made and sent a sound wave. The thug popped, hands on his ears. Ibara quickly tied him up. Rinse, repeat. Kagakure was perfectly fine sitting back and watching them. There wasn't much she could do to help, anyway. In the ruin zone, the fighting was less a brawl and more a strange mix of hide and seek and guerrilla tactics. Hantasero laid traps with his tape, Mashara baited the thugs, and Kabara Tokoyami finished them. Meanwhile, Hirurin had hidden in a corner and sniped any thug he found, as Asui scouted the place, invisible. At the entrance, Uraraka, Mineta, Koda, Yusetsu, Sasuna and Ryako had gathered protectively around and injured 13. Forget it. Sasuna growled. The situation is that bad. She put both hands on 13 in focus. The vegetation around gave her enough natural energy to draw upon, but it had only been 3 days since she'd started practicing. She was a novice. She still tried. Adaptation magic is the unseen path of the natural sphere. It allows a mage to alter their body to make it stronger and more resilient. As such, the most basic requirement to walk this path is a deep knowledge of human anatomy. Before altering their body, a mage needs to know how it is made or risk altering themselves in ways that can be potentially lethal. Knowledge of human anatomy was something Satsuna had obtained long ago. Being able to split herself without harm to see how this or that body part was made had allowed her to learn quickly and jump straight to practice. As with all paths, it is recommended to start small. First, one needs to channel natural energy within their body and clearly visualize which part they want to alter. The simplest is the skin. Focus the natural energy in the skin until one has a clear feeling of the area they want to change. As a precaution, remember the sensation of the skin as it was before the alteration. If the spell goes wrong, the memory will help revert the spell by simply walking back through the process. Sasuna was doing exactly that, channeling natural energy as she visualized the sensation of natural skin. However, the energy was focused on 13. This was a subtlety she had realized as she read. Adaptation was close to shape-shifting, but in a pinch, it could also be used for restoration. After all, altering someone's damaged skin so it was back to its undamaged state was restoring them, right? So, millimeter after millimeter, she used natural energy to revert 13's skin to its undamaged state. The biggest problem was that the injury went beyond the skin. It had torn through the muscle to the point the spine was exposed. Merely altering the skin wouldn't be enough. So, ignoring the horror of the other students as she split her back and peeled its layers, she set to work. Body horror. Please, she'd been desensitized years ago. Natural energy gave her a clear feel of the area. She focused it and set to work. But she had only started training 3 days ago. The amount she could control was too small to her taste, and the process too slow. The flood and downpour groups were staying on the edge of the plaza. They could see Vlad King and Eraserhead tear through the villains, and took a moment to appreciate the display. Both teachers were skilled. But their opponent had an ace up his sleeve. It happened in the blink of an eye. The teens had just reached the bottom of the stairs. The two teachers, however, had gotten separated. Eraserhead saw his chance and went for the hand-covered villain. Straight for the commander. But his quirk failed him for 1 second, and the villain touched his elbow freely, talking while he acted. However, he was too far to be heard. Tissue and flesh broke down. The underground pro barely managed to leap away. Vlad King ran to his rescue. The hand-covered villain said one word. Nomu. Then the black hulking creature with the exposed brain tackled Eraserhead. Everyone watched in horror as the monstrous entity slammed the pro in the ground and pounded him once, twice, then grabbed his injured arm and crushed it. Then it roared and slammed the pro down once more. Izuku was the first to react. Horror had little grip on him. Blood and broken bones were familiar sights to him, and cardinal magic had taught him to react quickly. Action. Reaction. He reacted, ethereal energy pulsing in his veins, shaped to enhance by the sigils he had carved. He ran at Eraserhead and the Nomu, slipping and sliding past the thugs until he was in reach. He was next to Vlad King. Swiftly, he threw his bone scalpel and nailed the monster in the eye. The creature reared in pain. Vlad King used the opening to launch blood tendrils that dragged Eraserhead away. We retreat. Now, Izuku nodded and drew 2 cards, the Sun and 10 of Hearts. The powerful light beam struck the Nomu, who staggered away, his skin scorched. But then, it healed. Izuku allowed himself 1 second of realization. Super strength and regeneration. That combo. It isn't just regeneration. The hand villain corrected. Nomu here was specifically designed to fight All Might. He is the anti-symbol of peace. All the quirks he possesses are meant to counter All Might and defeat him. But since All Might isn't there, I guess I will settle on those kids, and why not their teachers while I am at it. I am disappointed someone needs to die for that. How about you? He stared at Izuku. After all, in the game the first target is always the white mage. He ran at the teen, leaving the Nomu behind. Izuku stood his ground. Sensei, get him out. I'll hold him off. Are you sure? Don't worry, Sensei. Izuku held his bone knife. I'm tough. Just by watching him move, the teen could tell his opponent had little in the way of technique. Unlike him, he swung his knife. The villain held it, expecting it to decay. To everyone's surprise, it didn't. Izuku was first to recover and slashed. The villain reeled, holding his bleeding hand. How? My decay can destroy anything. Izuku didn't answer. He simply lunged and stabbed him below the ribs. The villain swung a hand. Izuku effortlessly dodged it and stabbed the appendage before slashing. The villain had to roll to avoid getting his throat opened. While white mages aren't supposed to be physical fighters, Nomu get that brat. Izuku was fast. Unfortunately, the Nomu was faster. Vlad King could only watch as the monster punched his student square in the chest. Izuku gasped, blood flowing from his mouth as he rolled against the stairs. He didn't move. Even though pain was an old friend, he had never felt anything like that. There was a sharp ache in his chest, as if something was puncturing his lung. Given he could feel the blood flow in his airways, it was likely the case. The rest of his body was a dull bundle of pain. This was a kind he knew better. Breathing was difficult. Mustering his strength, he rolled on his stomach and let the blood run. He needed his knife. Sigils wouldn't be enough. He needed the downsold ritual of life spiral. But his body hurt so much. Not even Bakugo's beatings hurt like that. Still, he powered through. No, Nito couldn't help it. For a brief moment, he had thought his friend would win against the hand villain. Then the Nomu had jumped in and he had only been able to watch. He didn't realize he wasn't the only one screaming. Sasuna had screamed too, as had Ijiro, Itsuka, Kawaro, Tsunatori and Uraraka. Having done its job, the Nomu turned to Vlad King, who was still carrying Eraserhead. Cold fury ran in Nito's veins. That thing had just harmed his best friend. And now, it was going to hurt his teacher. It had to die. The ambient light gave him the celestial energy he needed, and his cold focus allowed him to shape it to his will. It wasn't much, just a sphere slightly smaller than his fist. He still threw it at the Nomu's face. The sphere, already unstable because of his lack of experience, exploded the moment it touched the Nomu. The creature reeled back just before it could punch Flat King. The pro turned to Nito. I thought I had forbidden them from learning magic, but there wasn't much he could do at the moment. There was a creature able to defeat All Might who was gunning for them, and had already crushed Eraserhead and one of his students. He could berate Monoma later. Right now, only survival mattered. Sasuna abandoned 13. She had done what little she could and her green being needed help. She dived down the stairs and held Izuku, flinching at the blood pour. Then she saw he was trying to draw a sigil. She took his hand. "Let me help you." Izuku feebly nodded. "UN." She knew the sigil. It was one he commonly used. Guiding his hand, she helped him draw it. Nito tagged Ijiro as the two teens stood between Izuku, Sasuna and the Nomu. Flat King hurried up the stairs and snarled when he saw 13 injured. Tokichi tried to heal her. Sero explained. But she couldn't do much. Where does she learn to do that? She as well. How many of my kids disobeyed me? He put his colleague next to the space heroine, and turned to the plaza, just in time to see Ijiro stab the Nomu in the eye. The Nomu roared, slammed the teen on the ground and flung him away. The pro felt his blood boil. This was the second of his students the monster injured and, as he turned toward Nito, it seemed it would add a third to the list. Nito winced. If Ijiro's hardening couldn't endure the creature's fist, neither could he. He threw more light at its eyes, slowing it down a little. Retreat. Todoroki ordered the other students. Your quirks aren't strong enough to slow it. Itsuka reluctantly had to admit he was right. She, Yui, Kaworu, Komori, Kaminari, Aoyama and Tsunatori ran up the stairs, but not before the shroom girl dropped a few spores up the Nomu's throat. Let's see how long it lasts without breath. The bicolored teen then sent an ice wave to hold the creature still. He was too slow. Its fist collided with Nito's chest and the blonde split apart. It was only then that he noticed one of Sasuna's hand touching his classmate. Nito narrowly dodged the fist and pieced himself a little away. Way too close, thanks Sasuna. You're welcome. So, UN. And then, Izuku gritted his teeth. Ah nene, she knew them too. In her arms, the green-haired teen barely managed to move. It didn't matter. She helped him draw UN before him, then gone behind him and NA between the two. Then Izuku feebly pointed his knife. Sasuna split her hand to get it. Izuku managed a vicious grin as he held the weapon and stabbed UN. Red light flowed into him the next second. Bakugo, Mina and the others had barely managed to get out of the conflagration zone that Ijiro came rolling at their feet, hardened skin broken in too many places. Mina gasped. Ijiro, Mina. The girl knelt to his side. The Redi pointed to the plaza. Help protect Izzy. His hand fell. His skin softened. Kasei knelt and touched his throat. He's still got a pulse and he's still breathing, so he should be good. Hurry to the plaza. I'll find a quiet spot for us to wait back up. You do that. Mina snarled. I'll find whoever put him like that and melt them. She hurried, the rest of the group on her heels. She arrived just in time to find the Nomu trapped in several layers of ice and Izuku, finishing a miniature ritual with Sasuna's help. Bakugo frowned. Yo, icy hot, what happened? Long story short, that black creature put Eraser-sensei, Midoriya and Kirishima out of commission, and is strong enough to fight off All Might. It is the one who knocked Ijiro. Mina glared. Alright. Izuku's cards predicted casualties. They never said which side they would be on. Amen. The group turned to see Baru walk to them with Jiro, Higakure, Juzo and Momo. The religious girl looked at them. The horsemen of war and famine are here, along with Marie Magdalene. Good. Your powers are the best suited to counter this abomination. What about you? Shoto asked. The Baru turned to the remaining thugs. While you handle this antichrist, I will take care of its followers. May God forgive us all, but none of us can afford to hold back. The hand villain scoffed. They have a cleric in the team. Bosh, you will fall like the others. Hey. Yusetsu yelled. Stop treating this like a game. It isn't one. Bornivine sprang from the ground and started strangling the thugs. Ibarra glared at him. May God have mercy upon your souls, because I won't. You came here to shed our blood. Blood will blow indeed, that of you sinners. Now, perish. Between his injured hands, the villain could barely react fast enough to decay the thorns going for him. Even the misty villain had to leave his position before the entrance gate to help him. Then red light surged from the downsold ritual. Everybody stopped fighting to watch the ethereal energy flow through the blood markings, powering itself with each sigil until it reached Izuku. And the true magic acted. Under the disbelieving eyes of all who watched, the teen's injuries healed in full, mending themselves until not even scars remained. Izuku stood, white outfit stained red by his and the hand villain's blood. Then he wiped the blood off his mouth, glared at the hand villain and smirked. Round 2, the hand villain struggled to find his words. How, why you're cheating? As my classmate said, this isn't a game. This is a fight for our lives, and any move is fair in those. Like this one. He drew 2 cards and got the Wheel of Fortune and 5 of Hearts. Reload and draw 5. Alright. Blugatol. The 5 cards he got were Justice, the Tower, the Star, the Moon and the Sun. The teen in Setsuna blinked. If I remember what they do correctly, he isn't going to like what's coming next. Izuku silently agreed. He held Justice first. After Ujir, the Nomu suddenly gasped and sagged, as if all strength had left it. Izuku held the Tower next. Izark Avavago, lightning struck it, then jumped to the hand villain and 3 others. Izuku held the Moon. The Alpragors, the burst of solid darkness struck the Nomu. Izuku took the Sun. The Amma the burst of light blasted the creature. Finally, Izuku took the Star. Atapane Orvi, the rock as big as the Nomu coalesced near the USJ's ceiling and fell. It was a meteor, and it struck the monster dead on. Izuku's classmates reacted with winces, whistles or jaws dropping to the ground. Nito walked to his friend's side. Nice display but overkill, much. Glad King was tempted to agree. Then the Nomu rose from the crater, its body a mangled mess, but already healing. Setsuna gasped. Not even. What is that thing made of? Mina snarled. For Ijiro, jackass, she sprayed it with her most corrosive acid. This time, the wound stopped healing. Izuku put the 5 cards back in his deck and drew. Setsuna grinned from ear to ear when she saw his find. Say it. I will pay you if I have to, but please, please say it. Don't worry. Izuku reassured. I was going to. Pelinapi, the sword of pure magic emerged from the strength arcana. Then Izuku ran at the Nomu. Shoto tensed, ready to act. He didn't have to. The Nomu raised a hand. Izuku cut its arm. Another swing and the other arm flew away. Then the teen swung one last time. Off with your head. Powered by the Queen of Hearts, the sword sliced through flesh, bone and tendons. The Nomu's head flew away. The teen handled the sword, moving it so the head landed right on its tip. Then he glared at the hand villain. The villain took a step back. Awase laughed. Yeah. Sorry to break it to you, but Mito isn't a white mage. He is a red mage. Even most of his outfit was stained red, it was rather accurate. Before anyone could react, a silhouette dropped behind Izuku and fell within the ground, only to slowly emerge in his back. Mirio, fully dressed in his costume, grinned dangerously as gold lightning cloaked his body. Have no fear, for I am here. The hand villain looked at his misty colleague. Kurogiri, yes Samura, we run, agreed. On this, the villain jumped in the portal, which closed a second later. The thugs gasped. Hey, don't leave us behind. Too late. They were alone, surrounded by a gaggle of angry and murderous students, one strong enough to take out the Nomu and another who looked way too much like All Might for comfort. They surrendered. Izuku turned to Mirio. You're late, senpai. Sorry. I came as soon as All Might told me to go. I think Nezu is still yelling at him. He better. The situation wouldn't have degenerated so thoroughly if he'd been there. Vlad King growled. I know more than 10 minutes have gone. Nezu must have sent backup by now, yes? Mirio confirmed. I passed them on my way. I just happened to be faster. Good. I don't think there are casualties on our side, but I'm fairly certain they were on the villain's side, and I'm the only teacher still up and about. I will need help to deal with the fallout. Midoriya, do you think you can provide first aid? Izuku looked at Eraserhead and 13. They will need more than sigils to recover. For 13, combine my sigils with Recovery Girl's healing. For Eraserhead, I'm afraid his injuries are too serious. Lad King winced. Izuku frowned. He will need the Ritual of Life Spiral. In the end, the prediction was right. There were casualties. Fortunately, none were on Yuei's side. Students and teachers alike were all injured to varying degree, the worst being Eraserhead, 13, Kirishima and Kaminari, Tetsu and Kamakiri. The 2 teachers required heavy medical care, while Kirishima and Kaminari, after undergoing a scan, turned to suffer from brain damage. Tetsu had been weakened by his time in the heat of the conflagration zone, and Kamakiri spotted the most injuries of all students, the consequence of having fought so many thugs. On the villain's side, however, the results were grimmer. Bearing Tomura and Kurogiri, they had been about 300 invading the USJ. Less than 200 were still alive, and some needed emergency treatment. The flood zone had been particularly devastating. Of 40 thugs, only 5 had been rescued and 1 was probably not going to survive. In the plaza, Shiozaki's rampage amounted to over 20 victims. Everyone, teachers and students alike, bore scars of the event. Some, however, were psychological. Nezu dutifully scheduled appointments with Hound Dog and several professionals he knew. The teens were going to freak out. He knew it. When Cementus suggested sending them home, the rodent point-blank refused. They need each other. They need to be together and melt down among people who know their pain and can relate. I will inform their parents and take them to the dormitories, but the students are not leaving each other. Also, we need to stay close. Once the panic is gone, they will need someone to turn to, and that will be us. We know the horde they saw. We can relate. This is how we'll help. Every teacher agreed. This shouldn't have happened. President Mick said grimly. This kind of disaster isn't something they should have endured so early. He held Eraserhead's hand. The pro was covered with bandages, unconscious in his bed. Recovery Girl had agreed. Her healing would never be enough. How's Midoriya? Snipe asked. His healing magic would greatly help, but as Nezu rightfully said, he also needs to cope with the disaster. Lad King looked away, nervous. Well, actually, he is among those who are taking it best. He's helping his classmates right now. Everyone turned to him. All Might shrugged. Young Midoriya is quirkless. Life for quirkless people isn't easy the slightest. Pain, insult and injuries are old friends to him, so he doesn't take it as badly as other kids when they happen. Excuse me. Ectoplasm gave him a look. If what I heard is right, he got punched so hard his ribs broke and punctured his lungs. He remained conscious long enough to heal himself. When he was in middle school, some of the beatings he received made him pass out. Besides, this time, those villains were honest about their desire to kill him. His former teachers and classmates never told him outright, but they made clear they considered him a waste of space and breath, and he was suicide-baited at least once. When young Midoriya says he's tough, he isn't joking, and he isn't just speaking physically. The room was dead silent. Vlad King slowly turned to Nezu. Remind me which middle school he went to already. Eldera Junior High. Nezu answered. And yes, setting a trial is on my to-do list. I started gathering evidence the day school began. The case should be ready soon. More than a few teachers, and notably Midnight and Present Mick, sighed in disappointment. You should have told us. We would have helped. I have no doubt about it. Right now, though, you should focus on your students. Unfortunate as it was, he had a point. Midnight and Present Mick decided to replace their friend in watching over Class 1A, while Vlad King went to Class 1B's dorms. All 20 of his students sans Kirishima and Kamakiri, who were still with Recovery Girl, had decided to stay together, and Momo had generated several sleeping bags for those who usually went back home. She was helped by the fact that Mashirao, Yui and Meizo's parents had decided to stay with their children, and brought blankets and warm drinks. Just this once, Nezu had allowed it. The circumstances were exceptional. He had given the same authorization to other One-A parents, principally the Iidas, Commerce and Jiros. Several families of the boarding students had joined after request. As such, Izuku watched his mother chat with Chiyo Hananuki and Maisho Ashido. She had come with warm tea, sweet snacks and blankets, like nearly every parent present. The adults' presence helped, the students surrounded not only by their classmates with whom they had gone through hell, but also their mothers and fathers, who knew which words best soothed their children. Nito put a hand on his shoulders. How are you feeling? Still rattled, a little. Izuku admitted. I'm worried they'll come back. I wish them luck, then. The principal won't allow for a repeat, not after what it cost us. Izuku sighed and sipped some of his mother's tea. Nito smiled. On the other hand, those guys would need the means for a repeat. 200 thugs and low-level villains caught, that's not a small number. It will take them time to muster that kind of strength again, given they decide to try numbers. They may choose to go quality over quantity next time. Nito's mind instantly turned to the black creature with the exposed brain. The monster had been an absolute pain to defeat, and so resilient it had taken an onslaught of devastating spells and stood up. This one had nearly caused him to freak out. If they bring another of these things, I'm going for the brain. Not taking any chance here, especially if they make it worse than this one. Same here. Izuku grinned. So you and Sasuna started studying magic. Nito looked down. Yeah. Vlad King is going to have our heads. I just know it, because their homeroom teacher had been clear on the fact that they weren't allowed to learn magic yet, and the two teens had still disobeyed him. They were in trouble. Izuku headed to the library, his friend one step behind. I need to prepare. The ritual of life spiral is the only thing which can heal a racerhead, and rituals take time to prepare and energy to perform, I figure. Speaking of, why did your knife resist that villain's touch? Izuku frowned. Because it ate through the enchantments first. I cast several enchantments over my knife, mainly to make it sharper and tougher. Decay disrupted them first, but it didn't go through all of them. Oh? So, Izuku went to the crafting table and immersed the bone knife in his blood, before repeating the enchantments he had once woven on it. Then Izuku threw it to Momo's damaged tungsten shield. The knife tore through like it was hot butter. Alright, let's get to work. Vlad King, Nezu and All Might all gave him a look as he entered the room. Are you sure you're ready, young Midoriya? If you want more time to recover from the Yusuke. I'm fine, sensei. Frankly speaking, I prefer fights to the death like these to thinly veiled insults every half hour. At least, in fights, I can punch back. Vlad King quietly balled his fists. Aldera would pay, and he would have gladly done the deed himself, if Nezu hadn't beaten him to it. So, with the teacher's approval, the teen set to work. The ritual of life spiral is one of the ethereal sphere's blessed path's strongest rituals. Its goal is simple. To fully restore a living being back to its top shape. The name comes from theory. That evolution is neither a line nor a circle but a spiral, the spiral of life. Life reiterates itself, but it also moves forward. The ritual thus walks the spiral of life, bringing the being in its middle to its strongest, most accomplished form, which translates as fully healed and energized. Short of the rituals found in the natural sphere's blessed path, no ritual heals as thoroughly as the ritual of life spiral. First, a blood mage must clean a room to attune it to the ethereal sphere, in order to ease the channeling of magic. A mage attempting such ritual very likely known how to do it. If they don't, either they should wait to further their knowledge of the path, or they should refer to the books treating to magical affinities. Once the cleaning is done, a mage must draw a spiral with their own blood, with the spiral encompassing the entirety of the room. Then they must write the following formulas between the spiral's lines. Onanal liber, remove the pain. Ametjes talbanofa, seal his wounds. Onanal fabinarkansa qasb talt cnila, remove the poison that destroys his blood. Theudra tal perio, purify his body. Mekath tal mullion, restore his bones. Mekath malpurgi arkansas perium can snef tal perio, restore the life that runs mighty within his body. Onanal alium de talbanofa, remove the marks of his wounds. Mekath talblucereth, restore his soul. Once each formula is written, place the patient in the middle of the spiral, plant your knife at the start, and speak each formula aloud, in the order in which they were written. The energy will flow along the spiral, empowering itself through each formula until it reaches the patient and heals them. Do note that the formulas tell the energy what to heal, so adding or removing one of them will influence the results of the healing. Not using Onanal liber will leave the patient in pain at the end of the ritual, while adding Eudra tal perio will ensure not just poison, but every disease found in the body will be eradicated. Once the patient is healed, admire your work, then start discussing your paycheck. The ritual of life spiral is neither easy to prepare nor easy to perform, and a mage should always be rewarded with regard to their efforts. Nezu snorted upon reading the last line. Oh, you will be rewarded, Midoriya. Don't worry. And don't worry about the materials, we will provide them. Eraserhead is an UA teacher. It is only fair that UA provides the means required to care for its staff. Since the ritual would occupy the whole room, they chose a small one, about half the size of a regular classroom. Nezu personally provided the cleaning materials, and Midnight and Vlad King both helped Izuku attune the room. Lighting was provided by bone candles filled with fat. Various bone and leather items were put in a corner to decorate later, and Power Loader used a laser projector on the ground that provided Izuku with a perfectly spiraling pattern. The teen breathed, took his knife and opened his wrist. Then he took a brush, dipped it in the wound, and drew following the laser's line. Cut, dip, draw. Cut, dip, draw. Rinse, repeat. He drew the sigil of life when his head started spinning and ate a cereal bar, then waited an hour before going back at it. It took him the whole day, both to draw the spiral and to write the formulas. All were in his blood, and the teachers closely monitored him. 3 days after the USJ, the ritual was ready. Vlad King and Midnight scattered the decorations across the room, careful not to disturb the markings. Then Present Mick delicately laid Eraserhead in the middle of the spiral. Izuku, dressed in his white and green hero gear, took his knife. The teachers in both classes watched from the entrance. Nezu himself had been recording the process from the start. It was a little before midday. The green-haired teen held his knife, inhaled, then plunged it at the start of the spiral, and spoke. Onanal liber, Mekath talb mullion, Ametjes talbanofa, Onanal fabinarkansa qasb talb cnila, Eudra tal perio, Mekath malpurgi arkansas perium can snef tal perio, Onanal alium de talbanofa, Mekath talblucer, and, finally, Izarkatharzi California talblucer, bring peace to his soul. Just to be safe. As the teen spoke, scarlet light surged around him and lit the whole spiral, running through the line as it charged each formula, gaining more and more power until it reached the unconscious pro in the middle. Izuku was sweating. He could feel his energy being physically drained by the ritual. It didn't stop him from seeing 1A's homeroom teacher start levitating above the setup, red energy clouding his body as the magic acted. And it worked. The bandages fell one after the other, revealing knitting flesh and straightening limbs. The magic ran in the pro's veins, empowered and empowering, doing what it had been called to do. Healing. Eraserhead straightened in the air as each and every single wound vanished, the bandages falling on the ground. Then it stopped. The lights died. The magic faded. The ritual's blood dried and blackened. Eraserhead landed on his feet and stretched. Wow, that felt good. His best friend was tackling him a moment later. You're right. The pro led him and turned to the entrance. Right in time to see Izuku slump down, unconscious. He and Yamada made to his side, only to be stopped by Nezu. Instead, it was Vlad King who took his student in his arms. Let's go to the infirmary. We have tests to run. Everyone who isn't me, Recovery Girl, All Might, Vlad King, Present Micker Eraserhead, back to your occupations. We will keep you informed. Everyone reluctantly left. The 6 adults, meanwhile, went to the infirmary and placed Izuku in a bed. Then Recovery Girl took a syringe of the teen's blood, and another of Aizawa's, and the needle got stuck. Vlad King frowned. The wound already healed. Aizawa scoffed, took a scalpel and caught at the needle. It got freed just long enough to be removed. The pro blinked and the wound was gone. Frowning, he drew a long line on his forearm. The flesh knit itself as soon as it was cut. Yamada whistled. Now, that's what I call regeneration. You didn't even have time to bleed. Seal his wounds, indeed. Nezu hummed. Eraserhead, could you please undress so we can see the extent of your recovery? The pro obliged, keeping only his underwear. Yamada blinked several times. It isn't simply his wounds that got healed. I remember several scars from years ago that are no longer there. In fact, Aizawa didn't have a single scar anywhere. His skin was spotless and, while a machine analyzed the composition of both blood samples, Recovery Girl ran a battery of tests that revealed results that were, in the pro's opinion, frankly astounding. He is in absolutely peak physical shape. The nurse concluded. How do you feel, exactly? Like I had a full night of sleep and ate a complete meal. Neither tired nor hungry and fully energized. I haven't felt that good in a long time. The machine finally pinged with the results. The 6 pros frowned as 2 files were printed. All Might winced as he read Izuku's. No wonder young Midoriya is asleep. His blood is devoid of energy, yes. Nezu grimaced. These numbers are that of an average person after several days of complete fasting. Chio, said an IV drip. He badly needs it. He was healthy when he performed the ritual. Vlad King pointed. At least, he wasn't suffering from tiredness or nutritional deficiency. What happened? Recovery Girl read Aizawa's file and grimaced. My guess? It went in Eraserheads. Because of his convalescence, his body was naturally weak. Here. His stats are perfect. Just the right rate everywhere. Nezu shook his head. There's more to it. Magic is involved, so we know reality was told to go sit in a corner, but still. He took Aizawa's blood sample and placed it under a microscope. Well, that is interesting. Chio, check this out. The nurse obeyed, peering at the device. What she saw nearly made her jump. And here I was wondering if it was a trick of the light, or the sample was actually glowing. There is still some magic left inside. Aizawa looked at his arm with wide eyes. There is magic in me, it's an energy. Vlad King reminded. Not only that, it is channeled through blood and bones, and the ritual gathered a lot of it. Enough to fully heal you. Not only that, remind me what the formula said. Seal his wounds. Purify his body. Restore the life that runs mighty within his body. The energy did exactly that, and the ritual generated so much of it its effects are still active. All Might froze. It goes beyond that. Ethereal energy comes from dimension beyond our own, and need blood and bone to attune to our dimension, and remain anchored. Now, where would such energy stay once summoned in our world? In a place of blood and bones in a human body. Nezu realized. Midoriya's. He used an ethereal energy stored within himself, then used his body as a conduit when his reserves failed to be enough. However, doing so left his body drained of nutrients and magical energy alike, which is why he is unconscious. Alright, Midoriya's condition is explained. Now, we need to explain Eraserheads. I have an experiment in mind, but we'll need Power Loader's tools. What do you want to do? Watch how the magic affects your body by looking at it straight inside your veins. Fine. Let's do it. To be honest, I'm curious too. Power Loader was perfectly fine lending them what they needed. Aizawa folded his sleeve and let Recovery Girl stick the camera-tip probe in his arm. That the wound healed just as quickly was reassuring. The ritual's effects hadn't faded yet. The nurse's concerned face quickly turned to awe. Bending reality, indeed. I can see the glow of energy in the veins' components. I never thought I'd get to see that. The energy isn't simply boosting the activity of the cells. It is transmuting itself. Yes. That's it. The ethereal energy is transforming into whatever component the cell's activity consumes, allowing them to keep working way past what they could realistically do. This isn't bending reality. Vlad King realized. Magic cheats. Reality has rules, namely, the laws of physics. Magic doesn't simply ignore those rules to do what it wants. At least in the case of blood magic, it plays along physics, but folds them to achieve its goals. Wounds aren't sealed by simply closing them and refilling the veins to alleviate the blood loss. Instead, ethereal energy is dragged from dimensions beyond ours, then attuned to ours through contact with blood and bones, shaped by written Inachine commands, and finally acts by transmuting itself, according to the commands given. It is a logical and, above all else, scientifically explicable process. Recovery Girl is right, this is fascinating. Nezu was deep in thoughts. Aizawa looked at his arms. So, the ritual's effects will continue until I run out of energy. I don't mind. In any case, the ritual works as expected. All Might smiled. A shame it is so taxing on young Midoriya. It works better than expected. Nezu pointed. I was honestly not expecting it to be so thorough. Much as I don't mind, I would rather save that level of healing for the truly desperate causes, those where the patient is a death's door. There have to be ways to mitigate its effects, not only because such thoroughness isn't necessary all the time, but because it is so exhausting for Midoriya. In Eraserhead's case, though, I am willing to agree it was necessary, both the amount of healing and the experiment itself. Vlad King, President Mick and Eraserhead both turned to the principal. Nezu shrugged. There are several people who require the amount of care provided by the ritual. One, in particular. He didn't look at All Might. Eraserhead made a good trial run. We now know not only its effects on the caster and the patient, but also the exact mechanisms behind blood magic. All are a major discovery. No argument here. Aizawa shrugged. I have to admit, knowing magic still follows the laws of physics to an extent is reassuring. There is a logic to it. We simply haven't figured it out completely. Vlad King grumbled. Which reminds me. Tokage and Monoma are due a long detention. I told them studying magic was forbidden. But no, they had to disobey. I wouldn't deny it helped us, but still, we set that rule for a reason. They need to be punished for breaking it. I agree. Nezu nodded. But don't forbid them from keeping their study. Excuse me, the principal turned to the machine. We know now that at least some aspect of magic follows the laws of physics. It doesn't simply toy with reality. Is it true for the other paths, or even the other spheres? You want to let them study so you can observe the mechanisms behind their brand of magic. Exactly. I have an idea in mind. Would you be willing to help? The teacher sighed heavily. Fine. But they're still getting detention. Nito and Sasuna stood before Vlad King, head low. Their homeroom teacher glared, eyes full of disappointment. You two know why you're here. Yes. The teens answered together. The blood hero crossed his arms. I had strictly forbidden all of you from studying magic. And yet, you went behind my back and not only started studying, but practicing as well. I am disappointed, and especially in you, Sasuna. You are a recommendation student. What drove you to break my rule? Curiosity got the best of me, sensei. The girl answered. Magic is just so versatile and what it can do is awesome, and I really wanted to try. So, I did. Vlad King sighed. Curiosity. Of all things. I know wonder can be a strong urge, but I expected you to have better self-control. You know the saying. Curiosity killed the cat. There is a reason I set that rule. Now, Monoma. Why? Because I am as quirkless as Midoriya until I copy quirk, so I need power to defend myself when I'm blank, sensei. Necessity. Just as you guess. You know the rules against illegal quirk use, yes? The teen's face became surprisingly fierce. And I have an aunt who ended in the emergencies because she chose against using her quirk in a situation where it would have saved her, just because it is the law. I'm not in the hero course to save people in general, sensei. I am here to get the means to legally protect my family. Alright, that was unexpected. But the teen had a point. Hero License did give a pro the authorization to freely use their quirk. It was expected they would use it to save people and arrest villains. Using it as legal protection in case their family was in trouble was equally goes without saying and not the intended purpose. You really have a knack for lateral thinking, Monoma. Anyway, you two broke my rule against studying magic. You disobeyed me. For this, you get detention. 2 weeks. Sasuna blinked. That's not much. What about practice? Sasuna, don't jinx it. Nito hissed. Vlad King grimaced and looked away. You are still allowed to practice. Nezu's request. As for the short time, I am only punishing you for breaking a rule. I am not punishing you for using magic during the USJ, not when it helped us. It would be counterproductive. Out of curiosity, how long have you been at it? We started practicing 3 days before the USJ. Vlad King nearly choked. That's more recent than I thought. Anyway, I want to make something clear. I am not punishing you for helping us. I am punishing you for disobeying. In our line of work, being able to follow orders is important, even crucial during the more critical situations. When an operation depends on everyone following a given plan, the last thing we need is for some of us to go maverick and do as they please. Do you understand that? And what if the orders are wrong? Or the person giving them is a jackass? Nito asked. Vlad King sighed. Then you discuss it with them before the operation. Solve your problems before you are actually under fire. The two teens quietly nodded. We understand, sensei. But what if the other guy doesn't want to listen and we can clearly see the whole event is going to end poorly? Their homeroom teacher closed his eyes. There is no right answer to that. On one hand, knowing you can follow orders mark you as someone reliable and worthy of trust. But I have lived my whole career assuming every situation was unique, and what works for a case isn't going to work for another. In the end, to swallow your distaste and follow the rules or bypass the orders and act on your own is at your discretion. There are times where it helped. There are times where it made things worse. You can never know beforehand. The two teens took the lesson to heart. Kneeling before the altar, Ibarra prayed with all her heart. Forgive me, O Lord, for I have sinned. Her uncle watched her from afar. Every day since the incident, the girl had come to the church, praying for forgiveness. This was how she coped. Hikaru Shiozaki knew her classmates had their own methods. He let his niece finish her prayer before walking to her side. Taking a life is never easy. I know, Father. Had things gone better, I would not have resorted to such extreme means, but 2 of our teachers were gravely injured, along with several of our classmates. I saw no other choice. The girl held her hands tight. He had predicted it. Midoriya. His cards had foretold casualties, and, seeing the direness of the situation, I decided the deaths would be on the villain's side. I didn't know the horsemen of famine Todoroki had already earned a body count at the flood zone, so the prophecy had already been fulfilled. If you'd known, would you have forsaken lethality? Most likely. Ibarra shuddered. But I cannot guarantee I could have avoided killing them. I was angry and I was scared. They were out to kill us. Father, did I make the right choice? The priest closed his eyes. Those villains chose their path the moment they decided to ally with this Shigaraki. You acted to avenge and save. Sinned, you may have, but none can blame your intentions. Let the Lord judge the souls of these people. You did what you had to protect your classmates. Does it mean I am forgiven? You would deserve it. At the very least, you have extenuating circumstances. Be at peace, Ibarra. That you feel such remorse for ending life proves how much you value it. You are still a good person. The words were comforting, somewhat. Endeavor didn't really know how to feel. On one hand, Shoto kept stubbornly using his ice. On the other hand, Flash freezing the entire flood zone with a finger snap. Alright, fine, this one was actually nice. Too bad about the 30-something villains frozen to death along. Wait. So, you aren't angry at me. I am still disappointed that you refused to use your fire. As for the people you killed, it happens. Those men were villains. They made their bed and ended dying in it. If they wanted to live, they would have chosen another path. I am not angry at you for that. It's simply the hazards of work. Shoto wasn't sure how to feel. I wouldn't use your flames, old man. Your ice was lethal enough as it was. You may not have problems with collateral damage, but I do, especially when lives are on the line. Endeavor shrugged. People get what they deserve. Heroes do good and receive praise. Villains wreak havoc and are punished. Sometimes, what they get is a painful death. They had it coming. Now, go to your room. Shoto huffed and turned away. He couldn't get rid of the bundle of guilt in his chest. As soon as he was back to school, regardless of his father's opinion on the matter, therapy is for the weak, Shoto. Something bad happens to you, you grit your teeth and power through it. He was paying Hound Dog a visit. Endeavor, meanwhile, waited until his son was out and took a picture from his pocket. It was that of the frozen flood zone. He hid it behind a family portrait. Still, that was some impressive work here, Shoto. Just this once, I am proud of you. Tetsu chewed on the juicy steak. His metal skin was directly tied to how much iron was in his body, and he needed to replenish his reserves. At his side, Kamakiri proudly watched the scars on his arms. Yeah, these are cool. I am one badass motherfucker, hell yeah. The metal teen chuckled. I heard you kicked a lot of ass in your zone. I agree, you're manly. A bit more bloodthirsty than I'm used to, but you're pretty tough. Unlike me. I heard you ended in the conflagration zone. Kamakiri reassured. Bad matchup for your iron skin. Bah, it just means you'll have to be better next time. Exactly. Denki looked at the headphones the support student, Mei Hatsume, handed him. Here. This way, you won't fry your brain every time you go all out. The surplus will simply go in the battery so you can use it either as a taser or an actual battery to charge stuff. The blonde grinned. Thanks. I've been struggling with that issue for years. Hey, it's what a support students are for. Besides, I'm the future CEO of Mei Industries. What kind of mechanic would I be if I couldn't solve an issue that simple? Denki decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth and took the headphones. He exited the support studio in time to see Kirishima and Ashido talk in hushed voices. I still feel bad about it. I mean, I don't remember anything from after we left the flood zone, so I can't tell how I lost those memories, and that's a pretty bad thing. But I also can't remember that event you mentioned, where you sent away that weird giant guy while I was frozen in fear. I don't remember that. And there's other minor stuff I can't recall. It's frustrating. The Covery girl said the part of your brain that stores memories is damaged, but it will heal over time. Mina reassured him. Your memories will return as it does, and if it doesn't, we asked Mido. If he could completely restore Racer-sensei, he can restore your memories. Ejiro breathed. He guessed he would have to wait. Izuku finished his platter and grinned. Thanks. It feels good. I can only guess, my boy. All Might smiled. You gave us quite the scare. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the ritual to be that exhausting. What bothers me is that I was doing fine when I performed it. Is it that my body isn't fit enough, or is it just an unavoidable side effect? I would hazard the problem is your body. You aren't done growing, young Midoriya. Maybe, as an adult, you will have the physical fitness and magical capacity to perform the ritual and stay conscious. Izuku nodded, silently hoping he was right. Nezu had shared with him the discoveries they had made on blood magic. What they had found impressed the teen. The way ethereal energy transmuted itself to fuel the body and reinforce it was fascinating. He was eager to learn how the other paths functioned. At All Might's side, Sir Night Eye crossed his arms. When All Might told me he had found a way to heal himself, I was really dubious. Right until Nezu showed me those researches. So, magic is real and it works. The pro adjusted his glass. I have no argument to raise. If this ritual can heal All Might, you have my support, especially when you back it with science. But I can't help but wonder. If it is so useful, why was it forgotten? My bet. Izuku wins. Technology caught on and proved easier to use, slowly rendering magic obsolete. The difference is that, today, people have quirks, which are somewhat similar to magic. Not only that, Nezu and the rest of the UA's staff have decided to study magic not as an art, but as a science. So, magic will eventually be as easy to explain as quirks are. Finally, not all quirks are equal. People whose quirks aren't particularly impressive can always learn magic to compensate. Magic would serve as an equalizer. This is what you're seeing. This is what I'm using it for. I'm quirkless. Not two ways about it. But magic gives you powers of a sort. I see. The pro nodded. I am looking forward to your progresses, as a pro and as a mage. And if you do manage to heal Toshinori. Sir Night Eye looked away, his face slightly reddening. I will be immensely grateful. He means a lot to me. I will, sir. You have my word. Especially now that we know the ritual works. All Might laughed. You tell me. None of us expected it to work so well. Izuku counted himself extremely lucky he was just suffering from starvation. This, he could recover from easily. But 13, Kamakiri, Tetsu, Ichiro and all those who got hurt would require more care. He caught Todoroki leaving Hound Dog's office with a stuffed bear in his hand, which he quickly put in his bag. Classes started again, but Vlad King had an announcement first. The Ritual of Life Spiral allowed us to discover several things about magic. Their homeroom teacher explained. In light of this, Nezu has allowed a select few to study it, in order to observe its mechanisms. Midoriya is already studying the Netherial Sphere, and Monoma and Tokage are studying the Celestial and Natural Spheres respectively. All we need now is someone attuned to the Elemental Sphere, so we can study all 4 forms of energy. I know some of you are eager to learn. So, we are taking volunteers. Who's interested? Ijiro, Mina, Fumikage, Rieko, Itsuka, Ibara, Juzo, and Momo raised their hand. Vlad King nodded. Good. Meet at the library after class. The others can watch if they want. Once class was over, the entirety of 1B went to the library and headed to the Ritual of Affinity. Nezu was there, along with All Might, Recovery Girl, Power Loader, Eraserhead, Present Mick and Midnight. The 18 stepped forward and took a needle. So who goes first? Let's roll a dice. Momo helpfully made a dice and picked a number, followed by the rest of the group. Rieko was first, then Itsuka, Ibara, Momo, Ichiro, Mina, Juzo and finally Fumikage. The pale-haired girl stepped in the circle and let a drop of blood fall on a line. The outermost ring shone a gentle purple. The librarian hummed. Average to low affinity for the Netherial Sphere. Rieko sighed. This isn't what you're looking for. Alright, I will be patient. Sensei, just to be sure, we will be allowed to study magic eventually, right? Yes, as soon as we know more about it. The only reason we are limiting its use is because we don't know all its risks yet. Itsuka came next and pricked her finger. The second circle shone brighter in a green light. Average to high affinity for the natural sphere. Interesting. Itsuka looked at her hands. She hadn't expected to be attuned to nature. Ibara came afterward, piercing her skin with one of her thorns. Unsurprisingly, the second circle lit up gently. More surprisingly, so did the third circle. The librarian raised a brow. A double affinity. Now, this is rare. The potential is only average, but being able to harness the energies of 2 spheres is still noteworthy. Celestial and natural. Nezu filled in the knowledge in a notebook. Momo stepped in the ritual and let her blood drop. The first circle shone dimly. A low affinity for the elemental sphere. My quirk is potent enough as it is. Momo shrugged as she put things into perspective. It isn't like I need magic, but I was curious about its mechanisms. Ijiro came after her and pricked his finger. The first circle shone a brighter white. The librarian nodded. An average to high potential for the elemental sphere. I believe this is what you're looking for. Indeed. Nezu nodded. Mina came after her friend and let blood drop on the ritual. Once again, the white circle shone gently. And average for the young miss. Mina rubbed her hands and handed the needle to Juzo, who pricked his finger. For the third time, the first circle shone white, but the light was rather dimmed. But this young man's affinity is low. Juzo sighed. Fumikage finally stepped in and let his blood drop. The outermost circle shone a vibrant purple. The raven-headed teen didn't hide his grin. And a powerful affinity for the Netherial Sphere. Once the green light is given, I shall enjoy harnessing such power. Fumikage hummed pleasantly. Juzo looked at his hands, annoyed. Only low. Darn. I was curious. Ijiro and Mina both turned to Nezu, who nodded. So, Ashido and Kirishima. Both of you can use elemental energy to decent levels, but, unfortunately and out of caution, we can only allow one of you to study it. Do you want to flip a coin of will you decide between yourselves? Ijiro opened his mouth. Mina beat him to it. I'll withdraw. Ijiro, you said your quirk is generic and not particularly flashy. Magic will let you do more impressive things and give you some variety, instead of just becoming tougher and punching stuff. My acid. It's more versatile so I can get more creative than you with hardening. The red-haired teen closed his mouth and looked down. Alright. Thanks, Mina. He turned to Nezu. I'll do it. When do we start? The principal traded a look with the librarian. First, you must pick your path. This way. He took them to the wing dedicated to elemental magic, and retrieved a book, The 7 Paths of the Elemental Sphere. The group then left the library, Eraserhead, Present Mick and Midnight going their way while Nezu, Recovery Girl, All Might, Power Loader and Vlad King stayed with the class. Ijiro opened the book, then blinked and shook his head. Ah, hell no, it got worse. What is it? The teen looked down, shame-faced. I never told anyone because I'm not proud of it, but maybe you could get rid of it, so I'm gonna tell you. I suffer from surface dyslexia. When I read texts, unless I focus, the words blur on the page and, since I smacked my head, it's gotten worse. Before, I could figure which kana was where but, now, everything's blurred so it's gibberish. The teachers shared a look. Well, that explains a lot. Indeed. Vlad King crossed his arms. I was wondering why Kirishima could do so well with spoken questions, but answer so poorly at written ones. I should have figured earlier he had a reading disorder. Ijiro gritted his teeth and looked down, his skin instinctively hardening. All Might knelt before him. My boy, there's no shame in having a handicap. The shame is when you let it dictate your life, but it's clear you have been fighting it all along. Now, it's simply gotten too bad for you to handle alone. This isn't a problem, it is. The teen hiss. How am I supposed to be a hero if I can't write reports, read messages or even road signs? You have someone else read it to you and dictate your reports. Handicaps are never anything to be ashamed of. They are only obstacles to overcome. There are arrangements that can be made to help you with your disability. Nezu reassured. You wouldn't be the first case we have. I will need to discuss it with Vlad King and, eventually, yourself. But not right now. Now, the day is ending and you need to figure which path you want to walk, right? There was that. Mina took the book from his hands and started reading. The 7 paths one can walk through the elemental sphere are as follow. Primal path. Matter magic, the ability to command the very structure of the world, down to molecular and atomic levels. Divine path. Lightning magic, the ability to generate and control the flow of electricity. Profane path. Fire magic, the ability to harness heat, ignite substances and generate fire. Unseen path. Wind magic, the ability to move the air and direct the flow of wind. Temporal path. Earth magic, the ability to control the ground, rock, and any mineral substance. Less path. Water magic, the ability to channel water, condense it and control its flow. Arcane path. Ice magic, the ability to summon ice, shape it and cool your surroundings at will. The other students shared a look and chuckled. Matter magic aside, these sound pretty straightforward. It would be my path. Momo noted. Because of my quirk's requirements, I need to know the molecular composition of what I want to create. From there, it would just be a different way of putting that knowledge into practice. True. Ijiro hummed. But I feel more at ease with Earth. I mean, my skin takes on a rocky aspect and makes me tougher, so Earth would come more naturally to me than, say, lightning or even ice. I'll walk this path. Izuku, Nito and Sasuna held hands with huge grins on their face. Welcome to the Magic Club. Let's hurry and further our knowledge, so the teachers deem it safe, and others can join. Everyone, even the teachers, joined in the laugh. First thing first, to properly study magic, Nezu established the 4 magician in training would have to know what their paths were about. For Izuku and Sasuna, it meant biology. For Nito, it meant optics. For Ijiro, it meant geology. The teachers were inflexible on the matter, and it was only after a week of cramming that they let the 4 teens practice. Izuku found it mildly frustrating, even though he understood. Sasuna found it frustrating for a different reason. She already possessed that knowledge. The teachers didn't yield. Ijiro, because of his disability, had Mina or one of his classmates read the book to him, usually Momo. Power Loader held an optical spectrometer as Nito summoned a sphere of light. Nezu, Vlad King, Izuku, Sasuna and Ijiro watched as the teen started manipulating the light, a deep frown on his face. This is frustrating. The teen grumbled. Before, I just had to apply my will to the light and shape it in what I wanted. Now, I got all this stuff about wavelength and electromagnetism, and it gets me to think on what I'm doing, and it disturbs me. Indeed, his handling of the sphere looked rather clumsy. Nezu chuckled sheepishly. I believe you are running into the phenomenon known as centipede's dilemma, or analysis paralysis. The knowledge we force you to get is making you overthink and upsets your focus. My mistake. I should have anticipated it. Nito sighed and kept playing with the sphere. Its color flickered from white to red, purple, orange and indigo. Power Loader shook his head. Optics is a rather complex branch of physics. Depending the place, students start delving in it in the middle of high school, with the more advanced classes given in college. Did you find the books complicated? More like complex, but yeah, it wasn't easy to understand. It's interesting, though. It's nice to know the way light behaves, and I get why you'd want to know about the field you're harnessing. But it makes controlling light much more delicate. Izuku and Sasuna shared a look. Try putting a blindfold and control light without using your eyesight. The challenge sounded interesting. Nito complied. His handling swiftly improved. Of course. Nezu nodded. With your eyes open, you are using your sight to manipulate the light, and the frustration came from being unable to see the underlying mechanisms. Blindfolded, however, you have to rely on touch and your magic sense. Speaking of, we need a name for that. But anyway, depriving you of your sight gives you more room to focus on manipulation through senses that were otherwise finer tuned. Reminds me how blind or deaf people improve their other senses to compensate. The similarities are there. So, Nijima, what does the spectrometer say? It says it's a very good thing celestial energy is visible with the naked eye, because we would all be wondering what the heck is going on. The teacher answered. This might be the simplest explanation we are going to have. Simply put, the energy toys with the electromagnetic radiation responsible for light, and gives it the shape the mage wants. Monoma wants a red sphere, the energy alters the light's wavelength to be red. He wants a sphere or tube, it binds photons together to give it consistency, and takes the wanted shape. Elementary, my dear. Nezu snickered. Is that all? For now? I believe yes. We got the mechanisms behind light magic, and it was really easy to figure out. Maybe we'll have to further our studies once Monoma further advances in his path, but for now, that's it. 1 path down. Only 27 to go. Well, 26 and a half, given what they had discovered about blood magic. Sasuna was more or less the same. The mechanisms are actually very similar to blood magic, only the process is done using a different energy. Recovery girl nodded. Basically, young Tokage channels natural energy to alter the cellular structure of the body in the shape she wants, but Midoriya achieves this effect through Anachian sigils. Vlad King pointed. Tokage directly channels natural energy. Midoriya doesn't. He first uses Anachian, either spoken or written. Ethereal energy comes from a different dimension. Nezu reminded. It needs to be attuned to ours first. I surmise this is part of the Anachian's purpose. You're probably right. Power Loader hummed. The more I look at the sigils, the more they remind me of computer programming. Long story short, the Anachian alphabet is a programming language which affects magical energy, regardless of its origin. Each sigil has a meaning it enforces upon magic, thus shaping them into the desired effect. Long sigils give a simple command, while longer instructions like the ones used in the ritual are akin to long lines of code. So, teach Midoriya coding. That would be a good idea. They finally observed Ijiro, who was using a plastic headband with a large ruby as catalyst, and came to the same conclusion. Earth magic works similarly to light and restoration magic. The elemental energy influenced the shape and behavior of minerals according to the teen's will. So, the 4 teens asked. How safe is it so far? So long as you don't fool around with Anachian, we would say magic as an energy is relatively safe to use. Manama and Kirishina, so long as you don't ruin the landscape, you have free reign to practice. Tokage, however, we will only let you practice under recovery girl's supervision. Altering someone's biology, even your own, is not only delicate, but also morally questionable in several regards. We're fine with it only so long as you proceed with caution and with someone to watch. Sasuna sighed heavily. Should have gone with water restoration. The teachers turned to Izuku. Finally, Midoriya, we will let you practice normally since you use magic to compensate for your lack of quirk, so restraining your use of it would be unfair, and you already have experience in its use. However, there are still several questions that we need answers for, so we will still watch you closely. Fair enough. Alright. Power Loader crossed his arms. What bothers me more is how cardinal magic functions. How Bone channels ethereal energy is something I get. Why it has to be cards, and why it has to be these patterns, specifically, is something that's going to niggle me for a while. At least, we made a step forward when we assimilated Anachi into a programming language for magic. The 14 shared a look. So, when can others start studying? Nezu mentally counted. I hazard we should start after the sport festival and workplace training. It will allow our 4 apprentices to further their mastery of both their quirk and their magic, while giving us more time to observe them. It will also give us the time to set a program and figure who will and will not be studying magic. Vlad King nodded and counted on his fingers. Given we let in students with at least an average affinity, I have Ashido, Tokoyami, Shiozaki, Kendo and maybe Yanagi in my class who would be willing. There is something to consider. All Might suddenly pointed. As young Midoriya demonstrated, magic can be used as an equalizer. People with weak quirks could learn magic to gain the power to become pro-heroes. Boys and girls who failed the entrance exam because their quirk was unsuited to the trial could. Yes. Nezu frowned deeply. You make a perfectly valid point, All Might. Magic could indeed be used as an equalizer. Vlad King visibly tensed. I remember what Bakugo told Midoriya during the quirk assessment tests. I wouldn't quote his words out of respect for my student, there was an edge in his voice nobody missed. But I talked with Hound Dog, and it seems Bakugo holds the view that one's quirk determines their worth. People with strong quirks are meant to stand at the top, while those with weak quirks remain at the bottom of the social ladder. This kind of mentality irks me more than I'd like to admit because our quirk is a part of us, but it doesn't define us. No more than our hair or skin color. In other words, social Darwinism. All Might summed. I disapprove. The measure of a man isn't their power but their heart. People with powerful quirks can be absolutely irredeemable, while people with little to no power can be the nicest men and women you'll ever meet. But a lot of people submit to this mentality, some of them quite high-ranked. Nezu reminded grimly. Endeavor, just to name one. And society, with the prevalence of heroes, has done much to cement it. Magic is going to upset this status quo. Through it, anyone would be able to become a hero. More generally, the sheer potential it opens to its practitioners mean the traditional laws that have ruled our society are going to become obsolete. The ramifications of widespread use of magic are non-negligible. The heroes shared a look. So, what do we do? Nezu turned to Izuku. How many people have you told about magic? Besides the UA staff, Mirio-senpai and Sir Night-Eye. Only Mom. She didn't show interest in learning it and agreed to keep it secret. The Rodin frowned deeply. Knowledge of magic must not become widespread. Not yet. It is too early. He turned to the 4 students. It means no using magic during the sport festival. Midoriya, I apologize but it means you won't participate. It wouldn't be fair for you. But what will I do for workplace training? The teen gasped. All Might was quick to reassure him. I talked with Sir Night-Eye. He was going to personally ask you to join him for workplace training, since we weren't sure how many offers you were going to receive, but since you won't have any, I'll default to him. Fine by me. Izuku grinned. I'll get to intern with Mirio. Lad King looked nervous. Actually, Midoriya, could you make an Arcana reading on the topic? Just to be sure. So far, your predictions have always come true somehow. But he nodded and went to a table. There, he shuffled the cards of the major arcana, as his homeroom teacher asked his question. What will happen if the knowledge of magic starts spreading around? Izuku drew. The first card was the magician, standing straight. Next was the high priestess, also straight. The third arcana was justice upside down. Izuku frowned and drew again. He got strength, standing straight. The fifth arcana was the emperor upside down. The last arcana, finally, was the wheel of fortune standing straight. The blood hero nodded. Only 2 arcanas upside down. This is less than I expected. Now, to decode the message. The magician clearly stands for magic. Izuku frowned. And the high priestess represents the act of teaching. Now, justice upside down. Its main negative meanings are caution, injustice, spite and intolerance. People will be wary and distrustful of magic at first. Hostile, even. But strength standing straight means self-control, mastery and confidence among others. Those who won't distrust magic will see it as an opportunity to better themselves. At first, what All Might said, how it could be used as an equalizer. The emperor upside down represents tyranny, harshness, opposition, selfishness and rigidity. And, of course, the emperor is a symbol of authority. Opposition from people in high places. Finally, the wheel of fortune change. Opportunity. For better or worse, magic will be a game changer. I say on my decision. Nezu nodded. We will proceed with caution. Let the students of the hero course study it and slowly start to spread it among the other courses. Let people become accustomed to the art. It is just like it happened with quirks. People fear what they don't understand. Let them become familiar with magic before allowing it to spread. I will handle the opposition from high places. Everyone trusted him. They decided to close the topic. For now, only hero course students would be allowed to learn magic, and only within the confines of UA, Izuku being the notable exception due to his quirklessness. Naturally, the new made a lot of their classmates very happy. That was earlier than I thought. Itsuka admitted. So, after workplace training. I can wait that long. Speak for yourself. Fumikage grumbled. I already started working on my catalyst, and I already know which path I want to walk. Really? Which one? Darkness, of course. I want to try water. Mina grinned. It feels more natural with my acid. What about you, Ibar? The religious girl hummed. What would be natural for me, given my quirk? For the celestial sphere, I want to try benediction. To strengthen my allies and better support them. Yeah, this is totally you. In the library, Izuku, Mirio, All Might, Nezu, Power Loader, Vlad King and Eraserhead were running experiments on blood magic. The excavation hero removed his eyes from the microscope. As suspected, Tagada's bracelet indeed bears traces of his DNA. So, blood enchantment functions by imbuing items with the user's genes and an ethereal energy, ensures only people with matching DNA can use them. This is, simply put, the magical equivalent of a gene-coded biometric lock, and it's much simpler to make than regular biometric security. Nezu grinned. You just need an ethereal mage and enough blood to imbue the item with. Blood is practical because it gives an easy-to-access and manipulate source of DNA. Power Loader smiled. This kind of enchantment would be much harder to perform with hair, nails or peeled skin. Also, using the user's DNA as a pass makes sure borrowing the item is impossible, since the borrower cannot match or steal something like genes. Case in point, he took Izuku's knife and stabbed a blank paper sheet. The sheet didn't have a scratch. Mirio tried as well with similar success. Aizawa followed. Not a hole. Then, with a big grin on his face, All Might took the knife and stabbed the paper sheet. This time, there was a hole. Everyone was silent. After a moment, Nezu took the knife and tried to cut the sheet. The bone knife slipped on the edge without leaving a dent. Izuku cut the sheet, and a piece fell cleanly. All Might finally took the knife. It was noticeably harder to cut, but the paper did give in. Izuku paled. Sometimes, I let mom use my knife. It doesn't cut as sharply in her hands as it does in mine, but it still cuts. Everyone turned to Power Loader, who had similarly connected the dots. Margin of error. Which people shared the closet genetic match? Family. Nezu quietly answered. Parents. Siblings. Uncles, aunts and cousins. Relatives. But which degree does the margin cover? Mirio looked away, embarrassed. Now I think about it, I let Dad try my bracelet a few times. I didn't really pay attention because he found it ill-fitting, but it did stay on his wrist. Vlad King and Aizawa had the same reaction. You too. DNA test. Now, Izuku and All Might wholeheartedly agreed. Vlad King turned to Mirio. Tagada, see with your relatives which of them can wear your bracelet. It will allow us to establish the margin of error. Will do, sensei. They had their answer a few days later, 1 week before the sport festival. As they thought, Izuku and All Might's genes had a 50% match. The two were father and son. How did it even happen? Sir Night Eye asked, astounded. All Might held a picture of younger Inko and grinned sheepishly. The rest of the group had joined them because they were all equally curious to know how the symbol of peace had managed to unknowingly conceive a child. I remember that woman. It was an amazing night, in more ways than one. He looked at Izuku. My boy, I promise that, had I known how we were related earlier, I would have taken the steps to either recognize you as Toshinori Yagi's son, or at least provided child support to your mother. I don't care you are quirkless. I don't care you are illegitimate. You are biologically my son, and you have a kind heart and fierce determination that fill me with pride. The words brought comfort to the green-haired teen. To the other teachers, it brought reassurance. Legitimate or not, All Might still cared for his son. The symbol of peace smiled fondly. As for how you came to be, well, that's a funny story. You see, the day had been long, so I was in dire need of a drink. So, naturally, I headed to a bar. There was a woman nearby, a beauty with long emerald hair. Someone slipped a Mickey in her drink, and I noticed, but before I could warn her, it turned she had noticed as well. She confronted the culprit. All Might grinned from ear to ear. Of course, they started to fight. The ruffian could secrete hallucinogens from his fingertips. Inko could attract small objects. You'd be surprised how effective such quirk is in combination with good dodging. To sum up the ensuing brawl, young Izuku's mother took down half the patrons single-handedly, just by pulling the appropriate objects and dodging at the right time. It was beautiful. I didn't have to leave my seat. Izuku gaped like a fish before finding his voice. Mom did what? She did that. So, after such a display, I simply had to buy her a drink. But, knowing what happened, I pointedly asked the barman to prepare it before her, so she could see I didn't put anything in it. She appreciated the honesty and we started talking. One thing led to another and, well, it was a great night. My only regret is that none of us realized the child she was carrying was mine. Izuku sat and shook his head. Sorry. I can't. I can't picture Mom in a bar brawl, and I can't believe she won like that. Or that it was so impressive. The symbol of peace was so odd. No. Just no. Mirio gently rubbed his shoulder. The teachers shared a look. Yes, even the symbol of peace can have that kind of accident. It's a very good thing Midoriya looks nothing like him. Though, young Izuku is very much like me. Just not physically. But his kindness, his stubbornness, his relentless desire to save others and make people smile, these are from me. No question asked. Everyone was silent before Mirio finally spoke. I had an aunt tried the bracelet. It didn't stick at all. I guess this means the margin is only close relatives. First-degree relatives are people sharing about 50% of their genes. Nezu agreed. So, this is the error margin of blood enchantment. A small one. In that domain, at least, magic has technology trumped. Power Loader smiled. Reliable biometric locks with a margin that small are hard to find, and the very flaw in the lock still makes sure the people who can bypass it are few and known to the user. He glanced at Izuku and All Might. Except for some unexpected situations, the pair laughed good-naturedly. I hope it won't make workplace training too awkward. Later that day, Power Loader called Izuku to the support studio to show him his new support item. Sutsune, ever curious, followed him. She took one look at the device before speaking. Give it a board and it's a dual disc. Indeed, the item was a smooth oval metal box with 2 slots wide enough to accept the 2 card sets, and the mechanisms inside shuffle them. The top of the box had the actual board with 2 spots to place the cards. From there, Izuku would just have to say the words and aim the device. Its design, meanwhile, rather than being taken from the infamous series, was made to match the young mage's hero outfit. The metal was painted white with red lines and green triangles lining the sides. A metallic armband fastened it on the teen's limb. Izuku set it on his arm and placed the decks inside. He and Sutsune then tried it inside the studio. It worked flawlessly. Alright, then it's good to go. Power Loader nodded. I had the idea pretty much since I've seen you at work. The gunslinger-like draw isn't bad, but this auto-shuffler is simply more practical, and it fits your style better. Izuku had to agree. Sutsune didn't stop making Yu-Gi-Oh jokes that kind of flew over the teen's head. Sorry, I'm just not very knowledgeable when it comes to that kind of series. I'm more into superheroes and, more recently, fantasy. Wait, you don't know that classic? That's it. I'm gathering everyone for an anime night. And, indeed, Izuku had to agree his new gear looked a lot like dual discs. The rest of the class enjoyed the series to varying degree, Fumikage drawn by the occult aspect of it, while Mina loved the series that happened in the Dueling Academy. This is so like what we're doing at UA. As for Itsuka, she and Yusetsu far preferred the 3rd series, and for good reason. Card games on motorcycles were cool. Izuku was silently disappointed. Yes, Sir Night-Eye had agreed to take him for workplace study, and he would be with Mirio. Yes, he knew why he wasn't allowed to compete in the event. Yes, he would be in the stands to watch his classmates. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how his magic would fare against the other students, and it was making him jittery. So, after wishing his friends good luck, he found a seat. Fortunately, Mirio and his friends, Tamaki and Nejire, had decided to keep him company. Remember? No magic. Quirks only. Vlad King had reminded Ijiro, Sutsune and Ito the day before. People couldn't know about magic. Not yet. It was too early and they had shared Izuku's tarot reading. The trio had grumbled, but agreed. Now, they were in the locker room, getting ready for the grand event that was the sport festival. That's not manly at all. Ijiro pestered. I mean, I understand why Nezu wants to keep magic a secret for now, but that's not fair on Izubro. We'll take him for the internships if he can't show off. That's what the sport festival's supposed to be about. Momo, practical as ever, grabbed her phone and texted her classmate. A smile crossed her face. All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, already agreed to take him in. His student was tutored by Izuku in using his quirk, so Sir felt like returning the favor, and the request came from All Might on top of it. Ejiro breathed. Phew, alright. That's manly of them. None of them knew what the trials would be, so there was little they could do to prepare. Finally, the time came. As President Mick introduced them, Class 1 and Class 1B left the changing rooms to the cheer of the crowd, the other classes following behind. Ejiro wasn't the only one looking for his classmate. He was relieved to find him next to a big blonde with a quiff, a shy-looking blue-haired teen and a perky girl with curly blue hair. The green-haired teen waved at them. His classmates returned the gesture. Midnight looked at the gathered students. It was a shame cute little Izuku wasn't allowed to participate, especially since, as the highest scorer of the entrance exam, he was the student's representative, but Nezu had been clear. No magic allowed. And, since the boy was powerless without it, the next highest scorer got the job. In this case, it was Momo Yorozu, who had fallen short of her classmate's score by 3 tiny points. Momo breathed and walked to the platform, steady. She had long considered what she was going to say, and, after thinking, had settled on something she was sure would make Izuku smile. Some people say you cannot be a hero without the right power. And, indeed, if we look at the hero community, most pros have quirks that are frankly amazing. There is Endeavor, of course, and Best Jeanist, Mirko, Kamui Woods. There is also Ingenium and the Wild Pussycats, Gang Orca and Majestic. Those pros have quirks that make them uniquely suited to be heroes, but I have learned something over the past month. Several things, in fact. The first is that our quirks do not define us. They are part of us, yes, but our lives do not revolve around them. We are defined by other things than what our powers are. She looked at the crowd. Everyone was silent. The second thing I learned is that no quirk, no power, is good or evil. You may have the most horrible mutation, the most eldritch quirk, and yet, if you use them to assist others and support them, then you and they are good. Quirks are a tool. A tool is as good as the hand that wields it. The last thing I learned is what I believe is the most important. You don't need a quirk to be a hero. A hero's first duty is to save people. Sometimes, it can be as simple as making them smile. You don't need a quirk to make someone smile. You don't need a quirk to compliment them, encourage them or lift their spirits. You don't need a quirk to put a band-aid on a scratch or disinfect a wound. If you can do this, it doesn't matter that you have an innocuous quirk or no quirk at all. You will be a hero. All of us, from we hero course students to the students in general, support and business, can be heroes. And if someone wants to argue, they are free to come find me during break. On this, she left. The sound of a mic dropping echoed through the stadium. Midnight grinned. Her blonde friend's intervention was spot on. There was a beat, then mutters began to run through the crowd before being drowned by cheers. Izuku was at this from crying. He had figured Momo's speech was meant for him and anyone who had given him grief for being quirkless, and he felt immensely grateful. Mirio strongly agreed. Ha, she's right. Exhibit A, or should I say I? Yeah, power's not everything when it comes to heroism. Tamaki was quietly clapping while Nejire was jumping in her seat. She was still being drowned by the crowd. Below, Class 1B was congratulating their classmate. That was for Mito, right? Mostly him, yes, but also for everyone in his situation. Hopefully, it will change. Ejiro's skin hardened. It will. We'll make sure of it. There were 3 trials. The first was an obstacle course. The 1B students shared a grin, Nito being the first to speak. Going solo or teamwork makes the dream work. As everyone rushed through the narrow entrance, Shoto Todoroki left them all in the dust by skating on ice and freezing most of the contestants. Teamwork. Itsuka grumbled. Let's show those selfish one-a jerks how true heroes work. And so, while the members of Class 1 raced alone, the 1B students worked together to cross the obstacles, Ibarra carrying them over the frozen crowd with her vines. Those same vines held the 0-pointers when Shoto froze them in precarious positions. When it looked like they were going to collapse, Yui simply shrank them down. President Mick laughed. And here we have the 2 approaches to hero business, displayed beautifully by our hero classes. The lone wolves strong enough to carry the day on their own, and the team players who tackle every problem together. Yeah, the second obstacle was the fall, a deep gap filled with platforms connected by ropes. 1A slowed down. 1B didn't. Nito and Itsuka took over a bar and launched their classmates from platform to platform, then were dragged by the vine-haired girl. Shoto and Bakugo were still ahead of them. The last obstacle was the minefield. Ibarra used her vines to locate the mines and point them, making them easy to avoid for her teammates. As they crossed the area, Momo gave the girl a nod. Remind me to buy you something once the festival is over. You carried us for this trial. I am merely filling in for the lamb, since he was forbidden from participating. The girl smiled gently. I have no doubt that, if he was with us, he would have empowered us all before the competition began, and used his magic to clear our path. Since he isn't there, I shall carry his burden instead. Bakugo was the first to cross the finishing line, piping Todoroki at the post with one last blast. The bicolor team was second, followed by Tenya Iida, Tsuyu Asui, Hanta Sero, Tetsu, Jiroda Shishida and Ichako Uraraka. All 21B students took the 10 to 30 slots, to Midnight's amusement. The remaining 1S students filled the final slots well, except for one. Mineta had tried to hitch a ride on Pony's backside. The equine girl had ejected. With her horns. Her classmate was still stuck to a tree near the beginning of the minefield. Of the 40 winners of the trial, only 2 weren't from the hero course. Mei Hatsume from support and Hitachi Shinso from general. They were presented with the second trial. The cavalry battle. Nito was appropriately smug when Bakugo was handed the 10,000,000 points headband. Ibarra agreed. I may be Christian, but even we have an equivalent of karma. You shall reap what you sow. Indeed. So, how do we do this? Momo hummed. This is a team struggle. We work as such. Nito, because of your quirk, you are the most knowledgeable when it comes to combining our powers. We will refer to your expertise, because Izuku may be able to figure any quirk's mechanisms, but the blonde was the one who could put that theory to practice. This was why the pair made such an amazing team. Nito's grin was positively feral. 5 teams of 4. Hey miss. He called the support student. We're short one teammate for our little strategy. Mind joining us? Mei Hatsume perked up. Depends. Will I get the chance to show off my babies? The blonde considered his classmates, gears running in his head. Oh, yes. Definitely. Now, for the one key rule. We don't target each other. When teams are fair games, but not each other. Got it. And the teams. Ejiro, Mina, Manga, Matrao. Hiryu, Tageru, Meizo and Kasei. Yui, Momo, Rieko, Yusetsu. Momo, I hope you don't mind carrying Yusetsu. I don't. I can see what you intend through our teamwork. Thanks. So. Juzo, Setsuna, Fumikage, Rakido. And, finally. Ibarra, Mei, Itsuka and I. Only go after the big headband in the last seconds, alright. Bakugo's temper is as volatile as his explosions, which are smaller still than his ego. Don't give him the time to hunt you and beat you down for stealing his prize. Everyone growled and approved. None of them liked the explosive blonde. The memory of his beating of Izuku still chafed, as did the knowledge that it used to be commonplace before Yue. None of them said it, but they were itching to make him pay for hurting their classmate. When it appeared one had formed teams of 3 to 4, they smirked. When they noticed the teammates of the general student were empty-eyed and apathetic, they got wary. Silently, they agreed to steer clear and watch. They knew the quirks of both classes, and Mei gladly explained her own. The purple-haired student, however, was an unknown. Sometimes, caution was the better part of valor. Bakugo had teamed up with Tetsu and Hanta. Shoto, meanwhile, had chosen Tenya, Ichako and Pony as his teammates. The cavalry battle began and Class 1A went straight for Bakugo, completely ignoring the 1B teams. None of them complained. In fact, being ignored quite worked in their favor. While 1A focused on the 10 million point headband, 1B focused on everyone else. And the watchers noticed. Is it me or the 1B kids aren't going after each other? Death Arms frowned. They aren't. Kamui Wood confirmed. Which is strange. This kind of trial is generally a free-for-all. Which class you belong to doesn't matter except, of course, for the 1B students. Either they have a truce going on or they are all secretly working together. Nito closed his eyes and turned to Asuka and Momo. If my guess is right, next trial is one-on-one. All of us cannot reach the next step. Ibarra grimly pointed. Some of us will have to sacrifice themselves so others can go. The cold calculus indeed, which means we have to decide which of us will and share the points accordingly. Momo nodded. There was 1 minute left. The 1B students used it to share the headbands in their possession. Midnight, Present Mick and Eraserhat took note. What are the little listeners playing at? It is a known fact Class 1B is close-knit. The Erasure hero pointed. I don't know them as well as Class 1A, but I know as a fact that rivalries are common in my class. According to Vlad, it isn't the same in his. His students are generally more supportive of each other and more protective. If you wrong one of them, they will all make you regret it. Case in point, there are 5 seconds left. It was all Ibarra needed to snatch the 10 million points headband. Bakugo froze. The bell rang before he could act. Ibarra smirked. The lamp sends his regards, horseman of war. Consider it your first payment for the pain you inflicted on Izuku. Bakugo would have burned her down if the fight wasn't over. As it was, he could only bide his time and wait for the one-on-one. Then, the thorn-haired extra would pay. He looked at the board. Thanks to a single headband Hanta had snatched as a failsafe, his team was dead last, while his stolen headband placed Ibarra's team firmly at the top. Behind them was Todoroki's team, thanks to the bi-colored team keeping his costly headband. Ijiro, Mina, Manga and Machira were behind Todoroki's team, but the true surprise came from the purple-haired students' team. They had ranked evenly with Bakugo. Present Mick hummed. The tie, At least, the little listeners combined give us an even number. Do we add 2 to make 20 or sign me out? Sign us out, Monshare. Everyone looked at Shinso's teammates, Yuga Aoyama and Irinjeki Shoda. The pair looked despondent. We don't recall the trial. At all. We have no idea what happened and it's bothering us. In this situation we don't want to continue. Not when we don't know how we got there. We are giving up. The pair walked away. Nito raised a brow. Interesting, some kind of amnesia-inducing mind control. Let's find out. The bar held him. Later. They're announcing the matchups. The blonde sighed and turned to the board. What he saw made him frown. Ejiro was against Tetsutetsu. Mirror match incoming. Uraka was facing Shinso, the Gen Ed student. Nito still hadn't figured his quirk, but he knew the match would give him answers. Todoroki went up against Iida. An interesting fight in sight. Mei was fighting Ejiro. The pair went to the side to discuss. The bar was against Tsunatori. More than a few people relished the chance of a catfight. Mina was fighting Sero. The girl grinned. If her acid could dissolve his tape, her opponent was done for. Itsuka was against Manga. The pair briefly wished each other good luck. Nito was facing Bakugo himself. The copycat smirked and wondered how the explosive blonde would enjoy the taste of his own quirk. Probably not. However, before that, there was lunch break. It was a very good thing because everyone was starving. Izuku joined them as they sat with their food. You guys were great. Nobody was expecting you to rely so much on teamwork, but it got you far. That, it did. Itsuka smiled. Even though some of us had to sacrifice themselves during the cavalry battle. We couldn't get everyone to the last trial. There's only one gold medal. Izuku shrugged. I heard the pros talk in the stands. A lot of them were impressed. On the other hand, a lot also argued you were kin to breaking the game by working together, and they wished you'd show your powers more. It's their problems. Nito huffed. How are you doing? Fine so far, thanks for asking. He turned to Momo. Thanks for your words during the speech. They mean a lot. That's why I said them. The bussy genius smiled. Mito, I mean, Izuku. Even without your magic, you would have made a formidable hero. Maybe not alone but in a team. Your quirk analysis and selflessness would have been a huge asset. The magical teen blushed hard. Nito chuckled. Silently, he wholeheartedly approved. His magic was an asset, but Izuku only needed it to support himself. Without it, in a team made of anyone from their class, he would be a key player. His classmate was that smart. Add in his medical knowledge and he became downright invaluable. Todoroki passed them by, paused, then looked at Izuku. Midoriya, I want to talk to you. He glanced at his classmates. In private, everyone be students hence. No, what? Sorry Todoroki. Nito didn't feel sorry at all. But we don't trust you that much. One of us is tagging along. Izuku gave his classmates a half-startled, half-annoyed glare. Ibara crossed her arms. The horseman of famine may be kinder than the horseman of war, but he remains a horseman. He is dangerous. Unless you give your word you mean the lamb no harm, we won't change our mind. Todoroki sighed. I have no intention of hurting your classmates. I just want to talk about private personal matters. But, if you insist I swear on All Might I won't hurt him. Good enough, good enough. Nito and Ibara calmed down. So, Izuku and the bi-haired teen found an isolated spot further in the building. The magician offered a timid smile. Sorry about Nito and the others. They have a protective streak, I notice. And wish someone was as protective of me. Anyway, I know some of your classmates have begun studying magic. Monoma and that girl who can split herself, Sasuna Tokage. Izuku supplied. Ejiro was also allowed to study magic, so we could figure the mechanisms behind the elemental sphere. Nito lets us study the celestial sphere, Satsuna the natural one and, for me, the ethereal sphere. But yeah, Vlad-sensei has forbidden us from using magic during the festival. That's why I'm not participating. Since I'm quirkless, it wouldn't be fair for me. Todoroki paused. You are quirkless, yep. That's why I picked magic in the first place. I had a brand new power handed to me. Well, I wasn't going to pass, not if it let me become a hero like All Might. Todoroki blinked once. Twice. After consideration, he decided to tell him. Have you heard about quirk marriages? Yes. Izuku grimaced. Why do you ask? There weren't many things which could make Izuku genuinely angry. The one a student's explanation was one. I was bred specifically for my quirk. Endeavor doesn't see me as his son. He sees me as his creation. I hate him for what he did to me. For what he did to Mom. This is why I will never use his flames, ever. Izuku hesitated before speaking. I can understand. Sadly, like it or not, his flames are a part of you. It is true that, comparatively speaking, ice is more useful than fire in hero business. But I watched you. I know medicine. Using your ice cools your body. Overusing it could prove hazardous for your health. If you don't want to use your fire for heroism, that's your choice. But I think you should still use it to counterbalance your ice's cooling effect. Furthermore, fire has its uses in everyday life. You can't use quirks in the streets, but at home. Warm your food, light a room, light a candle, the uses are many. You don't hate your father to the point of foregoing his fire for mundane tasks, do you? Todoroki paused. Slowly, a grin crept on his face. I think he would hate that I'm wasting his quirk on meaningless activities. And you're right about my ice. Sadly. I will have to be discreet about it, but I noticed the effects you were talking about, eh? Glad I could help. The pair let silence settle comfortably between them. Eventually, Todoroki spoke. I think Endeavor would hate it if magic became widespread. I'm tempted to learn just to annoy him even more. I made a tarot reading about that. Izuku wins. It predicted that the knowledge of magic would be opposed by people in position of authority because of its potential for upsetting the status quo. That's why Nezu decided to wait before allowing more students. He considered after workplace study. That's reasonable. The blue-haired teen nodded. Some days, I still have trouble wrapping my mind around the fact magic is real. Where has it been, all this time? Science caught up and it was forgotten. Nezu and our approach to it is appropriately methodic. We treat it like a new scientific field, rather than an art. Izuku chuckled. We already made some very interesting discoveries. Really? Like, well, just for starters, magic is an energy, which means we can observe it most of times. For the really scientific part, the ritual of life spiral showed. They spent a long time talking. All along, Hitachi Shinso listened from behind a corner. When he had seen Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, leave with the 1-1B student who hadn't participated, he had gotten curious. So, he had followed them, wondering what juicy tidbit he could gain from spying on them. Needless to say, he had gotten more than he'd bargained for. That Todoroki hated his father was useful to know. That he was a result of quirk marriage landed somewhere between ouch and blackmail material. But then, they'd begun talking about magic. True, Hineso goodness magic. Magic was real. It was the reason Izuku Midoriya wasn't participating. Nezu had begun studying it as an art. He wanted to progressively spread its knowledge because of its potential. It would begin after workplace study. Hitachi looked at his hands. Given the chance, would he seize it and become a mage? Absolutely. But first, he had a sports festival to win. President Mick grinned. Lunch break was over, and midnight was announcing the rules while Cementus was preparing the arena. He cleared his throat and glanced at Eraserhead. His best friend was still doing fine, even though the effects of the ritual of life spiral had faded. He owed Lil Mito, big time. Shoto was doing better than ever, physically and mentally. His old nightmares, especially those with the Boro, didn't keep him up at night, and the memories didn't hurt as they used to. They still stung a little, but the ritual had done as instructed and restored and brought peace to his soul. It translated as a sharp decrease in the severity of his mental trauma. Hisashi could never thank Izuku enough. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final round of the sport festival. The DD duels. People cheered. And now, for the first of them. On my right, both from Class 1A, the ingenious engine boy, Tanya Iida. On my left, his opponent. The ice-cold prince, Shoto Todoroki. On my mark fight, Tanya and Shoto faced each other. The engine-legged team bowed. It is an honor to be fighting you, Todoroki-kun. Let's do our best. Shoto briefly considered opening with a glacier to end the fight quickly. But Tanya, all overbearing that he was, remained his classmate. And, truth be told, he appreciated his constant politeness. It was more than he got at home. Ice swirled in his hand. Thank you, Iida. I will try to hold back. Emphasis on try. As his classmates reaved his engines, he put a hand on the ground and coated it with a layer of ice. Tanya avoided getting caught, but suddenly finding himself on an ice rink made him realize the threat. Agreed. Given what you can do, you are holding back. Now, to put one foot before the other without falling on his swipao. Rear. Once the festival was over, he was taking ice skating classes. Preferentially with Midoriya or recovery girl on hand. In the meantime, try as he might, he couldn't stand, much less use his engines without skidding around. The teen sighed. I am unable to fight you win, Todoroki-kun. Though the fault is mine, this time. I need ice skating lessons before we fight again. Shoto raised a brow but not at all the same. His classmate did what he wanted. Though he was admittedly curious to see Tenya use his quirk with ice skates on his feet. It could be interesting. Maybe even fun. And Todoroki is the winner. As expected of the star of 1A. Our next fight pits Class 1B's Priestess of Thorns, Ibara Shiozaki, against Class 1A's Equine Heron, Pony Tsunatori. Ready when you are, ladies. Pony chuckled as she looked at her opponent. It will be a fun fight. It will be a short fight. Ibara corrected. Then, before Pony could react, thorns sprung from the ground and wrapped themselves around the girl, just loose enough to not hurt her. Pony yelped and struggled. She quickly stopped when she felt the thorns. Glaring, she launched as many horns as she could at her opponent. Ibara simply raised a thorny wall before her. The horns didn't get through. Pony surrendered. A short fight, indeed. Mick whistled. Todoroki isn't the only one capable of wide-scale quirk use. He waited until the arena was clear. Then he stretched his fingers and grinned. Our next fight is a mirror match. On my left, from Class 1B, the teen with the stone skin, Ichiro Kirishina. Against him and on my right, Class 1A's very own Steel Colossus, Tetsu. Ready, boys. Then fight. Tetsu smirked. You know, I always wanted to know which of us is the toughest. Guess we're gonna find out. I'm curious as well, truth be told. Ichiro admitted. Let's go. Stone skin and steel skin met in the middle of the arena. neither broke. The two teens began to fight with fists and kicks, looking for a weakness, a soft spot. They didn't find any. As everyone watching could attest, the two teens were equally matched in toughness. Tetsu growled in focus. His skin became tougher. His punches struck harder. Ejiro frowned. He may be mildly illiterate and unable to use magic at the moment, but studying elementalism had taught him a few things. When he saw he and Tetsu were an even match, he fell back on technique and silently thanked Ejiro for showing him some martial arts. It had been Izuku's idea. During one of their discussions, the green-haired teen had explained how he'd learned weapon-wielding to complement his magic, and had Mirio teach him hand-to-hand. Ejiro had done the same and opted for the more defensive martial arts. Aikido and karate were given, of course, but Tai-Kai had proved surprisingly instructive. Of all his classmates, Ejiro was the only one who practiced martial arts as a hobby. As such, he had been the one to introduce him. Tetsu hit hard. Ejiro retaliated with karate strikes that bounced against the metal skin. He took a step back, then another, and another. His opponent smirked. "You giving in? Looks like I win, so you think?" Ejiro retorted. He was nearing the edge of the arena. Perfect. He grabbed his opponent's wrist. This time, he was the one smirking. "There's one thing elementalism taught me." Tetsu frowned. "Earth has many shapes. Not all stones have the same durability. To use it right, you must learn when to be the rock." He grabbed the steel-skinned teen by the shirt. "And when to be the sand." And he flipped Tetsu out of bound. The teen blinked several times, as if unable to understand what had just happened. President Mick laughed. "Indeed. When power makes people equal, technique is how you set them apart." For our next match, two students from Class 1B. The girl with the giant fists, Itsuka Kendo, against the comic from the east, Manga Fukudashi. "On your marks, fight." The two 1B students gave each other a knowing smile. Then Manga attacked, his words coming in bursts of fire, water and lightning. Itsuka grinned and extended her hands. The crowd watched intensely as she wove between each attack, her giant palms not slowing her, but instead increasing her mobility, when she didn't use them to swat Manga's blows aside. After several tense minutes of careful dodging, she got close enough. One flick was enough to cast her opponent out of bound. The crowd cheered. Manga sighed. "Alright, you won. Well played, Itsuka." The girl smiled. "You weren't bad either, Manga." President Mick laughed. "And that is what sportsmanship is all about." Our next fight features an unusual character. I want a Halia for support department's gorgeous girl genius, Mei Hatsume. Against her, from Class 1B, the muscular martial man, Mashiro Ojiro. Round 1, fight. Mei grinned and winked. "You know, it's a shame you're not interested in my babies. I'm sure I could get you one you'll find useful." Support items go against the philosophy of most martial arts, Mashiro said apologetically. "As for weapons, I prefer my 5 bare limbs." "That doesn't tell me what I could get you for helping me advertise my babies. How about a favor for a later date?" That's fair." And, indeed, their duel was equally fight in advertisement, Mei exposing her creations by using them against Mashiro, while giving the tailed blonde plenty of opportunities to showcase his martial mastery. In the end, she willingly gave up. The pair shared a thumb up. President Mick shrugged. "Well, that's one way to show off." For our next fight, we got our second surprise of the festival. On my right, from the general department, our mystery man, Hitachi Shinso. On my left, from Class 1A, the gorgeous gravity girl, Achako Uraraka. Little listeners, you may now duel. Achako smiled warmly. She was happy that the teen from general department had gotten this far. It meant he was good. Sadly, so was she. And she didn't plan to lose. Still, it cost nothing to be polite. "Hitachi Shinso, right? Good luck, Shinso-kun." "I don't need luck, but thank you all the same." Hitachi chuckled and returned the courtesy. "Now, walk out of the arena." Achako's eyes went as blank as her mind. Without a word, the girl left and lost the fight. Only once she was out did she regain her senses and realize where she was. She sighed heavily. In the end, her politeness had cost her something. Her victory. Nito and several others frowned deeply. "So, his power is indeed a form of mind control." The blonde hummed. "And obviously voice-based. But does he need to be addressed before activating his quirk, or are there other prerequisites?" How very interesting. Izuku would have a field day studying it. Indeed, he would. Momo agreed. President Mick called the next fight. Now, for our next battle. From Class 1A, our ever-happy handyman, Hantasero. Against him, from Class 1B, the perky pink Mrs. Mina Ashido. Ready. Then fight. Hanta faced Mina. Both had matching grins. The moment the signal was given, the pair ran. Hanta launched a roll of tape that wrapped itself around Mina, and winced when her acid dissolved it instantly. "Well, here goes that." Mina nodded. As she thought, the one student's duct tape didn't resist her acid. This meant his key weapon was useless. She, on the other hand, though she was limited in her acid's use, still benefited from her own study in water magic. As per Nezu's wishes, she wasn't practicing. But reading the book with Ejiro and picking the more practical aspects of the path, she did, and it served her as much as it served him. Hanta had no martial training. She did, on top of her dancing. He flew out of bounds 10 seconds later. President Mick laughed. Looks like, even individually, Class 1B isn't to be underestimated. Shall we see who wins our next fight? From Class 1B, the merciless mastermind, Nido Monoma. Against him, from Class 1A, the brutal berserker, Katsuki Bakugo. Time to duel. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. He didn't know why useless Deku wasn't participating, but, truth be told, he was glad. It allowed him to shine without concerning himself about the green extra getting in his way and stealing the spotlight. Again. But why was the blonde extra grinning like a predator? Wait, what did his quirk do, already? Nido was all too happy to demonstrate. He walked to the explosive blonde and tapped his arm. Tag. You're it, Koch-chan. What did you call me, the extra? Nido answered with 2 explosions in the face. I called you Koch-chan. That's what Izuku calls you, right? Koch-chan, Koch-chan. Bakugo snarled. No one calls me that, quirk thief. Especially not you. Then make me, you bloody bastard. Because I'm here to mess with you and kick your ass, and I got the tools for both. Koch-chan. Bakugo roared. Nido snarled. The ensuing fight was a brutal, explosive brawl, as both teams threw explosion-powered fists against each other. Nido especially went for the face and grinned dangerously when he saw the sand blonde's nose break. Izuku sends his regards, Koch-chan. Do you feel this? Do you feel the burn of your explosions? Like hell, I do, quirk thief. You're gonna pay for turning my quirk against the only one who'll pay is you. Nido retorted and unleashed another explosion. Feel the pain. Do you like it? Do you hate it? This is what you put Izuku through since you started bullying him. And I'm going to return every punch boom single. Punch boom burn. Punch boom, Koch-chan. His next 2-fisted explosion sent his opponent away. Bakugo spat red and stood. That is why you're fighting? For that worthless cheating Deku who can't take no for an answer. I should have expected it. In a way, you're like him. Until you steal someone's quirk, you're as worthless as he is. A shitty extra. Nido balled his fists. Oh, how he wished he could use magic at the moment. He had dreamed of this fight, and the act of beating Izuku's bully to a pulp felt extremely cathartic. But it wasn't over yet. The fight didn't yet have a victor. He and Bakugo ran. Met halfway. The sand blonde's hand caught his fist. His own fist met his jaw as his opponent's caught him in the stomach. Nido ignored the pain. He was running on pure adrenaline and ignoring any tactile input. His head smashed Bakugo's forehead. The explosive blonde grabbed him by the shirt and threw him down, falling on his before he could rise. Nido still sent explosion after explosion until a fist hit him in the temple. His vision began to fade. Go fuck yourself, Koch-chan. He managed to utter. Bakugo barely managed to hold himself from kicking his downed opponent. Instead, he shook his wrists. For a quirk thief, the blonde had gone surprisingly hard. But he had been angry, and he of all people knew what a good anesthetic rage could be. While Bots carried the copycat away, he forced himself to walk to Recovery Girl's office. President Mick felt glum. That was something, alright. Something ugly. A 10-minute break while Cementus restores the arena and the little listeners patch themselves. And we're back. I'm afraid I don't feel very Halya right now. We know Midoriya and Bakugo have a history, and we know Class 1B watches its own. Eraserhead frowned. We should have seen such an incident coming. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Guess Lad and I are due a long talk with our respective classes. You do what you must, Sho. You know who my favorite little listener is. I am grateful as well, Hiza. Shota reassured. I have never felt so good in a long time, and that's beside the fact the ritual actually saved my life. But something has to be done between these two. And, however we go at it, this is going to be messy. Hizashi could only agree. Recovery Girl, meanwhile, had crypted Izuku to assist her. Her quirk was useful, but it had certain drawbacks the teen's blood magic didn't have. So, while she used them on the students who only had a few scratches, Izuku engraved bloody sigils on Nido's arm. Bakugo glared. Keep your shitty parlor tricks away from me, Deku. Izuku shuddered. He didn't know if it was in anger or in sorrow. As you wish, Koch-chan. Bakugo almost punched him. He held himself and let Recovery Girl kiss him and apply ointment on his burns. Your nose will require further treatment, boy. My quirk and band-aids won't be enough. If it scars, it scars. The blonde shrugged. I don't care. The 10 minutes went on. Finally, President Mick announced the next rounds. And now, for the quarter-finals. Our first battle will oppose the powerful priestess of Class 1B, the Religious Rose. Nabara Shiozaki against the princely powerhouse of Class 1A, the Freezing Fighter. Shoto Todoroki. On your marks, fight. Nabara faced Shoto and bowed. We face at last, Horseman of Famine. I wasn't expecting it to happen so soon, but I am grateful all the same. It is time to see which is mightier. My vines are your ice. Shoto crossed his arms. The Maze of Thorns during our first class was admittedly inspired. You're lucky I don't like using my fire. But the circumstances are different. Don't expect a repeat. I don't. No deception, this time. We fight each other head-on. Indeed, Wall of Ice met Wall of Thorns in a deafening explosion. They stopped exactly halfway. Nabara tore it down moments later, her vines going for Shoto from every direction. The bi-colored teen froze them all. Wave after wave were frozen in their tracks, and walls of thorns were matched with an even glacier. When the mist and dust covered him, Shoto discreetly used his fire to warm himself. Mundane purpose, Midoriya had suggested. That, he was willing to try. The bar was the first to stumble. Shoto walked to her calmly and unflinchingly, the ground freezing under his feet. Are you giving up? I am. The girl nodded. There is no shame in losing to you. You are the horseman of famine. Your ice withers all life and extinguishes all heat. I knew defeating you would be an uphill struggle. Shoto felt silently flattered by the praise. His ice was great. He held a hand. Ibarra took it. He took her to see Recovery Girl. President Mick whistled. Powerhouses, indeed. Those who pack a massive punch. Alas, in the end, it came down to elemental advantage. Grass beats rock, rock beats ice beats grass. More than a few people snickered at the Pokemon reference. Hopefully, our next match will be less destructive. They are both from Class 1B. On my right, our Rocksteady Redeed, the hard-headed hero, Ijiro Kirishima. On my left, our handy hitter, the fighter with the fisticuffs, Itsuka Kendo. Little listeners, time to duel. Ijiro and Itsuka had matching grins. The moment the fight was on, they ran. Ijiro jumped aside. They had spared before. No matter how much he hardened his skin and even with earth magic, Itsuka's fists always broke through. Sure, she always bloodied her knuckles and needed Izuku to patch her, but the fact remained. He couldn't tank her hits. So, just this once, he dodged. A lot. Itsuka's hands were huge and she was smart in their use. He suffered more than a few close calls as her fingers scratched his skin. Fortunately, glancing blows weren't as damaging as full hits. You're good. Itsuka panted after several minutes. I didn't expect you to be so hard to catch. I'm illiterate, not stupid. Ijiro pointed. I know my usual strategies don't work against you. True. The game began again. It was clear the challenge was one of endurance between the two. Whoever tired first would be vulnerable to the other's assaults. The crowd watched them move with bated breath. In the end, Itsuka ran out of stamina first. Ijiro dived in, grabbed her and threw her out of bound. The girl chuckled. A hard-won victory. You can be proud, Ijiro. You too, Itsuka. You're a super manly girl. A real challenger. The pair laughed. They walked away in a display of camaraderie that left many a pro feel warm in the chest. President Mick was grinning as well. He put a hand on Arasahead's shoulder. And now, for the third duel of the quarterfinals. On my left, the dark horse of General Department, Hitachi Shinso. Against him and on my right, straight from Class 1B, our blonde battler, the tailed teenager, Mashirao Ojiro. Everyone, let's fight. Hitachi and Mashirao faced each other. The tailed teen frowned and passed a finger on his lips. His opponent courted a grin. We'll see about that. A thick tail nearly nailed his ribs. He answered with a kick in the leg. Mashirao barely felt it and aimed a palm strike. Hitachi jumped away. The tailed teen shook his head, then flexed his biceps and waved a finger. I know. Hitachi grumbled. I don't have much in the way of muscle. That didn't stop him from trying. Mashirao could give him that much. For a general department student, the purple-haired teen was resilient. He still folded from a tap in the chest. Mashirao winced. Oops. Are you alright? Hitachi smirked. Got you. Now, walk out of bound. Eyes empty, the tailed teenager walked away. The mind manipulator checked himself. Alright, it won't leave that big a bruise. Still, that was closer than I'm comfortable with. President Mick snorted. Sadly, playing possum remained a valid tactic. He shook himself and announced the last match. And now, for the final match of the quarterfinals. On my right, from Class 1B, our dancing diva, the caustic combatant, Mino Ashido. Against her, from Class 1A, our explosive hellion, the relentless rampager, Katsuki Bakugo. Now time to fight. Mina wasn't one to hate easily, far from it. In fact, she prided herself on getting along with everyone. Bullies were the key exception. And Yue had no bigger bully than Katsuki Bakugo. The explosive blonde was the exception that proved her rule. She smirked at the sight of his crooked nose. What was Nito's favorite food, already? Time to add a few more. She didn't say a word. She launched her acid with the intent to hurt. Bakugo did the same, launching his explosions to take her down hard and fast. The girl nimbly dodged and trailed acid from her hand and foot. Bakugo winced as it seared his skin. Going for the kill, Pinky. No, to the pain. She danced around him, whirling and slapping with acid-coated hands. She didn't hit all the times, but the few that did left a mark. Bakugo was the same. His explosions left a mark when they hit, but, for all his strength, he missed her quite a few times. Then the explosive blonde smirked. Hey, Pinky. Did you know that acid can burn? Mina froze. Bakugo slammed an explosion in one of her acid pools. The ignition set all of them ablaze. The girl yelped and tumbled back and found herself tripping out of bound. Her glare was murderous. Bastard, Bakugo shrugged. Curse me all you want, Pinky. You still lost. He was right and she knew it. Dejected, she headed to Recovery Girl's office. Nito was staring under Izuku's watchful gaze. Ugh, what train? SHH, Nito. Izuku shushed him. Go back to sleep. You aren't done recovering. He engraved Yuan on Mina's arm, and watched the sigil of time rewind her injuries. Dekugo had to do with recovery girl's kiss. Only 3 left. The green-haired teen sighed. I hope they won't be as brutal, but, knowing Dekugo, Mina patted his shoulder and headed to the bleachers. President Mick waited 10 minutes before announcing the next rounds. Here we are now for the semifinals. Our first match will oppose our 2 hero classes. On my right, he is the red-haired Rampart, the manly muscle of Class 1B. I want a hell yeah for Ijiro Kirishima. People cheered as Ijiro took the field. His opponent looked him dead in the eyes as the voice hero introduced him. On my left, he is the Silent Storm, the cold-hearted combatant of Class 1A. I want a hell yeah for Shoto Todoroki. The crowd cheered again. I stanced on Shoto's right side. President Mick grinned hugely. Ready, everyone? Then fight. Shoto's glacier covered the arena. This time, there was no wall of thorn to stop it. Ijiro was encased in ice, and his resilience only allowed him to remain conscious. Shoto walked to him and crossed his arms. Ijiro shrugged and gave him a toothy grin. Saw it coming. You against me was never really a contest. You win this round, Tadaburo. Shoto nodded and carefully melted the ice trapping the teen. Ijiro blinked. Wait, you can use fire too. Not for heroism, and that I use it at all is a recent development. I save it strictly for mundane purpose and occasionally to assist. Yeah. Fire is generally more destructive than ice. Just look at your old man. My point. Above them, President Mick was staring at the scene. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Ice can beat rock, in the end. Shoto courted a grin. Ijiro outright laughed. He wasn't the only one. Most of the crowd was chuckling to varying degree. Once the glacier was gone, the voice hero announced the next fight. Our next match will see the hero course face the general department. On my left, he is the blonde bomber, the explosive expert of Class 1A. He is Katsuki Bakugo. Quite unsurprisingly, the blonde teen was cheered and booed in equal measure by the crowd. He didn't care. Against him and on my right, he is the unexpected outsider, the purple puppeteer of Class 1C. He is Hitachi Shinso. This time, the crowd was more united in his cheers. Hitachi courted a grin. He had to admit, being cheered on felt nice. This wasn't something he was used to. Little listeners fight. Bakugo ran. Hitachi dodged. Hey, Koch-chan. The blonde froze in his tracks and gave his opponent an absolutely murderous glare. Hitachi grinned. You don't like that nickname, Koch-chan, Koch-chan, Koch-chan. Bakugo had to grit his teeth hard to keep himself from answering. He knew it was a bait. He knew the purple-haired teen needed a verbal answer to use his quirk. So, he kept quiet. But damn, it wasn't easy. Miss me, Koch-chan. Too slow, Koch-chan. What's the matter, Koch-chan? Can't touch this. Koch-chan, Koch-chan. Bakugo snapped. Shut the hell up, droopy eyes. Gotcha. Now, walk out of bound. Eyes empty and frame slumped. Bakugo did exactly that. There was a beat. Then the crowd cheered loudly enough to rattle the building. The most vocal, however, were the students of General Department. It was Class 1B. About time someone got him. Yeah, well done, woohoo. You go, bro. Come over, we saved you a spot. Even Machiro was flashing him a thumb up, even though he spotted an annoyed smile. Hitachi looked away and tried and failed to hide he was blushing up to his hairline. President Mick managed to hold his laugh. Still, he was mirthful. Once the crowd had calmed and Hitachi had caught his breath, he announced the last fight. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the pros in attendance, this is the moment you've been waiting for. The finale of the sport festival. I want a hell yeah for the brave students who made it this far. The crowd's cheers shook the walls. On my left, he is the general student who could, the dark horse nobody expected. He is Hitachi Shinso. Hitachi walked slowly to the arena. People were cheering him on and, much as he liked it, it made him uncomfortable. Usually, they regarded him as a villain with an evil quirk. But it seemed people's opinion was a fickle thing. On my right and facing him, he is the son of Endeavor, the bicolored wonder of the hero course. He is Shoto Todoroki. Are you ready? Then, fight. As expected, before everyone could react, Shoto encased Hitachi in a glacier. The bi-haired teen smirked and nodded. His opponent shook his head. You haven't defeated me yet, Todoroki. Shoto raised a brow. Hitachi bit his lip and spoke. Your father is a pyromaniac abuser, and your mother is a hysterical nutjob. Shoto froze. What did you call my mother? He only had 1 second to realize his mistake before his mind went blank. Hitachi breathed. Phew, close call. Now, walk out of bound. Shoto obeyed without a word, eyes empty. President Mick stared at the scene, mouth agape. And Hitachi Shinso wins the sport festival. Shoto quietly walked to Hitachi and glared at the trapped teen. So what did you call my mother, already? A hysterical nutjob, and I didn't mean it. I just needed you to answer me, and it was the surest way to rile you enough. Shoto crossed his arms. Do you, now? I swear it on all might and erase your head. Hitachi reassured. I only insulted your mother to get you to answer me. I meant nothing I said except maybe for your father. No, that part about him is true, and, next time you insult him, I'll join. But, Shinso. Never insult my mother again. Promise. Satisfied, Shoto melted the ice. Hitachi shook his frostbitten hands. Still, how do you know about my parents? I caught your conversation with Midoriya. Hitachi explained. I heard everything about magic and your family. I know it's a secret. I'll keep it. I just followed you in case I got some juicy tidbit I could use. Well, I believe you got more than you bargained for. That, I did. In a recovery girl's office, Nito had finally woken up and was waiting for the bleeding sigils to finish their work while Izuku watched. He engraved Yuan and Gon on the mind manipulator's arm, the first to regenerate his wounds, and the second to warm and energize his body. I managed to watch your fight against Bikugo. The blonde copycat grinned. Good job getting rid of that bastard. He'll be spitting mad, but serves him right. Yeah, I got the feeling he isn't well liked. Hitachi said dryly. Would I be right? Bikugo heavily bullied Izuku before you, eh? No one in 1B has forgiven him. Whoever brings him down a peg is automatically considered a friend. He held a hand. Hitachi took it. Bikugo, naturally, had blown a gasket over his defeat, when bad enough Midnight had to heavily sedate him. We need to hand that brat over to Hound Dog. Eraserhead and Present Mick agreed. So, on the podium, only 3 teenagers stood waiting for their medals. And here we are. The voice hero called. At the closing of the sport festival. First and foremost, let us give a hell yeah to the little listeners who made it to the podium. Ijiro Kirishima, Shoto Todoroki and Hitachi Shinso. The crowd cheered. And I want another for the man, the myth, the legend who is going to hand them their medals. I'll me eat. The crowd cheered loudly enough to shake the walls. All Might landed right before the podium. I am here to reward those 3 brave boys for their victory. He first handed the bronze medal to Ijiro. My boy, never let your shortcomings get in your way. Your mind is as strong and resilient as your skin. So, if you fall, grit your teeth, get up and keep going. Better yet, keep someone at your side to help you. Even I, the symbol of peace, have people I rely on. Ijiro solemnly nodded and held the medal. All Might then handed the silver medal to Shoto. My boy, I know I am going to repeat what Yonya Irozu said at the start, but I believe you need to hear it again. Your quirk is a part of you, but it isn't you. You are your own person, with your own hobbies and tastes. So, before you try to be me or another hero, try to be you. Some ideas need time to be accepted, All Might. But I still appreciate. He held the medal as All Might finally gave the gold medal to Hitachi Shinso. My boy, you were fantastic. I have no doubt that, had the entrance exam been anything other than robots, you would have passed with flying colors. Hitachi bowed his head. Well, congratulations. This victory is your first step into becoming a true hero. And I have no doubt you will become one of the best. The purple-haired teen tried to hide his furious blush. Thank you, All Might. You're welcome, young Shinso. And, on this good job, everyone. Thus ended the sport festival. But the festival was only one step on the road. The next was workplace study. Mirio grinned as he caught Izuku the day after. Sir Knight, I confirmed. You'll spend workplace study with us. He got a spot for you and, in fact, he told me he's looking forward to working with you. Izuku grinned from ear to ear. So am I. This is going to be a great week. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun week. But first, there was a little formality to take care of. Aliases. Lad King had Present Mick assist his students. 15 minutes later, most of the teens had come up with something, though Izuku wasn't too sure about his choice. He smiled at Nito's choice of Phantom Thief, and Fumikage's choice of Tsukiyomi. Ijiro wanting to honor Crimson Riot by calling himself Red Riot was a nice touch. Crimson Riot, though not one of his favorites, remained a great pro. Comicman and Sugarman were tried and true classics, but Vines and Creaty were a bit lacking in imagination. Mina's alias, Pinky, was cute. Finally, his turn came. The magical hero, Magus. It does fit. Vlad granted. Yeah, but I'm worried it is too early to start talking about magic. Izuku admitted. I got something else planned, just in case. A lot of pros played the magical angle. Present Mick reassured. Majestic, to name only one. You can afford it, little listener. So, Izuku's hero alias ended being Magus. They spend the rest of the class discussing where to go. I'm going with All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. Izuku reassured. We agreed to it the moment I was forbidden from participating in the sport festival. Glad to hear it. Nito breathed. Personally, I want to try some of the more stealth-oriented pros. It's a shame Eraserhead isn't an option, but yes, Adshot is. I think I'll go there. Momo and Itsuka shared a look. Iwabami personally requested us. We're considering her offer. Izuku wins. I don't think it's a good idea. Iwabami has, well, is either of you interested in showmanship? Not really. Itsuka frowned. Well, that's her specialty. I don't think you'll learn anything interesting with her. Then what do you suggest? The green-haired teen considered carefully. Mirio's best friend, Tamaki, is studying with the pro hero Fat Gum, since their quirks both involve food. I think he's a better option for you, Momo. Good point. Thanks for the advice, Izuku. What about me? Itsuka asked. Well, I'd suggest one of the more battle-oriented pros like Fourth Kinder Gunhead, but I think Ryukyu would be a good match for you. Mirio's other friend, Nejire, is studying with her, and Ryukyu's quirk transforms her into a dragon. Since your own quirk shapeshifts your hand, you're right. The Redeeds smiled. Thank you. And then, everyone was gathering around him and asking for advice. Izuku did his best, though he wished his classmates could make their decisions on their own. Ibarra with Kamui Woods, Ichiro with Gunhead, Tokoyami with Yumio of the Undersiders, Subiraba with Manual. Isetsu perked up when Tenya Iida appeared at the door. Ah, look who showed up. You want something, Iida? Yes. I'd like to talk with Midoriya-kun. The whole class tensed. Izuku came to the glassy teen. Hello Iida. What can I do for you? Tenya hesitated. Midoriya, I have a huge favor to ask. Everyone's focus was on the pair. Izuku nodded. Go ahead. Alright. You probably heard about my brother, Tensei. He is the pro-hero in Genium. Well, he was attacked by the hero killer, Stain. He survived, but his injuries were so bad it was really close, and, according to the doctors, his spine has been damaged. He is no longer able to use his legs. Tensei he can no longer be a hero. Tenya's distress was genuine. It was clear he cared about his brother, and the event had massively shaken him. Izuku had a pretty good idea what he wanted to ask. What he didn't expect, however, was for the taller teen to kneel, his forehead to the ground. And yet, Tenya kowtowed before him. Midoriya, I humbly beg you. Use the ritual of life spiral to heal Tensei. I don't care what I have to pay. No price is too great to see my brother safe and healthy again. Please. Midoriya. Save him. The entirety of Class 1B was dumbstruck. It was a known fact Class 1A had its pride, and it was deserved. Its members were powerful and popular, and they already had a certain amount of fame. And yet, one of them was willing to kneel and beg one of their own for assistance. This was completely unexpected. Izuku breathed and knelt. Tenya, if it was just me, I would gladly say yes. Sadly, the ritual of life spiral has a certain number of drawbacks I suffer from. If I use it, your brother will be fine. Me. Not so much. Why? Well, Tenya rose as he let the smaller teen explain the mechanisms behind blood magic, and how the drawbacks made the ritual risky to perform. Nezu made clear I am not to perform the ritual again without his go-ahead. Furthermore, you'll have to inform your family about the existence of magic if you haven't already done it. I haven't. I understand the current need to keep it secret. Thanks. Anyway, we need to talk to Nezu first. Then, we'll see where we go from there. Lad King nodded. I'll give him a call and walk you there. Nezu may be smarter than anyone in Japan, but he remains reasonable. At the very least, he'll listen. Tenya and Izuku nodded. The three walked to Nezu's office and waited for the principal to give them the go-ahead. Nezu was sipping tea while they sat. I heard about Stain's attack on Ingenium. It truly was this bad. About as bad as Eraserhead Sensei, headmaster. Tenya looked forlorn. I thought he wouldn't make it. It came so close. Nezu nodded. I believe Midoriya filled you in on blood magic's mechanisms and the drawbacks it gave to the ritual. He had. I have to admit, seeing magic being treated as a science is equally refreshing and relieving. The principal smiled and tapped on his laptop. A moment later, he nodded. I agree, the ritual of life spiral is the only way to restore your brother. His teeth showed. Good. I was looking for an opportunity to experiment. Everyone perked up. Experiment, sir. Yes. Eraserhead was the first time we used the ritual. It was a learning experience to say the least. Since then, I reviewed the ritual and its workings, and have come with several ideas to make it less taxing on young Midoriya. The headmaster's eyes narrowed. First, establish what formulae are truly necessary for a given situation. The more they are, the more nefarial energy they require to work, and, if Midoriya's body fails to contain enough of it, the energy will use his body as a catalyst, consequently draining him. Second, in order to at least lessen the effects of such an occurrence, Midoriya, you need to prepare. This means a full night of sleep, a robust breakfast and an equally nutritive lunch before you perform the ritual, right? Izuku sighed. That's one way, indeed. If the ritual is going to drain your body's energy, better make sure you got some to spare. Now, for the other important part. Nezu took a check and began writing a sum. This is what we owe you for your services, Midoriya. 1,500,000 yen. About $200. Izuku whistled. That's a lot, and I still don't think it was enough in regard to the discoveries we made afterward. Anyway, Iida, this is how much I paid Midoriya for healing Eraserhead. Ask your family how much they are willing to pay to see Tensei healthy again. Tenya nodded. He had to agree with Izuku. The check was a lot of money. When he asked his parents, however, Tenya's offer was even greater. 3,000,000 yen. Izuku gasped. Are you sure? The check is only lacking the sum. The taller teen nodded. They only need your approval. Midoriya. I haven't told my parents about magic yet. Then do, and let them watch. Nezu frowned. Midoriya predicted magic spread would be opposed by people in position of power. Your family is powerful. I personally approve of magic. Tenya reassured. It has existed before quirks and can be scientifically explained. Furthermore, as Midoriya-kun's quirkless status demonstrates, magic could be used as an equalizer. Many sidekicks in Idaten could graduate to full heroes with sufficient mastery. And that is the problem. Nezu pointed. Some people may go against that equality. Bakugo. Endeavor. Mirko. Tenya snorted disdainfully. Bakugo is unworthy of being a hero, and I am disappointed in Hawks for thinking he could make a good one. Would that all pros shared your mindset? Nezu sighed. Our current concern is your parents. Their approval of magic would be a boon, and this is why they will witness the ritual. I made the call. The hospital prepared everything. All we require now is to set the ritual and perform it. Izuku nodded. I'm ready. Tenma was doubtful. 3 million yens made for a lot of money, even for a family as well off as his. Let no one say he didn't trust Nezu, and let no one say he didn't care about his sons. But magic? Really? Alright. So, Tenya had shared everything his classmates had told him about blood magic and the ritual of life spiral. The retired pro had to admit, the explanations were equally detailed and understandable. He could see how Nezu and the teachers of UA approached it as a science. But magic remained magic. Until he saw it in action, he would keep doubting. This was why he was currently in Calamari Central Hospital, his son next to him. The ritual had taken several days to set, and the mage, Izuku Midoriya, needed a full night of sleep and a complete breakfast and lunch beforehand. Even then, Nezu had a bed and IV drip on hand in case it wasn't enough. He truly passed out the first time. Yes, father. If the ritual demands more energy than his body contains, it will use his body as a conduit between the ethereal world and ours, and the process will exhaust Midoriya-kun. It isn't hard to guess how the more thorough rituals could turn lethal. Tenma could see it too. Izuku Midoriya finally appeared, clad in his hero outfit. The white long coat with green triangles over the green clothes was admittedly stylish, and fit his theme well. It was easy to tell the boy was a healer. Izuku turned to Tenya's father, while the doctors placed Tensei in the middle of the ritual. The medical staff involved had all signed an NDA agreement. They would keep quiet until Nezu made magic public. As far as those not in the known were concerned, Tensei Iida was undergoing experimental quirk healing. Izuku breathed and took his knife. Then he planted it at the spiral's beginning. Onina Liber, Ametris Tal Benofa, Uter Tal Pirio, Mekith Tal Mullion, Mekith Malpergi Arkansas Perium Kansnef Tal Pirio. They had cut the number of formulae from 9 to 5. Nezu watched and silently hoped it would be enough. Tenma, meanwhile, watched in silent awe as red light ran through the spiral, the magic empowered by the sentences until it reached Tensei. Under his father and brother's amazed eyes, Tensei Iida rose from the ground as crimson light cloaked him. They saw the bandages fall, his wounds close and leave pale scars behind. The young man float to standing position and stay so, then blink and instinctively tap a foot. Then he saw his family. Father. Tenya. Tenma looked like he lost 10 years in 10 seconds. Tenya looked moments away from crying. He was in his brother's arms the next moment. You're alright. Tensei hugged his little brother tight. I am, though I don't know how. Everyone turned to Izuku. The teen was on his knees and smiling. Nezu opened his mouth. Then nausea washed over the young mage who staggered. Ugg managed to remain conscious this time. But so tired he turned to the principal. Nap time now, sensei. Night. And he fell unconscious. Nezu sighed and gestured for the bed and IV drip. It was necessary, in the end. I had hopes. Midoriya was still aware once he was done. Tenma pointed. Given what Tenya told me about the previous ritual, I consider it an improvement. It is. Nezu agreed. Sadly, the only other formula we can remove is the first, remove the pain. The other 4, seal his wounds, purify his body, restore his bones and restore the life that runs mighty within his body, are necessary in situations like Eraserhead's and your son's. Remove the pain could be replaced by heavy-duty painkillers, since we don't know how painful the ritual is on its own, and purify his body could maybe be replaced with antibiotics and their kind. But the others are an absolute necessity. Put it like that, I agree. The principal turned to his unconscious student. At this point, I am chalking it up to the fact Midoriya isn't done growing up. Once he is a grown adult, I am willing to bet the ritual of life spiral will be much less taxing. Sadly, for all that we are treating magic like a science, its discovery remains recent. There's too little we know about. Tenma glanced at Tenya and Tensei, who were listening to them. Well, you have my support. I had my doubts, but the mere fact it fully healed Tensei is enough to earn my approval. If you need anything, feel free to call. Oh, I will. They ended running a small battery of tests on Tensei, while Izuku slept. In the meantime, the heal pro was filled in on magic's workings. Nezu held a vial of his blood in a darkened room. It does glow. Not as brightly as Eraserhead's, but it still glows. And the needle didn't remain stuck, this time. This time? Tenma asked. When we drew some blood from Eraserhead, the needle got stuck because his wounds healed so fast they didn't have time to bleed. Your son's healing rate is counted in seconds, which is much faster than the norm, but it isn't instant. Tensei cracked a grin. Nezu crossed his arms. Furthermore, we expect the effects to last for several days. With Eraserhead, the ritual's magic kept acting for about a week and a half. Given you got less of the energy in your veins, the effects should remain for at least a week, maybe a little less. In the meantime, we told you how ethereal energy works. Indeed. The pro nodded. And, it's fascinating. I don't need it, but I wouldn't mind trying, and some of my sidekicks would love the chance to practice it. In fact, some could even graduate to actual pros. Your brother said as much. The principal smiled. Sadly, Midoriya made a tarot reading on the matter. Magic will face opposition from powerful authority figures specifically because of its nature as a game changer. Those in position of power hardly enjoy sharing their seat, and some of them actually benefit from the current situation. Tenma balled his fists. The Ida family isn't among them, I know. I approved of students learning magic once workplace study was over. We are setting things so they can practice in safe conditions. In a way, magic is similar to quirks. It grants different powers to different people, and their use partially relies on creativity. Tenya and Tensei shared a look. Sign me up. The younger Ida smiled. Speaking of, will you be able to take me, big brother? I should, yes. Tensei grinned. I look forward to it. Still, if you don't mind me asking, why was magic forgotten? Technology caught up. At least, this is Midoriya's theory. However, the emergence of quirks has opened a new niche for it to take roots in. I wonder how it will grow from there. Tenma was equally curious. Thank you so much for joining me on this incredible journey today. I hope you enjoyed exploring the fascinating what-if scenario of Deku. The possibilities were truly mind-blowing. If you found this video entertaining and thought-provoking, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel. Your support means the world to me, and inspires me to bring you more captivating content in the future. Stay tuned for more exciting what-ifs coming your way. Until next time, take care, stay curious, and keep embracing the power of imagination. Goodbye everyone.